He ditched his job. He packed up and moved into his grandma's house, and realized she'd left him with a brutal, cutthroat debt, nothing but a poor. A portal tore open and dumped them into another world. The very first thing he thinks, I'm starting a business right now. He can literally step back home anytime he wants. Hunt down cheap stuff in Japan, then flip it for profit. Sell it in a fantasy world like it's the most mind-blowing thing anyone has ever seen. A totally different world, but the same killer mindset. And just like that, he's here, and he's about to flip the whole place on its head. Into his best move. The tale kicks off with Yamada Shiro hustling to sell his groceries on a packed, buzzing street. He leaned in, raised his voice, and declared he needed 3 small ones and 2 large ones. Ine thrust a bag into their hands. He handed over everything they needed and shot the buyer a heartfelt thank you later. Later, once everyone finally cleared out, she lit up and blurted, we sold every single thing we had. They nailed it, he grinned and said the sale was a huge win and he owed it all to her help. Now they had to check today's profit because he raked in 51 silver coins and 10,900 bronze coins. Convert that to yen and you're looking at 1,600,000, right? So yeah, this whole investment cost 127,550 yen. So how much profit are we talking about? Are they really sure they crunched every number right? She gasped, totally stunned because she never saw this coming. This is unreal. And he just grinned like, yeah, he's that good at selling straight up like a magician. With a happy smile, he brushed it off. Come on, it's not even like that. She was the one exaggerating. Previously in Japan, he gasped in shock and blurted out that, can you believe places like that actually exist? And now, he's standing right in the heart of the forest. Behind him, a fantasy city sprawls in full glory, and 2 moons loom overhead, while right ahead of him sits his grandmother's room. He has to process everything and he just moved into his grandmother's house, and the second he stepped into her room, he spotted a portal to another world and his jaw just dropped, then he chalked it up to exhaustion. He stared into the portal again and said, a month ago He stormed out and quit his job, and honestly it looked like his mind snapped on the spot. And yeah, this is a hallucination, not the real truth, because he remembers. He thought about his grandmother and suddenly he couldn't help wondering, was this the hidden secret she kept all along? Vanished for 7 straight years, and after only a month ago, the government finally stamped her death as real As a kid, he begged her, just tell me your secret already. And she burst out laughing, saying that then it wouldn't be a secret anymore, so rage flared in him, he yanked his hand back and he snapped that he hated it. Then she grinned and promised, when you grow up, I'll tell you, no question. He figured that was the end, his grandmother was gone for good, but he couldn't forget that smile for a second. He stared at her photo and right there, he spotted a letter with his name scribbled across it. He tore open the letter and read it. She was apologizing, admitting she hadn't told him. But she was a mage who stormed into Japan, hungry for the magic there. 80 years ago in a world called Rufatio, he stared at the page with sharp curiosity. Then his mind started racing, thinking that the letter laid out 6 big points, starting right there. Then it explained how her room was connected. Then, through a portal, they got yanked straight into the world of Rufatio, because this whole thing was powered by magic. So yeah, out there, strange skills and powers nobody can explain are real, and on top of that, monsters are lurking that can kill you. Yeah, and that place doesn't just have humans, there are other races there too. And then she slipped a ring into the envelope that would actually help him crack the strange language from another world. Then put on the ring and dive into the book hidden behind the altar. When he finally gets there, it'll all click, so don't panic. Still, he crumpled to his knees, convinced he'd just been hit with too much information at once. He dug up the missing information and then, right when it mattered, he uncovered the ring the letter talked about. He spotted 2 books stacked there in a language he couldn't even recognize. The protagonist slipped the ring on, and when he did, surprise hit him hard, because suddenly he could read it. But even then, it didn't all click for him. He just caught the S part and nothing else. The system voice blared that you just acquired the skill equal exchange ****. Panic ripped through him, so he blurted at the top of his lungs, who's there? He spun around, scanned for anyone, came up empty and asked. So that means he actually pulled off the skill, like straight out of novels and video games. He kept ripping through the books, and then the system blared that he'd unlocked the inventory ability, while in the back of his mind, that same strange voice seemed to show up every single time he picked up a new skill. He dropped the book onto the floor and sat there, wondering what he was supposed to do next. Then he's ripped into another world, brand new skills in his hands, and everything's about to change. He ripped the bandage off his head and pressed, should I go there? Grandma always said the world was made for traveling, but night had already swallowed the sky. Tomorrow was still waiting. He'd have to run to the store, then his gaze snapped to his grandmother's portrait. He clutched his hands hands together, called her, and swore he was heading straight into her world. The very next day, he shoved his things together, stepped into a brand new world, and he leaned in and declared, "I'm heading out on an adventure." He rolled into this tiny town and blurted out, grinning like a kid, "Haha. Just look at it, this town is insanely beautiful." Stunning to look at, but the second it hit his senses, hunger slammed into him. A merchant grabbed his attention and called out his name, right to his face. Pushed a deal his way and leaned in, asking if he wanted to grab some meat. He stormed up to him and demanded, "What kind of meat is that?" Then he blurted it out loud. He muttered that it was horned rabbit meat, just 3 bronze coins, no joke. He swallowed his pride, apologized in a shaky, upset voice, and admitted he had 0 money on him. Then the merchant pressed, so he had no choice but to give the merchant the same answer. He stormed out of the store, eyes locked on that horned, ratty meat like it was about to be the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. He yanked out his wallet and counted, only to think, "I've got 4,000. After he hit the store one last time, that was everything he had left. He tucked it into his world. "Now I'm wishing he could trade this currency and snag that rabbit." Right then, a glowing magic circle snapped into existence above his hand. Then the magic flipped his money into a whole new currency. He stared, stunned, and couldn't stop thinking, what the heck just happened to my cash? Did his money just morph into something else? There's no way this can be happening. He scooped up the coins, bolted straight to the merchant, and he shouted, "Tell me, are bronze coins supposed to look like this?" He nodded with a bewildered expression and muttered that it was as clear as day. He checked his clothes and asked, "So you're a traveler from another country, right?" "Right," he nodded along, convinced this meant his equivalent exchange skill was finally kicking in. He shouted for 3 portions of rabbit, and the merchant immediately shoved it into his hands, then said. He told him he only had 8 bronze coins since he was always on the road. Then he showed his gratitude. He beamed with joy and told him straight up that he was incredibly kind. Then, without missing a beat, he sat down. He dropped onto a nearby bench, dug in, and started chewing on the idea that his very first meal. The meal in this other world was so bland it barely registered. No seasonings at all. The equivalent exchange lets him swap one kind of money for another, like it's turning currency into pure destiny. But here's the real question, can he really pull off the exchange? Snatch his yen back, then the skill explodes to life out of nowhere. It suddenly burst to life on its own, then he snapped his hand up, fired the skill, and the coins snapped back into yen, and he stared in disbelief. Then realized this was the key. With equivalent exchange, he could trade between currencies from totally different worlds. So if he scores big here, he's basically set to get loaded back in Japan too. When you think about it, this is an absolute. It's a crazily imbalanced power, and this time he's going to gamble it on 10,000. He pocketed a single coin, instantly clocked the color was off, and then he blurted, "Wait, could that be a silver coin?" He marched up to the merchant and held out the coins, then demanded to know if he'd ever seen anything like them. He stared at it, baffled, and blurted, "Did I run out of bronze coins?" Because the change just wasn't enough, and then it clicked. 1 bronze coin equals 100 yen and 1 silver coin is. It's 10,000 yen. He said that means he's got 2 silver coins and 34 bronze coins, and he can't use. You can't use a 51 yen bill here because the exchange minimum is 100 yen, so he kept moving forward. He leaned back and, judging by the old man's reaction, realized his money was practically a blank check for everything he wanted in this city. He knew he had to dig into this city, so he cut through an alley and demanded to know what kind of places were out there. Is this really happening? This place was buzzing so hard he couldn't believe it. Like, wait, it was just, he got cut off mid-thought, shocked to even imagine it could be so lively. He pushed for a way to meet them, especially that girl with cat ears. He caught everyone staring at him and his stomach dropped. Were his clothes really that weird? "Okay," he muttered, "I need new clothes first." Ine strode up to him and blurted out a conf. Confused beyond words, he hesitated like, wait, does he really want to buy flowers? Hours passed, then the MC whipped around and asked her right there, right then. She's out there selling flowers, so when she first spoke up, what price did she call? She murmured 3 bronze coins, then froze, snapped her plan, and changed her mind, cutting herself off mid-low. He chopped the price down to just 2 coins, then paused, and she instantly bristled with worry. Wait, is that too expensive? Then she'll slash the price, give him a discount, and sell it to him for just 1 single coin. He jutted his finger at her basket and asked if she could sell him a yellow flower. He tossed her 3 bronze coins for it, and her jaw practically dropped. Then and the first time he asked, she told him a flower costs 3 coins, right? Her face looked confused, like, is this really okay? He nodded and said, yeah, but in Trading favors, he leans in and demands a story, first her name, so she introduces herself, and then he cuts himself off like he's about to press for more. He shot his hand forward, telling her his name right then, and she could call him by his first name anytime. She gripped his hand and beamed, saying she was thrilled to meet him too. Then he leaned in and asked what the name of this city was. Her face twisted in confusion, and he said that. Right from the start, she could tell he was a traveler, and later he realized it was all because of her that he'd walked away with a ton of useful info. Norwich is ruled by the Kingdom of Gilwam, and the money rules here are wild. 100 bronze coins snap into 1 silver, 100 silvers stack into 1 gold, which is basically 1 million yen, and the average person earns about 8 silver coins a month. Turns out there are only a couple of people walking around with gold coins, and nobody's allowed to trade unless the local authorities say so, even a kid like her. He got a spark of genius, snatched his phone, and called her to ask if she could. She could hawk him 10 more flowers, completely serious, and shock hit her so hard she blurted, "Wait, are you actually serious now?" He nodded, thrust 30 copper coins into her hands, and told her that she knew it would help her, so she latched onto the idea right away, thanked him with real warmth, and then his words just trailed off like he couldn't finish. He told her he figured his grandmother would be thrilled, and that made her perk right up. Then he dropped the topic, thanked her for the gorgeous flowers, and she burst into laughter, saying she was so happy because he called them beautiful. Beautiful, he nodded, then asked her to point him to City Hall, and she grinned back, promising they'd head there right now. She sprinted down the street and yelled for him to chase after her. Then they finally reached. She pointed to the right building, and when she did, she said, "This is the town hall." With a worried flicker in her eyes, she asked, "Is everything going to be okay?" Because he wasn't from around here. Then they slipped inside, and the employee, dead serious, demanded, "So, is he from another country?" Shiro's stomach flipped with nerves because this old woman looked downright terrifying. He nodded and admitted it was mostly true. Then she told him, "All right, then write your name and your working hours right here." So yeah, right there he'd have to spell out how he plans to sell his goods, maybe as a street vendor, right? And the tax, 10 bronze coins every single day. A peddler pays a whopping 10 bronze coins a day, a shopkeeper pays 3 silver coins a day, then he gets to choose which spot to take, and that choice hits her hard. She needed to warn him that, for a shopkeeper, the deal would be locked in and valid for at least 10 whole days. He sat down to write, then decided, "I'll hit the streets as a peddler for 5 days, starting tomorrow." Tomorrow, she skimmed what he'd written and blurted that she'd never heard a name so weird. Then he started wondering if he should shell out 1,000 yen a day. If you stop and think, setting up a shop at a flea market around Tokyo would burn through about 3,000 yen a day. With a bright grin, he bragged that everything was so cheap, then instantly felt mortified, like he'd totally forgotten he didn't even know the prices in this world. Right there, the worker told him the mayor sets the prices and that for this city's sake she's praying his business finally takes off. He nodded, thanked her, and they stormed out of the town hall. Then he blurted, "Wait, was it really only?" He only spent 15 minutes, and when it all went that smoothly, he couldn't believe it. Now he felt like he had to rush back to the market. He rang up Ines, thanked her for the help, and then she ended the call goodbye. He made a move to go, but then she snapped back and remembered something. Something shouted his name at the top of his lungs and told him the market was on the other side. She dragged him to the market and demanded, "So has he already picked what he's gonna sell tomorrow?" The protagonist flashed a grin and leaned in, asking, "So what about his merchandise?" He throws an apology out like it costs him nothing and forgets it the second it leaves his mouth. So what's he even planning to sell at this market? With a bright, happy grin, she said she just knows he can sell stuff for adventurers because he can already see what they need. He couldn't help thinking, yeah, it looked like there were tons of them here because half this market was straight up dressed like adventurers. She flicked her finger toward the woods and snapped, "It's crawling with monsters." Then she said the adventurers who show up in the city are all laser-focused on getting. He peered around and froze. Wait, was this really that forest he stumbled through before, and was it packed with monsters like people said? He barely made it out alive. Then he asked her, so she promised to sell him the adventure gear. As soon as they pushed her, she nodded and told them, "That's exactly why my flowers are flying off the shelves." Today, he rushed in and bought a mountain of flowers from her. So she's over the moon. She spins to flee and blurts, "I'm so happy we met." He looked totally baffled and blurted out that she's humiliating him. She blurted out, "If you want, I'll show you around the market," and he couldn't believe it. They kept going and she blurted out, "This is a lamp and flint store." Step right in, this place is packed with cloaks and sleeping bags. You can buy knives and whetstones right here. They've got ropes for sale here, yeah, he said. She said this place was packed with shops for adventurers, selling every kind of gear imaginable, and she shouted it so loud it sounded like a promise. Then she grabbed it and kept going. She grabbed his hand and guided him straight to the grocery store, and as they walked on, he couldn't stop thinking about, if she stayed that kind of good girl, then she'd make one hell of a wife. He's determined to find the perfect wife and get a daughter by his side. Like, right now. She said here they sell lantern oil. And they were selling stewed meat, and she snapped, calling him out, asking if he was even listening. Then he finally turned to face her. She leaned in and demanded to know whether he'd already picked what he planned to sell. He nodded and gave in, then she leaned in and demanded he spill the whole story. And he leaned in close and told her he'd sell the thing she didn't even want. She just couldn't read him, so she blurted, "What is it?" And the very next day, MC strolled down the street, stretched hard, and said it was finally time to get his goods ready. Aina spotted him, waved like crazy, and called out, "Good morning." Then he dropped down and sat on the carpet. He smiled, said hello, and asked if she'd be selling her flowers today too. She agreed and told him she'd dragged herself out of bed extra early just to pick them up. He stared at the flowers in her hands and said they were absolutely wonderful, like, seriously. He was convinced she'd rake in a ton of sales today, and her laughter lit up her face as she said. And she promised she'd sell a ton of these flowers, then rush to get medicine for her mother, so she just waited. She lifted her hand, they exchanged a quick goodbye, and then she bolted down the street. On the street, she was trying to sell flowers when she suddenly collided with a guy who was just passing by. But he refused to give up and kept pushing on, still offering to buy her flowers. He trusted her success and told him to dive in and give it everything he had. A stranger stepped up to him, shouted his attention, and demanded, asked what he was selling, then pulled out a tiny box from his hands. He leaned in and asked, "Is this a paper box?" Then pushed again, "Did you make it yourself or what? Or what is it really?" He shut it down and insisted they were called matches, because inside this box are tiny wooden sticks that he can summon fire, and he blurts out, shocked as hell, that he's never even heard of something like that before. How does it even make fire? Watch him strike a match and yell. He lit a match and said he'd see it for himself, then told him to grab that stick and slam it right here on the box's side as he was showing how matches really work. This young adventurer froze in total disbelief. He couldn't even process what he was seeing. He screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding, "How in the world did this happen? What did you just do? How did it all go wrong?" Shiro let out a heavy sigh and snapped, "What's with all the fuss?" Was this really the first time they'd seen it? If they wanted it again, he'd show them, so he struck another match. The crowd surged in around him, stunned, and they couldn't help asking him. Blurted it out like a shout, did they even see how it all went down? He slammed the stick onto the paper, and flames exploded out like magic itself. No way could this be real. No way, he'd never seen anything like it in his life. He said they could try it. And then it was. With the night already rolling, people struck match after match, and he figured everything was going perfectly, like nothing could possibly go wrong. Yesterday, while he was weaving through the market stalls, something caught his eye, like the whole city was hinting at a bigger secret. Nobody had ever heard of those matches, so yesterday he hauled himself home and stocked up like crazy, ready to sell every single one and make a killing. The villagers stared in shock and swore he'd lived for around 250 years. But this was the very first time they'd ever seen anything like it, and yeah, it's just straight up unthinkable. Sure, you can spark a fire with flint and steel, but it drags on way too long. And carrying those magical tools is brutally heavy. So tell me, what are you gonna do? That's the price he's paying for going into this without a witch on his side. So yeah, now you've gotta burn a ton of time just to get this one simple fire going. He nodded along, then straight up declared, "So that's it, I'm getting them out of these problems for good." Then he crushed their problems, handing them freedom and sparking fire that burned bright. And matches, wow, can anyone actually buy this? The villagers nodded in agreement. But the adventurer snapped, "Wait, don't you dare miss out," and pointed him to exactly what he couldn't afford to overlook. Figure him out, what a beautiful feeling that is. Now tell me, how much does it cost? People saw it as the perfect question, and when they answered, they basically said, "Yeah, it's gotta be ridiculously expensive." With a tiny, smug smile, he figured everyone had the same idea until he said he had to check the price. Then the woman grinned and promised it for 80 bronze coins. He stared at the numbers and decided that if he stripped it down, only two paths mattered. Jack the price sky high and move it in tiny batches, or drop the price and flood the market with big quantities. First, one pack would rake in huge revenue, but the buyer count would cap out fast, then the second. Anyone could buy it, but one pack barely paid the bills, so he had to make a choice, and he shouted that the decision was final. There'll be 40 matches in every box, but today, right now, for the grand opening of his store, they're doing something special. They said there'd be a special price, like you could snag a single box for only. With just 5 bronze coins, people stared in disbelief and then swarmed to buy like crazy, and he realized the matches were selling like wildfire today. He sold it to at least 100 customers, and right when an old man showed up, he snapped out an apology, because every single match was already gone. He promised to give him a number in line for tomorrow, then when he asked which line he meant, he shot back and called him an old man, only for everyone to realize the guy was just 120 years old. He flopped onto his carpet, wheezing for air, and blurted that he was wiped out already, then fear hit him. What if there was going to? If this kept going, tomorrow would draw even more people in. But then he tilted his head up and spotted the clouds rolling in, and told him he was staring at tomorrow, worrying he might not be able to juggle every single customer by himself, that he'd be fine right at the same time on this. On the street, the man blurted out at full volume that he definitely shouldn't have to get flowers again tomorrow either. Ine scooped the flowers off the floor and blurted at the top of her lungs that they could. So they can just come over and buy flowers. Would you like to buy some flowers? The main character strode up to her, shouted her name, and when she snapped her head toward him, she demanded to know what he needed. She froze the moment she saw him, blurted out in loud surprise how his store was doing, and he just shrugged, telling her he'd already sold every last item for today. So he slammed the deal shut. She couldn't stop smiling, calling it absolutely incredible. When he asked how she was doing, she tucked the basket of flowers behind her back like she didn't want him to see a single thing. She looked completely baffled and admitted she didn't think things were really going all that well. Then her tears exploded out, and she demanded to know why nobody wanted her. He tucked those flowers beside her like it meant something, then panic lit up his chest, so he hurried over and asked. He asked if she was okay, and she wiped a tear away like it never had the chance to fall. He bolted to get away, then told her not to fret, because she'd just keep selling flies. Flowers burst in the air, then he snatched her hand, begged her to hold on, and said that he begged her to hear him out for just a little while. Her eyes went wide and she blurted, "Wait, what did you just say?" He told her he'd love to know, would she meet him tomorrow at the store and help him out. She asked, "Are you really sure you're okay with my help?" And he answered, that he'd actually say it like he genuinely needed it. And of course he'd pay her for it, so she grabbed his hand and blurted out loud and certain that of course she'd help, because she'd always wanted to team up with him and nobody else, so she went quiet. He thanked her, and she shot back that he didn't need to. I've gotta thank her, she couldn't even sell her own flowers, so she definitely needs to be grateful to him herself. She threw him a heartfelt thank you, and he couldn't believe the sheer amount of kindness she'd just shown. A flood of gratitude hit him so hard it touched his heart, because for her, he'd give everything he had. He locked in on tomorrow so hard that he promised himself he'd work himself to the bone just to make it happen. Tomorrow later, they said their goodbyes, and he marched back into a pitch-black alley where he was totally alone, and he yanked the door open. Burst open a portal right to his house. Then he realized the portal was. A portal sat right inside his closet, and all he had to do was think about it for it to appear. That was pure convenience. He stepped through the portal, dropped to the floor, and shoved every coin he'd earned from a bag. Right in front of him, he pulled out the equivalent of it, like a last card about to be played. He traded his skill away, then cashed it in for yen, and declared that this was every scrap of loot they'd get today. Today, he tallied up his earnings. His jaw dropped in shock as he blurted out. He said that compared to his last work, this was nothing. But if everything went right, joy in his life would be coming any day now. He'd better get moving. Tomorrow's prep was calling, and he couldn't afford to waste time on empty dreams anymore. He stormed into the store and started scanning the shelves, hunting for something. He scanned the place around him and said it looked just. Somewhere around here in the store, he stumbled onto survival matches that could take a beating. To Water and Wind was stunned by what he saw, then blurted out in shock that he never even knew matches like these existed. He'd squeeze every last coin out of these adventurers, praying it'd be just enough to satisfy his hunger. He headed straight for the checkout, and the surprised salesperson's eyes narrowed like she was wondering whether he was secretly an arsonist. He stormed out of the store, tossed up his hands, and said he couldn't haul everything home. Wait, hold up, what if he busts out the equal exchange right here? He showed up here, then slipped off to a hidden spot and you unlock the interdimensional storage skill. Right then, a glowing portal door opened right in front of him, and he shoved every single match inside. He glanced at the matches he just bought, and then his eyes widened because he couldn't believe what happened next, and thought he'd finally found his own pocket dimension last time. He had to cram every last match into his backpack, but using them was totally out of the question. He crammed his backpack full of matches, then froze when he spotted the system window in front of him and blurted, "What is this?" He reads a summary of what's inside, and honestly, it's starting to scare the hell out of him. Scare him and he won't have to lug anything on himself ever again. This power is flat out limitless. He's gotta sell matches for 4 straight days first, then he'll figure out his next move because with chances like this, he can absolutely strike it rich. The kid pointed at him and blurted to his mom that the odd guy from the store was talking to himself again. She gave him a quiet look and told him not to point at people. MC felt mortified, like she'd just been caught after whatever she'd been through. He said this and then he decided right then and there to shut his mouth fast, as if silence was the only move that mattered, and then he finally went home to get ready for tomorrow, and the very next day, Ine snatched her phone, called her mother, and flat out told her she was leaving. She stepped out, waved goodbye with a grin, and told her she'd better have good luck, because she'd totally forgotten to grab the flowers before she left. She shot back with a bright, cheerful smile, saying she didn't need it at all, because she was determined to help him today. At the same time, he glanced at his grandmother's portrait before he did anything else, like he needed her blessing first. Before he goes, he leans in and asks her to send him off with a good luck. Luck held on, then he slipped through the portal and declared it was time to kick things off. He spotted her on the street, then blurted her name and called out to her. They clashed smiles, greeted each other, and then he blurted out that he really hoped he wouldn't make her wait too long. She laughed, all bright and confident, and swore that wasn't true at all. She'd come here herself. He asked, "Is that really true?" And she kept grinning as she said, "Maybe she needs to wait around for a little once everyone's already shown up." When he spotted that massive crowd, shock hit him. He blurted out loud that there were already this many people even at such a young age. Then with this wildly animated look on her face, she snapped, "Don't hold back, give it your all right now." He yanked his backpack open, told her to hold up, then said he'd dump everything out right now. After that, he scanned the area. And he couldn't help thinking there were way too many customers, crowding the nearest stores like they own the place. Yeah, it was a disaster, and he could practically picture it happening. Just imagine where this is heading. Then a man stormed up to him and blared that an enormous line had somehow found its way to him. He swallowed his pride, apologized straight to his face, and promised he'd take control and get everything organized right now. When he spotted the guy he bought meat skewers from, surprise hit him like a punch. He blurted, "Stop, it's the grill lord." He greeted him, leaned in, and told him he'd heard wild rumors about this new thing called a match, then admitted, "I can't believe it," that he pulled all of this off by himself. But then something felt off. He wasn't fighting or helping, he'd been swapped out with customers. He stared, totally baffled, and said that yeah, that was true, and the woman beside him chimed in that if that was the case, they were only going to have a small. On the far edge of town, there was this tiny shop, and they promised he could use it today. So he did it today, this way, he wouldn't wreck the flow for the other sellers. He was stunned and demanded, "Are you really sure?" She nodded without hesitation, telling him not to stress about a thing. He smiled and said with pure joy that they were seriously grateful to you. Wait, can he even ask her a question? And is she really his wife? He spun toward her and snapped, "No, she's my sister." She guided them straight to the right spot, and he tore after it, Aina in tow. And he barked, "All right, work time," so they. If he blurts it out again, she drops a small box for S, but if he goes with B, she smacks down a big one. She also couldn't ignore the fact they had waterproof matches, and that set her head spinning. She insisted everything was totally fine, even though she'd figure it out soon. He blurted out in a worried rush, "Is she really okay?" And when he saw how rattled she looked, he snapped around, ready to act. Whipping around to face the crowd, he shouted at the customers at the top of his lungs. They shot back a quick apology for the delay and then hit you with the good news. The store's open today. After the people with priority tickets get taken care of first, everyone else jumps in right after. He demanded she toss him the matches they needed, but right as he reached for them, nerves took over and she jerked the boxes loose, then hurriedly apologized for keeping everyone waiting. She kept working like a machine, and she couldn't stop thinking how insanely amazing that match was. The matches were flying off the shelves in seconds, gone so fast it felt unreal, and that's the rush of sales. Later he blared out an apology, then he said that. But when everything was sold out, Aina still asked, joy spilling from every word. Seriously, could they pull it off and sell everything? Shiro nodded and said exactly that because it was all her doing. He spun back and told them he couldn't thank them enough. Then the man and his sister beamed at them and waved it off like, no worries at all. He scooped up every last coin he'd earned, then blurted in shock that there was no way this could be real. He figured he'd top out at just about 200,000 yen an hour, nothing more. After 3 brutal hours of sales, they finally clutched a whopping 1.5 million yen in their hands. Hand almost 500,000 yen every hour. Wait, is that what millionaires pull in? He just put. He stuffed the cash into his backpack and snapped that they had to vanish fast before anyone caught on. He noticed it, then slung on a brutally heavy backpack, got weighed down fast, and figured his pocket dimension would be the escape route. But he didn't dare use it in front of everyone, because that felt like a terrible mistake. He snapped that it wasn't going to work like that, then thrust a bag of money into her hands and told her it was her pay for today. She beamed so hard it was impossible not to notice, and she blasted out a huge thank you to him like it meant everything. He ruffled her hair with a quick pat and asked, straight up, if she was thinking about grabbing something just for herself. And her mother, honestly, she felt it was only right. Her help had been huge, so she refused, insisting she should thank him for letting her work with him because she really wanted to thank him. He cut her off mid-sentence and asked if, starting now, they could ditch the formalities, because she'd been a huge help to him. She snapped it out loud, clearly annoyed, and told him she only wanted to say thank you. He laughed it off, but then, suddenly her stomach growled like a warning bell. Then he spun toward his bag and said, yeah, that's right, they didn't even get a lunch break, just kept going like it was nothing. Then why not grab a snack right now? He pulled out the sandwiches and she stared at them, stunned. Expression, wait, this is bread, right? He shoved it into her hands and said, no, to be exact, it's a sandwich. She said it was the first time she'd ever laid eyes on something this snow white. Then she dove right in, smiling so hard her joy spilled out as she gushed that it was wonderful and absolutely delicious. And then he told her, smiling, that he was thrilled she liked it. Then a woman suddenly pushed up to them. He threw out an apology and begged, can you give me just a minute of your time? He whipped around to her voice and demanded, you're talking to me? She nodded and told him she'd heard someone was selling that brand new thing, matches, she said. Then she looked at him like it was obvious, like she thought it was him. So it's you, right? Right, he nodded, said, I'm sorry, but she can't grab it now, it's too late to buy. He'd already sold everything, so she snapped back, refusing to buy a thing. She stormed in just to see him, Karen Sankerka. She's the mayor of this city, wait till you hear that, because he's completely shocked. She leaned in and demanded, so tell me, does the mayor of Ninerich happen to be a woman? He pictured the mayor in a whole new light, and instantly refused to believe the idea. Just imagine this young, stunning girl was the mayor. He shot to his feet and demanded to know what the mayor wanted from him. She told him she'd go first, then asked for permission to say thank you. He was genuinely grateful that a merchant of that caliber had finally stepped in and joined the deal. She dove into business in her city, bowed low, and thanked him like it was everything, but he just stared, totally baffled. Confused, blurted that he should thank her, because she basically opened the door for him to trade here. She said he carried this brutal lack of confidence like it was written into his bones, and honestly, most of them are. The merchants in this city were stubborn as stone. He snapped, is that really true? And she stared in shock, then blurts it out loud. He nodded in agreement and asked to help her, because this city sits out in the middle of nowhere and every merchant here gives him the same icy attitude, like he's dragging a heavy burden through it all, while every single thing the city needs gets marked up way beyond reason. They undercut their prices so hard that every sale just bleeds them dry. So yeah, their money situation stays a total mess. Someone else got to step up and fix this unforgivable mess because it can't stand. She's desperate to break free from this mess, and this city can't survive without a market. Even so, something else was waiting, and right now, he couldn't stop feeling a little nervous about it, and she thrust the key into his hand and told him she wanted him to take it. He couldn't stop praying this wasn't some copy key to her place, and honestly, this didn't feel like a love drama at all. Drama ignited, she grinned, then said that it was a duplicate key to her house. He looked totally stunned by it. She blurted, is something wrong with this? He shook his head and denied it. But then Ine snapped out loud that she'd figured everything out, because the mayor wants to move in with him. He was so shocked he blurted out loud as he could, what are you talking about? And she just smiled, swore it was absolutely true, and confessed she wanted to marry him. Karen's cheeks flared red. She blurted a loud denial and swore it was nothing like that at all. It wasn't like she was lonely and hunting for just any husband to be. That wasn't what she pictured at all. Panic faded fast. She spun around and snapped that they needed to get back to the real topic. Came to ask him a favor, he blared, is she married? and she snapped back just as loudly, sounding totally fed up. Pointed her finger to the side and snapped. There's an empty house waiting there, and with the key in his hand, he can slip right inside. She demands he start selling on the ground floor tomorrow right then, and he blurts, "Wait, do you mean?" when he asks her if. She snapped that she could explain, then said the day before, other traders started filing complaints. They said it themselves, no one can sell a thing when crowds are packed like that right in the middle of the market. He had to have seen it too, and the protagonist nodded, admitting it was brutal to keep selling like this. She flashed a confident smile and said, "If you want, I'll show you everything. Go on, look first, then decide." They stormed up to that house and stared inside like they couldn't believe what they were about to see. Looked at. He spun around and bellowed at the top of his lungs. He stared in shock, completely blank on what to do next, just baffling how clueless he was. "Are you sure everything's all right?" she asked, then added, "I just hope you both end up loving it here." Aina slipped up to him all quiet, and then she asked, "Hey, can I ask you something?" She lowered her voice and told him maybe the mayor would ask if he had a date, and he froze, completely stunned by that idea. He let this sink in and shouted that he got it, then, right after that, he didn't have. Karen, staring like she'd just been hit, shouted that this wasn't what she wanted to hear, while he just stood there, speechless. He grinned and swore it was all a joke, then her face fell and the tension exploded as she hit back. But take a breath and ask one thing, why would a merchant like him even want to set up shop in a town like this? It's a tiny town of just 500 people, and saying that to the mayor's a risky move because he could have been getting way better pay in bigger towns and villages. He mulled it over, nodded, and admitted he only stayed here because he genuinely loved being here, like he's been in an orange for 3 days and I nut. China busts her butt trying to make everything work for him, also. And there's this mayor here, so kind to him, even when the whole situation tries to fall apart on him. The truth is he's definitely not from here. Somehow it just feels that way. Somehow he can't stop loving this whole city, like it's the only place that ever made sense, even when he was about to fumble his words. He came from another world, knew none of the cities around him, and then But he was absolutely convinced that not many cities around here could match the warmth of this one, and she felt her heart soften the moment his words landed. She burst into tears, grabbed his attention, and told him she was so grateful for everything he said about. He couldn't believe what this city meant to him. Then Ine suddenly burst in, shouting that he'd made the girl cry, and panic hit him hard. He blared at the mayor, begging for forgiveness like he meant it, but it was all a lie. Then Karen grinned, reached out her hand and said, MC shot his hand out and said she could call him by his first name too, and she grinned and introduced herself right there, standing nearby. He believed this was the way to kick off his whole journey of selling matches. He turned up in a brand new world and in just 3 crazy days had his own store up and running. He's convinced his grandma's up in heaven, still throwing that victory pose like she just won the whole world. The next day he signed a contract for a monthly store right at City Hall. And then, step by step, he started trading for real. Then he waited 5 long days later, and when the moment finally came, he bowed to the crowd and shouted that he was truly sorry because the matches for today had run out. Later, he scribbled the earnings in his journal, sighed, and swore he'd sold enough matches for the whole city. So why were they still flying off the shelves? But then she called him over and told him, "I'm done cleaning." He finished up the cleaning, wished her good night, and told her to head upstairs to the 2nd floor and get some rest. She asked, "Should I help too?" Then he wrapped up his chores, then fired up the kitchen and set the tea dishes on the table. He yanked the door open and shouted, "Ein," into the room. He stared at her and muttered that she'd probably just fallen asleep. No wonder she was only 8. He caught the moment she forced her eyes open and blurted, "Are you?" If he had woken her up, she'd squint groggily at him and call out, "Dad." "Dad," she shot her arms out toward him, pleading, "Lift me, please." He scooped her up, caught her in his arms, and stared at her like he had no idea what was happening. She squealed with joy. Dad finally hugged Mom, and Mom immediately did the same right back. Right after that, she dropped off to sleep again, and he gently plopped her onto the couch. He covered her up and demanded, "So, is he a father now? If she wants anything, she just has to say the word. He'll do every single thing for her. I'll do whatever it takes to help her, right now, in the next minute." The very next day, Shiro clocked in and worked solo for the entire day, because Ine decided to take a breather, and as soon as he wrapped up selling, he rushed outside to warn the customers. Then he sat down He leaned on the counter with a heavy, exhausted face and muttered that it had been a brutal, never-ending day. Karen stormed into the store, apologized on the spot, and he couldn't believe she'd actually shown up. He said they'd sold out of everything again. She shrugged like that was exactly what a pro merchant would do, then he looked away. He pushed that thought aside and blurted that he was just dying to know how they managed to sell a crazy 5 times more goods. She leaned in and told me she'd heard rumors somebody was cutting her out, buying his stuff, and reselling it somewhere else right under the town's noses. In another city, he was doing fine, and that worried him, so he thought it over and asked if maybe they should set a limit on the whole thing. After she bought the products, she called him and said that she showed up to pull him into a favor, big time, and told him they needed to talk about it upstairs right now. They climbed the stairs and hit the second floor, then he slid in with 2 cups of tea, asked what she wanted to talk about, and she shot back, so. He demanded, answer first, tell me, do you even know there's an adventurer S? He stepped into the guild in the city, nodded like he'd already made up his mind, and asked, it's called Silver Moon, right? Right? She asked him straight up if he even knew the guild's name yet. He shrugged and said adventurers keep dropping by to grab supplies, like the guild is basically the middleman for all that. They take client orders and hand them straight to the adventurers, then the whole organization pays the explorer only if they pull it off. The job is simple, hunt down monsters that pick off people and livestock, then scavenge herbs and mushrooms to brew the medicine she needs. She said, if you already know, I'll skip the small talk and get straight to the point. Moon is the only guild standing in the whole city, and it's run by its guildmaster. He froze in shock, and in that moment he thought. The guildmaster ruled the entire guild, and every teenager in town went absolutely berserk over that nickname. He yelled what happened to him, and she shot him a sharp, displeased look. He told me he fled last night, and they do. We don't even have the money to keep the guild running. Now everyone's gearing up to bail on this city, and we're stuck drowning in brutal paperwork and accounting. Panic hit him hard. He shouted that this was a massive problem that just couldn't be ignored. She dashed to the window and declared, I've had this plan locked in from the start. The capital's adventurers guild was plotting to make a move, and it all started with that plan. To stake its claim here, and up until now she'd shut them down cold because of the Silver Moon. But with everything blowing up around her, she couldn't stop weighing whether to say yes to his offer. He leaned in and said, give me a little more, otherwise you'll lose the vital part of your adventurer's city. And right then it felt. She believed that choice would fix everything, then she spun back to him, shot him a grateful smile, and after he spoke, that tension finally melted. She felt way calmer now, so she moved straight on to the proposal itself. Soon, adventurers from the capital's guild were going to show up, and they'd have to decide whether he should even open that branch at all. So she pushed him to lay it all out, everything he had for those people. He pulled out a pack of matches and said it didn't bother him, so why was the moment suddenly so scary? Why did it have to be like this? She swore she'd never seen anything even remotely close to it in the capital or any other city. Where did he even get all this from? He had no clue what to say, and she hit him with the warning that he was totally misunderstanding it. She didn't want to spy on him, only the thought of it could bring him right into her sights. He had to snag the inspector's attention because he was the only one selling it, and he swore he understood every. They had to grab the inspector's attention with their goods, no matter what, put on a show and make them look. They'd pull it off, right? He said it felt like he was about to do something that would end that whole situation somehow. Catch her off guard too, and make sure you've got the goods. With a little smile that screamed, you're a good one, he kept being kind. So she swore she'd repay him the very same way, and the very next day he and Nina finally sold the goods, then dove into cleaning only to look at. She stared at him and demanded to know what the hell was wrong with him, and the protagonist shot back. What on earth could be so irresistible that the inspectors can't ignore it? A spark of genius hit him, and without wasting a second, he bolted for the exit. He turned to him and demanded, you've got to go straight to the mayor. Later, Karen's jaw dropped when she heard. He pressed the point and demanded, are you serious? And he nodded like it was a promise. Then he snapped that he meant it, no games, he wants to be an adventurer, and begged to join their ranks, and she asked. She asked if he really wants to tag along with adventurers on missions, and he looked at her like, are you serious? He nodded in agreement and said this is the surest way to uncover exactly what adventurers need. She demanded to know if he even realizes how deadly this is, and it. A city-born adventurer just got handed a single option, one lone place left to go. The forest in the east, just trees and silence, nothing else. And then he said that he totally knows what's going on, but he meant real adventurers, the kind who go out and gather herbs. She took a deep breath, the panic finally easing, and said, Yeah, that totally makes sense. Got it, it's way less dangerous than you think. She wants to introduce him to the adventurers, but honestly, her bond with the adventurers is a complete disaster. Right now, last night, a subordinate guildmaster stormed in and dropped this message. He blurted out, "Lend me some money," and the other guy replied. That request was basically a walk in the park. Oh, and by the way, how much did they need? She shot back the exact number. She tapped out 10 on her fingers and snapped, "That's exactly what we need," then turned to him and asked. So they had to scrounge up 10 bronze coins, no excuses. She shook her head like it could stop fate. No, no, no. Then he leaned in and asked, "So it's silver?" She snapped her head again and he kept pressing, "Then that means it's." Blindsided, she blurted out, "Wait, do you want 10 gold coins?" Then confusion hit her hard. She shot him a panicked look, waved him down to be quiet, and snapped. He said he was too loud and you won't find anything like that even out on the city's edge. So if it was just a tenth of that, she would have stopped and stared, no question. He got her completely and admitted this wasn't going to be easy to ask them for help after everything they'd been through. Then she grabbed a quill and said, "I'll write the letter. So don't get your hopes up." After that, he had nothing but a race straight for the Silver Moon General Headquarters. In the city's eastern edge, he finally found it, exactly the right spot. He stepped up and admitted it was his first time at the guild, and you could tell nerves were crawling all over him. He pictured the bandits inside, muscles flexing as they surged out to attack him the second he stepped in. With a jittery stare, he couldn't believe it. Who in the world ever thought this would actually happen? He dug deep for courage, ripped the doors open, and blurted out a loud apology. Then he froze, stunned by what he realized, and there was literally nobody inside. Suddenly, he started snapping his attention around, and the loud commotion filled the air. He demanded, "Who's here?" and spotted the head of a man hiding in plain sight. He slipped closer from behind the counter and leaned in to tell him that he came from. The mayor called out Emil. The girl just didn't answer, and he shook in anger. She shrugged off the moment, leaned in, and demanded she give him a bit of attention. Then she turned to him and she stared up at him with a scared look. "What is it?" she blurted out, then went even louder. "Who are you and how long ago did you get here?" He just stared back at her. She stared at her uniform, totally baffled, and blurted, "Wait, are you even in the guild?" Then she snapped at him, shouting, "Why are you touching me? Do you like me, or what is going on?" What? Short version, she's the girl from the Silver Moon poster. He can call up 1,000 ruthless fighters at will, and he even admitted, "This might sound rude, but there's nobody here." She swore that there's no one, not yet, except that she can. She can beat him alone, and then she threw her arms wide, shouting at the top of her lungs that her strikes were so brutal they could pulverize stones into dust. Then he just froze, baffled by what was happening, convinced she was about to be a real. No problem, he swallowed his pride, apologized, and begged her to call the guild master. Subordinate, he had to talk about something urgent, and when he pushed the subject, she said that she could, sure, but she played the master's subordinate role, and he simply listened to her. He turned to her and wondered why this girl had to live under the Silver Moon Guild Master in the first place. Master was ridiculously simple, and she was the only staff member in the whole guild. Actually, there was another girl, right after the guildmaster slipped away. She vanished for reasons nobody could pin down. She grabbed a bottle, took swigs, and then muttered something about those free before she disappeared. Freaks were sneaking into an affair, and she was certain of it. Only they were doing it anyway. He had no idea she knew everything, until they were kissing everywhere over and over like they couldn't stop. By the end of that day, they'd done nothing but horrific things. She could only pray bandits found them, beat them to a pulp, and sold them into slavery for just one miserable bronze coin. They deserved it, no doubt, and the guildmaster, he reeks like a goblin. With this dead-tired stare, he muttered that she did everything she possibly could. She told herself to shut up, then ripped open her buttons and snapped that he'd sat there listening for 5 long hours. Because, yeah, he'd been ridiculously kind. He demanded to know why she was doing it, and she shot her clothes back on, blurted out an apology, then asked if he even came. He rolled in on business, and the moment he did, it all clicked. Yeah, he remembered this plan and gave a clear yes. He whipped out a letter and announced, "I've got one from the mayor of this city." And that's what she heard. Emil's anger hit like a storm, and she tore into her with sharp insults, while the MC stood there totally baffled, wondering if Grandma's ring was cursed or something. He snapped, saying he had no clue who she meant, then clarified she was talking about the mayor of Ninorich Karen, so now he had to listen. Listen, she's completely lost her mind, the cruelest woman alive. She snatched the letter, ripped it to pieces, and hissed that if it's from her, it has no business being here, and then she kept going. She's convinced romance and adult life are the worst curses on earth, and then she crushed the guild and left it behind like it was nothing. She didn't just show up, she summoned other adventurers to her side, a ruthless witch who wastes no mercy. She burst into tears and swore she hadn't lent out a single coin. She even dropped to her knees and said 10 gold like that was supposed to be enough. Then he cut her off with a snort, "It's not that much." With a worried look on her face, she was hit with even bigger problems right after that. She snapped her gaze at him and said, sharp and annoyed, that he was always covering for her. For her, maybe he loves her, because the moment she heard that, tears burst out of her and she started sobbing as she said. She blurted loud and clear that she honestly loved her too, and that they were the best of friends. This only left him more baffled, and he figured she'd better not go around offending people, especially her own friends. She slammed both hands over her eyes, shouting that without money the whole guild would fall apart, and she trailed off like there was something worse she couldn't say yet. And she had no clue what to do in that moment. Then he finally snapped, "I get it now," and begged to be allowed to. He reached for the letter again, then yanked out a handkerchief and shoved it into his hand. He handed it to her and casually dropped, "Oh, and I've got an errand to run for the Silver M. Moon Guild." She jolted upright, blinked away the fog, and asked with bright manners, "How can I help?" She listened to him, nodded, and said it was obvious he wanted to escort the adventurer, so they'd find a way to get someone lined up for him, but the odds weren't in their favor. "Is it really that bad?" he asked. Then she shot him a thoughtful look and said the truth. Experienced people were the only ones who could handle it. The only thing I could think of was 4 people, but we'd still need a pretty solid amount of resources. This crew was known as Azure Flash ***, and she started piecing it together in her head. He calculated the cost of the appeal, then snapped that it would be 36 silver coins. So he slammed 100 silver coins onto the table and demanded that. "So that's enough, right? He could just pay more." She blinked in shock and blurted out what he was even doing there for work, right then and there. He claimed he was basically a merchant, just barely starting up lately. She couldn't believe it, and then he went on to ask. So yeah, they'd finally struck a deal, and she said the pay was decent. He thought it was settled until heat rose in his face. He blushed, called her over, and asked why she was unbuttoning her. She stepped right up, slipped into his space, took his hand, and said, "Yeah, it may not look like it, but trust me, I really like rich guys." "So, what's his name?" Shiro leaned in and introduced himself, and Emil immediately asked if she could just call him by his first name. He tried to shut it down, but she leaned in and said, "You can call me Amy." Only the people closest to her got that name, yet because he was loaded, he could use it too. He blurted it out, mortified that he'd caught her meaning, and demanded she let go of his hand, but he tried to slip away and she yanked him back, asking if he'd be free later. He shot back that he wouldn't be free at all, and he bolted on pure guilt. Then the next. The very next day, more adventurers showed up, and the day after that he shut the shop for good. Then Ine called him and asked. He shot her a look and asked, "Are they really shutting the shop down for a while?" Then he turned back and insisted, "Don't worry, we'll get it done in 3 days." She spun around like she could finally make him feel what it's like to be an adventurer. She smiled and told me, "I get it, you've got things to handle, so go rest for a bit." That line snapped his attention and she swore, "It's nothing special." He tightened his shoelaces, then stepped out, and she called his name. He rang him up and warned him to watch his step. Then he headed straight for the guild. Emil stared him down, then looked out into the distance and said she was waiting for him and told him to hurry up and get inside, fast. He snapped into panic when the earlier disaster hit his mind again. Then he called her right away. She went. She pushed forward and demanded to know what scared him, then leaned in with a smirk like, "Don't worry, I don't bite," and pointed. He told the whole crew of adventurers, "Skip the small talk, go straight to introductions. These are the guild leaders, silver-ranked legends, and they're about to join him on a mission to hunt down top-grade herbs, like you've got a reason to be there." Flash of light, she was seconds from announcing the leader, but right then the guy shot up off the couch and declared it was him, then greeted him like old friends and blurted, "We haven't seen each other for a long time." Then suddenly the protagonist's work caught him off guard and shocked him to his core. He straightened up and blurted out, "Have we met somewhere?" "Yeah, right." He was the first to grab matches, then gave a sly little smile like he recognized him, like, "Yep, I remember." His name was Lear, and he was ready to bring him straight to his comrades. "This is their priest, Ralph," and he said it all calmly, like he wasn't rattled at all. He told him, "I'm so happy to meet you," and he pushed for them to team up and work together. Said that sure, he was usually kind, but the second a war priest with a mace came swinging, he'd smash everything in sight, and you'd better not get in his way or else. To push him over the edge, then came Neska, the sorceress, and he begged her to call for help. He said hello and she smiled back, calm as ever, telling him she was genuinely happy to meet him. He said she hardly ever spoke, but her magic was razor sharp, though she cast every spell at a slow, careful pace, just barely out of sight. She swung her staff and clocked him on the head, snarling that he should shut up. Then he nodded and told her to cast spells even faster. She spun away from him and told him she'd think it over. Then he was mid-sentence, about to cut her off. To finally unveil the team's last member, right when everything starts to go off the rails. She touched down right beside him after that crushing high jump. He suddenly blurted, loud as thunder, "Her name is Kulfa," and MC froze in shock because he didn't expect it. When he spotted her cat-like ears, he shot back, asking if she was truly from the cat family. He looked at me like I was asking something wild, and said most people don't like the idea of human caps. Cats even in their guild. He was shocked to see it and blurted, "How could anyone not love those cute ears and all that?" So yeah, it's a super cute race in the first place. She's thrilled to hear that. Then she blurts out, "Wait, did he just call me cute?" And her brain totally short-circuits. Lear goes, "I'm your scout," then charges out to map the territory and sniff out every trap, and with a huge grin she blares, "I've got my dagger and my bow." He couldn't stop admiring it and she broke into laughter, calling it all pure nonsense. Then he slammed, cracked his knuckles against his palm and shot a question, now that they finally knew each other. All right, it was time to hit the road. Could he really handle what came next? He said yes. He leaned in, thrilled by what he just heard, and declared it was perfect. Then he said that Then at the exact same time, they would head straight to the eastern forest. Ine slipped into a store, drawn in by the promise of a 10. She clears her throat loud, and a guy snaps his head toward her as she says. He claims she was that young lady, straight out of a legend. Then he'll keep his word, no excuses, he'll do exactly what he promised. Later, deep in the forest, Lear spun around toward him and said, "Go ahead, relax, we'll find a way around those monsters." Shiro thanked him, and he told them straight up that those things weren't easy to track down. Kilfab bragged that when it came to herbs, he didn't just pick them, she hauled them in by the ton. Ralph snapped that they weren't hunting ordinary herbs but these were the real treasures. Once they tracked them down, the whole mission would kick off. Would be complete. He opened his mouth to speak, but Miska cut him off, nodded like she was on the same page, and promised, "Before we know it, night's coming." Darkness swallowed the area, then he nodded and told them they were stopping right here. "Drift time is the best time to rest," he said, like it was an ancient rule nobody ever broke. Rule, now we're getting that fireplace ready, because he believes the perfect leader is right there. And he couldn't wait to hear those words from his boss. Once they landed, it lit a fire in him and he said, "Turns out matches are crazy useful after all." And they both leaned in to thank each other right then and there. Lear told them he could strike it rich if he hawked these in the capital. Ralph nodded and said, "Fine, just remember if the association found out about this, he'd be in deep trouble." He jabbed a finger at him with a grin, bragging that his predictions it always comes true, so Neska called him and told him she was hungry already. He snapped around to her and said they'd been wandering, no end in sight. All day long, they couldn't afford to go hungry, so the protagonist glanced at. He stared at them and thought, this is just dry meat and stale bread. Even adventurers who live outside every single day. Outside, he grabs simple food and keeps moving. He called him up and pushed the question straight into the air. "So, you got any F?" He started off with 0 food on him, told everyone he didn't need any, then snatched a little on the way anyway. He pulled out a whole stash of different food from his backpack. They stared in shock at what they were seeing, then blurted out, loud and amazed, just what kind of masterpiece this was. Was that even food or some joke? Could it really all fit in there? He shook his head, swore he wasn't lying, and cut himself off right after. "I brought you some tea." These were fresh food containers, brand new models that would finally roll into his store. Believes they'd be blown away by his breakthrough. They dug into a spread of different foods and started praising every single bite at the top of their lungs. He figured that sudden taste was the end of it, until that undeniably delicious flavor rate hit him again. People gave her a rating and straight up said she looks completely full. She'd remember the taste of this chocolate for ages, like it was burned into her heart. Somehow it felt like a gift straight from God. Then they crashed into sleep and then Lear closed the distance and told him right there face to face that he needed to knock out and get some sleep. He'd already said that plain and simple. So the patrol would handle them and make sure they were taken care of. He spun toward him, grinned, and admitted he wasn't used to crashing to bed that early. Early on, he slid down beside him and right there with a tiny grin, he said, "All right, then we can talk a bit." He snatched the mug from him, then grilled him, who'd let adventurers rely on sleeping bags, and grabbed a blanket as he said it. He said it was a pain to move in, covered Nesk like it was obvious, and then yeah, in winter it can be. The cold bites so hard that one blanket won't even touch you. You've got to pile on several, and still, you're moving fast enough to keep up. Everything got greatly reduced, and in moments like this, he realized spatial storage was the kind of power you needed fast. Because what he heard completely stunned him, and he blurted out, "He told me he's a merchant, so he should know," and then dropped the truth. It's so rare that maybe only 1 out of 100 or even 1,000 has something like this. They say in ancient civilizations, dungeon hides a book where this spell is written. Then he spun around and he leaned in and demanded, "If it's real, tell me what it costs." After a beat, his mind raced. Then he straight up questioned the merchant. "So are you really going to ask, or what? If you ask about something like that, expect to get an insane answer, like it's so big it'd be a whole herd of noble horses. And if you tried to eat it, you'd never be able to get through it all." For the rest of his life, he just couldn't believe it, and in that instant he thought, this is more than enough to buy a mansion. Thank goodness he didn't blurt it out. Then he finally got to. He shoved himself up to his feet and muttered that he felt himself slipping into sleep. Then he said, that he'd come storming in and wake him up in the morning. Then he hesitated, about to blurt out something else. Then he caught a weird sound and yanked his sword out before anything else could happen. He snapped awake his comrades, calling them over fast and with a worried tone that screamed trouble. He suddenly sensed someone's presence, then it came sprinting straight toward him. They'd better brace themselves, because a monster is about to come crashing in. MC sprinted up to her, yanked her awake and blurted. Told her to knock it off and stop daydreaming about chocolate, because this was an emergency and it couldn't wait. Kilfa dropped to her nose and started sniffing, and then he called her and asked if she'd figured it out. She looked him dead in the eye and said, "It's you." The whole thing was useless, because the creature kept drifting downwind and she couldn't for the life of her figure out why. Ralph snapped that then right there they weren't just dealing with any beast. It was an intelligent monster, and he was seconds away from asking her to ready a spell. He spun around and froze, stunned by what he saw. The monster, he blared it at the top of his lungs, declaring that out of every possible options, it was a brutal, grisly kind of nightmare. Silver-level adventurers couldn't stand a chance against it. He wanted to spin around and bolt, but Ralph cut in and said he insisted it was impossible, because only Kilfa could get out. She seethed with indignation and blurted out, loud as thunder, that so she wouldn't just leave them behind. He whipped around to face her, and then they admitted with trembling fear they couldn't take down that monster. The monster crept closer and closer and demanded what they were supposed to do in that total disaster. He said it looked like someone was going to get thrown in as bait. Shiro couldn't stop asking himself which of these guys would make the best bait. And yeah, he was brand new to the team, a total stranger, not even an adventurer, so there was no way it was him, no matter how logical that idea tried to sound. That's what he figured. Then he finally understood it all the second he saw their pale faces. He was done. Yeah, watch this. The next thing he says is basically, "Please forgive me." He'll end up as the bait so the other can have a future, but that fate never comes. The leader yelled for him to grab the girls and sprint, because they'd stall the monster long enough. He rushed to Ralph, apologized, and told him they'd just survived an absolutely glorious journey. He called them and Neska snapped back that she was going to fight too. He spun back to her and told her straight up that she was. Dragging his feet would only mess everything up, and he desperately wanted to look cool in front of that girl. He crushed his feelings for her and begged her to finally get him. Then she yanked her hat down over her face and snapped, "You idiot." He called him over and ordered him to whip up a healing potion. Then pray it works. He doesn't drop from a single hit when he attacks. It's like they're about to get wrecked, but the fight just won't end in one strike. They should run. Kilfa, shaking with fear, begged them to wait and yelled that they should look behind. He spun around and there was. He froze at what he saw and blurted out loud, "Yeah, turns out there are 2 of them." The guys shoved them to run, but Neske. His eyes went wide as he snapped that it was hopeless and that they'd die today. He started rummaging through his bag, and in the middle of it, it hit him that no matter how hopeless it looked, he just could. He hurled a whole pile of fire firecrackers into the air, and that terrified one of the grizzlies out of its wits. He pulled a can of gas out and shouted at the top of his lungs. Said that now the grizzly killer was up next, and once he stepped in, he'd regret it with every breath. He snapped the gas can open and sprayed it straight into the monsters. His face hit him like a shockwave. He screamed at the top of his lungs, clutched his head in sheer panic. Then he realized a second monster was creeping up on him from right behind. Shaking with fear, she blurted out a loud warning, straight up telling him the danger was coming. He snapped around to face the grizzly and blasted it with a spray. He blasted gas straight into its face, and it instantly ground to a halt. These two monsters started to writhe in agony. Pain hit him hard, but then shock when he spoke it actually worked. He must have finally found the one weak spot. He blurted out to him, eyes wide, and the question hit like a punch. Wait, are you out of your mind? Magic, he spun toward them, thrust the canister into view, and declared that it was. Nope, nothing special about it, it's just a regular object, and this one holds. That poisonous gas, you're supposed to aim and shoot it. He went in blind, sure he could pull it off, but he didn't fully get how it even worked. He managed to pull it off, then he exploded out loud, telling them they had to sprint right now while they still had a chance. He begged him to wait, and he begged. Their noses and eyes are covered in that stuff, right? He nodded in agreement. His eyes flared with excitement as he blurted out, adventures don't miss chances like this. His comrades instantly got him, yanked out their weapons, and launched an all-out assault on the monsters. Then they actually fought their way to victory by next morning. He leapt. He bolted off the bear, shouted that they needed to grab supplies and run, and right then Nesko stepped in and warned, this won't be easy. The MC called him up, and when he answered, he swore he loved her. They both cringed at it, faces flushing, then stared at each other, and Lear blurted, wait, what is he talking about? He said, yeah, it was her, the girl I love. Then he shut the whole conversation down and moved on, suggesting they should go out and grab supplies from the bear. Because almost every piece of that monster costs a fortune at the market. After all, they finally wrapped everything up. He shrugged like, so be it, there's no way they can haul more, then strode up to him and said he wanted to ask something, but they should head back to the city first. He had to move that stuff before it spoiled. Wasn't it way more valuable than herbs? He jerked a finger to the side and declared, trust me, half the loot is mine. His eyes widened in pure shock, and he blurted out that there's no way they could have pulled it off. You really think I could have pulled this off without him? And wait, how? So tell me, how much was the thing he used to take down that bear actually worth? He flashed a grin and shrugged it off, saying a life just can't be measured or priced. He let out a soft sigh, flashed a tiny smile, and said, I'm just really kind. Kilfa lunged at him and blurted at the top of her lungs that he was an amazing person. She was all in, she reached for a hug with all her heart, but he juked away before her arms could even catch him. She darted aside at the last second, and then she launched herself straight into the bushes. She agreed to Ralph S. Ralph said that if every merchant acted like him, the world wouldn't just improve, it'd turn way kinder overnight. He cracked up laughing and told them straight-faced that they were flattering him. Then it hit him, he finally got why they were desperate to get back to the city. So maybe he could help lug the bear parts. He cracked up at the idea. Asked if he'd help with hands like that, and he was already about to refuse, but Shiro abruptly snapped open a portal and begged for forgiveness for not telling them the truth. He tried to explain it earlier, but even then, he had that spatial storage to rely on. Lur's eyes narrowed as the words caught in his throat. He flashed a grin and told them there was absolutely no need to apologize. After all that chaos, he slammed in and saved their lives. He yanked his backpack on and declared, all right, time to head back to Nineritz. He blurted, what is he even talking about? And realized if he hauls the bear's supplies, they'll keep hunting for herbs. They set off hunting for herbs, and their wandering just kept dragging on. They stretched the ordeal on for 3 more brutal days, until they finally clawed their way back into the city. Ine spotted them on the street, called out welcome back, and hurried over to say hi. Then Lear stared at her and blurted, is that his daughter? He spun around, shook his head hard, and insisted she wasn't related. She was his assistant working the store. He stepped right up to her, introduced himself, and announced he was an adventurer. Nice to meet you. MC handed her the keys and ordered, wait inside. Then they hurried to the guild to finish the job. They all stormed into the guild hall together, and right as the doors shut, Emil was already down on one knee, shouting his words at full volume. She begged for a little time so she could pay, and when they saw it, the protagonist finally realized this was how it was supposed to go. But wait, how the hell did it even end up like this, with a man involved? Gerald loudly declared, I've been hearing you promise to pay for 6 whole months already, and you still woe. Not anymore, she snapped, started crying, and shouted that she'd pay in a month, and he just stared. He stared at it and demanded, who is this guy? Then Lear stepped in, saying the man might be tied to the materials, something bigger he couldn't quite finish. The merchant stepped up to them, dropped a sincere apology, and introduced himself like, "Hey, I'm me," and added that he was a merchant from right here, so he leaned in and asked, "Can you tell me what's going on here?" He spun toward him, introduced himself as a materials merchant, and promised he could make it happen. It hit him as he started talking, this whole mess made sense. He was an old friend of the guild master, and now that guy had vanished, leaving the guild broke. So he handed the master 10 gold coins to keep the silver moon standing. She slammed the document onto the table and asked, "Can I see this contract? It means if he doesn't get the money, he'll get shoved into becoming the guild's owner anyway. The money, if he sells the land and the building, he'll crush every last debt," but now she has to rush in and bring the documents. She didn't want any part of this. Rage boiled in his veins at that answer, and he demanded to know why she was so devoted to Toshi if abandoned them, and honestly, it sounded like she wanted the guild to die in peace. She said it with a chilling, trembling kind of certainty, with a hard, serious stare that screamed, "This isn't loyalty." Silver Moon is the kind of place where she, a beastman, can't help but stand out. Is not despised, and where she was first welcomed, life is. Life inside the guild swings from pure joy to gut-punch heartbreak, all in the same breath. But there were even more great ones waiting out there, and that's why the guild matters so much to her. That's why she refuses to let it slip away. Then MC stared at it, and his mind started turning. He thought this place was packed with memories, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it all went down 5 years ago, only he can't remember a single detail. Then the moment those words hit him, he grabbed onto every detail. He begged her, "Please don't sell my grandmother's house, every memory of her lives right here." And yeah, something about it felt weird. It feels way too strange to ask that kind of thing from the people you love, so he slips outside. Then Gerald said that contract, and wait, he'd said it just like, "It's still a contract." She stared him down and said, she said she knew all about it, and then she stepped aside like she was letting the truth through. He came back with the documents in hand and said, "These are the right ones." He grabbed the guild's ownership rights in hand, then stormed right back into the building. He blared at them to stop, snapped her attention, and declared he was ready to sell the materials. He stared at what unfolded before him, then blurted out at full volume that if he was, they weren't random scraps at all. These were the exact pieces that could arm a grisly killer. A crazy rare class, he practically begged to be allowed to buy those materials. He stared at it and told them straight up, this was meant for the guild. She said the guild couldn't pay, plain and simple. He grinned and told him the guild would pay anytime, no questions asked. The next second, Lear closes in on her and blurts out what they, and yeah, they even had the materials, so she could grab it and make the purchase. And just like that, they could grab it now and pay later. She grinned and nodded right away. Then Geralt leaned in, begged for passage, and promised he'd hand over 32 gold coins. She just stammered, "Aye." She stuck her tongue out and told him she'd sell it for 36 coins. He hated it, but he still nodded and agreed. Yeah, agreed. So when the debts were finally wiped clean, the guild still had 26 gold coins left, and he tossed in 2 more on top of that. He grabbed the gold coins for that separate material, and the total came to 12. They left with 28 gold in their pockets. Then he bolted for the exit and declared it was time to say goodbye. He'd be on the lookout for wild new offers if the guild did. The guild refuses to vanish. It's one step away from total collapse. As soon as he left, Emil snapped his attention to the adventurers. She started to cry, then poured out her gratitude, thanking them from the bottom of her heart. Lear flashed a grin and told them they didn't need to thank her. She'd just done what she could, that's all. Their duty as adventurers, now it was her turn to live up to the deal. She was going to be the one to step up. She was. Confusion hit her hard and she blurted, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Then she glanced at Shiro and told him, "I haven't left yet." He looked totally baffled and blurted out, "So I'm not even allowed to show up." She shoved him back and shouted that, yeah, of course it was true, because his mission was finally over. Lear pressed her for a plan, how she'd pay bodyguards if she had no goal, and she spun away, ready to answer. He spun around and told him that she had guaranteed his safety. Then he stepped in close, sniffed the air, and swore he smelled a cheat. She snapped that sheet wasn't happening again, and she looked genuinely worried as she shouted she wouldn't pay them twice. He shot his hand out and demanded she fork over 30 silver coins. Then his jaw dropped at what he just heard, because he couldn't believe he actually said it, right? 30 coins, right? He snapped, turning to him and saying it was way too late to haggle for a discount. Then he corrected himself, "That's not what I meant." And before the guy could even react, he shoved a full 100 coins into his hands. So the guild was left with only 70 coins. She tried to bolt while he was still stunned. but he yanked her by the collar and demanded she spill every detail. Neska drew a magic circle in the air and declared, "Now we cook the rabbit meat." Meat, Kilfa snapped and admitted she was furious too. Ralph yanked out his mace, voice trembling as fear gripped him, and he said, with a chilling bright tone, he declared that he'd have to endure divine punishment, then leaned in and sneered Lear with fury blazing across his face. He snapped that they'd never forgive her. She bolted to escape, tears streaming down her face, and she screamed for forgiveness as loud as she could. The protagonist, still totally baffled, realized with sudden relief that he was really glad he hadn't. Not taking ein here, those words slammed into his head the second he saw her like that. After all that time, he finally showed up at the store, called her, and told her, "I'm back." She lit up the moment she saw him again and practically demanded to hear how his adventure game went. He admitted it was wildly interesting, and she nodded, eager as he started telling her all about what happened out there in the forest. By the end, he finally admitted that overall, 3 brutal days had nearly broken him. With wide eyes and pure shock, she blurted out, "No way, you actually beat that bear like that? That's incredible." He said the azure flash crushed the bear, he'd only chipped in a little. Then she snapped back, but if he hadn't shown up, it would have been over for them, right at that exact moment. Karen slammed her fist on the door, shouted his name at the top of her lungs, and told him that it was her, no doubt about it. "He's here, right?" He yanked the door open and asked. When it all hit fast, she bolted forward and wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. And with worry roaring in his voice, he blurted out loud, "Are you okay?" She heard they'd run into some bears there, so tell me he's okay, right? What in the world is wrong with him? Did he hurt his throat? Does it burn? Aina shot the question out in a trembling, worried voice and said. And he gasped that he couldn't breathe, so she finally let go. Then he told her to calm down, and they all stayed on guard to protect him. He's fine, so she's finally relieved, and then she blurts, "So, what progress have you made?" He said, "Yeah, I learned plenty on this trip." And then he went on about how he'd still be able to deliver the new pro. "If I deliver this on time, the inspectors will be thrilled," she laughed and said. He told her straight up he didn't have to hide it from her, and she leaned in close, speaking softly. He swore he had the storage technique, or some item that could do it. That's what triggered the whole technique. Then he stared at her, eyes heavy with worry, and he flat out said he had zero clue what she was even talking about. She burst into laughter and said he was terrible at lying, and that was exactly how she'd met him. He'd finally run into a few folks who knew the storage technique, but they were rare. Just one look and she clocked everything instantly. He snapped that she was right and joked, "So is this a woman's intuition?" And she cut in, dead serious, "No, you fell for a trap." She'd never run into people like him before, so she figured it out. Maybe that was why he'd been hauling way too much at once, and the shock hit hard. Then she tiptoed closer, patting softly. She slapped him on the shoulder and promised this would hammer in a business lesson. Merchants don't ever fall. He didn't buy it for a second, just stared, utterly lost, and snapped that he'd been played and deceived. And she knew she had to stay razor-focused, because she was itching to jump right back into the topic of. He struck up a convo and asked her what she planned to sell, then flipped open his backpack and showed her everything he'd brought. She stared at it and demanded answers. So what? And the next day, just like that, MC. Yeah, it really was real. The MC stretched, grinned, and proudly declared that his very first day running the business had ended in total success. Lear and Neska stormed into his shop, threw out a quick hello, and he leaned in and asked how they were doing, and the inside looked absolutely stunning. He said it was Aina who was putting the products in order. Then he stared them down and started thinking. After the Grizzly Killers incident, they jumped straight into dating. He said he'd heard. Mo told him that big, important people were headed straight for their city. Is this real? He flat out confirmed it. And he swore he'd only settle if a legit guild opened up a branch here. He blinked in surprise and shot back, "Wait, so are there bad asterisk guilds out there?" He nodded and said, "Yeah, there are tons of guilds with a nasty name, like the Devil's Trident of the Venomous Dragon Fang, each one worse than the last, the worst of them all then. The Labyrinth Marauders." She froze in shock and blurted. The mayor had apparently dropped the last guild's name out loud, and everyone froze in shock, so he leaned in and asked, "Do you really think Karen?" Karen already knows the guild's scary reputation, and with a tight, uneasy look, Lear muttered that he honestly had no idea. Maybe the rumors are just trashy to adventurers, and everyone else is fine. Or only here. He swore that in this world there weren't any phones at all and social networks, like it could have slipped in by accident, but the guild everyone feared, the one with the worst reputation, was rolling into their city, and he could only hope nothing went wrong. After a while, Aina finally snapped, "Where's the inspector? Isn't he supposed to be here?" Shiro started to say something, then froze. He wasn't even rushing, like he was just savoring the ride, even though a straight road stretched from city to city. Karen waited at the city entrance, gripping her patience tight as she waited for the inspector to show up. He stays on the road all day, and I'm just sitting here thinking, come on, get back already, because the evening. That evening the bell blasted and he grinned as he said, "You all killed it, great job." She mouthed one last goodbye to him, then he reached into his bag and pulled out He fumbled the key out and snapped it still. He shoved the lights down early, because he was about to close the store for good. Then knock knock, someone pounded on the door, barged in and announced that He quickly apologized for bothering him and for showing up unannounced, then cut off mid-sentence as if he'd been caught. So late could she finally spot his goods, she couldn't help it, and he agreed, and promised she could stare to her heart's content. He started scanning the place, asking if those were the matches, and then he leaned in, wondering if he should show her exactly how they worked. She stared at it like she couldn't believe her eyes and said she'd heard legends about it. An invention so incredible it almost felt unreal. What the heck was that silver thing? He said it was a space blanket to keep the cold away, so tell me, was she gonna try it? She followed He glanced over the instructions and figured those adventurers had truly welcomed this breakthrough. And even the mayor couldn't stop praising it. She looked shocked and said it was incredible. The blanket was thin, but it still blasted out this crazy warmth. She kept scanning the shelves while he broke down what each item did piece by piece. Later, she flashed him a bright smile, rushed to the door, thanked him for clearing it up, and said she had to go right now. She had to hurry and slip away, and he peered from behind the door, wondering where she was headed. In such a headlong rush, just a few days later, Aina sprinted straight to He shoved open the store doors and blared the protagonist's name, then sprinted inside, door creaking, as he demanded in full panic, what happened? She charged into the guild building, and on the way, she blurted that the inspector had already. He just showed up, and before he could even catch his breath, he figured the inspection was already underway. Karen had to disappear with him. First, she was going to give him a full tour of the city and lead him straight to the market. And just like that, it hit him. Then, right after, everything looked like it was about to. It looked like their whole plan just got flipped. Then the mayor demanded they bring him here. Bring him in here as fast as they can when they step inside. She burst in, snapped his name, and told him, after all this time, he'd finally. At last, she finally made it. Then she edged closer and whispered quietly. Said the inspector was a total grouch, all sharp edges and bad vibes. He tightened up a bit because he needed to be as polite as possible. Because of that, he just smiled anyway and said he'd already gotten used to people being rude. So he wouldn't lose himself to provocation. Those words lit a spark of confidence in her chest, and she spun around. She pushed through the noise, shouted Gabus, and announced she wanted to introduce the best merchant. In the city, he dropped into a deep bow and blurted out that he was absolutely over the moon to finally meet him. Aina followed suit, bowed low, introduced herself, and admitted she worked at a store. The inspector locked eyes with her and said, "If you're the best, I want more than this." The only employee was nothing more than some kid playing dress-up. He dragged his finger along the counter, face twisted, and spat that it was disgusting. Disgusting, this dusty guild building can't even. Emil snapped in rage, shouting that she cleaned this place every single day. He barked out a laugh, brushed it off as a joke, then declared, straight-faced, that she'd only brought filth into the place and people like her had no business working here. Kulfao was fuming too after what he heard. Karen shot between them to halt him, threw out a sincere apology, and asked if he'd want to check out the goods. He stared at the match, crushed it out, and then told them plain and sure that he finally got it. He got it all. These goods were top-notch, and right then he dropped into the chair, flicked the used-out match onto the floor, and settled back in again. Said the Labyrinth Marauders would open a whole new branch right here. She beamed and leaned in. "Is that true?" he said with a twist of. With an evil grin, he laid out one cold condition. Their guild would be the only one. In the middle of the city, what was that pathetic guild called? Emil grinned and said, Silver Moon. He made her furious all over again when he said they didn't need it and that they should shut it down. Then the guild wouldn't have to pay taxes or it would wipe out all the profits, and they'd be forced to shell out to build a whole new building, finally. Finally, they'd win the exclusive right to sell matches, and MC would be right at the center of it. Gabas looked completely lost, blurted out for forgiveness, and then twirled like a showman. He spun his finger at his temple and snapped, "So you're asterisk really a merchant, why'd it take you this long to figure it out?" Karen called it out again and again, so they kept repeating it, bought up every last one of his matches, and wouldn't stop. She called out to him, apologized, and when he spun around he snapped, "What do you want?" And right now he's still talking to that idiot. She said he could be a huge help to the city through the guild, but running a monopoly was a hard no, and he said the village mayor wouldn't get it, so now she'd better listen because she has no choice. What if they snapped up every match they could find and shipped them to every branch across the country? They'd rake in profit, too bad they can't eat a single one. Just imagine once you sold those matches, you weren't selling a product, you were selling it to the whole country. He mulled it over for a second, then admitted it was way too tempting to ignore. But the matches were limited, so he had no choice, he had to refuse, and she apologized right after. He leaned in and told him, "If that's what you want, then let's start." He tried to kickstart the talks all over again, but rage surged through him the second that bottle hit the scene. He slammed a bottle against the wall beside her and shouted, "So why are you even here?" "To this town because the only adventurers here were weak, worthless, and all bark, no bite," and then Shiro showed up. He shouted at him to hold up, then blurted out something about a rare monster. And the forest east of town had everything they needed. Was that finally enough to crack open a new branch? In that town, a guild was already standing strong, right there and ready. With a furious shout, he yanked him by the tie and yanked him in close, pulling him right into his face. And he barked that every single one of these was just a pathetic excuse, amateur adventurers, that's all they were, who got dragged here by the capital's guild cutting throat competition, and Nesca was absolutely on the edge, ready to snap. Rage surged through her, but Lear cut in furious at his own words. God declared they were nothing but empty husks, so what was he actually hunting for? So what's he going to do? Because once they open a branch, the city's going to explode with development. The fate of the whole city hinged on the choice he made. He said it was time to decide, but then he shut it down fast, insisting he didn't have long, and he barked at everyone while pointing straight at Aina, claiming that if he was going to team up with them, that's how it needed to happen. So if you want this to work, fire them and hire someone new. Not this kid. Shock slammed into him and he blurted, "Wait, what did you just say?" He grinned wide and said it was a green light for a collaboration, and then he added that he should hire someone. Instead of her, this city is packed with idiots and filthy people. At that exact moment, the protagonist swung a brutal punch straight into him. He snapped with grit in his eyes, then roared that he was never, ever allowed to come back here again. Memories slammed into him, and he couldn't help but wonder what it all meant, and that he'd been through a situation just like this before. So nothing changed at all from how it used to be after he quit his last job. The boss kept bullying his loyal subordinate, and then boom, everything clicked into place, and the whole room went silent as pure shock hit everyone. They rose from the blow, grinning anyway, because all they felt was joy. Then Karen called. With a worried glare, she waved him over, then he spun around and demanded, "Did you lay a hand on her?" She felt a little uneasy bringing it up. She wouldn't let it slide, she confirmed it anyway, even with everything on the line because. So he snatched him by the hair and yanked him outside. She snapped out his name and demanded he stop, then Ralph shot back. He blurted it out, swearing he'd help him with this. He grinned and agreed on the spot, then they closed in on they. He stared at the counter and the thought hit him like a punch. I can't let this end yet. He vividly recalled the moment he chose to quit, then launched himself off that jump. Now he's unleashing a forbidden secret move like he's crossing the line for power, which basically sparked a full-blown lawsuit. He swung the sledgehammer, flew forward, jumped off the counter, and drove his head into impact with a sickening slam. He slammed into the floor and with a deadly serious voice, declared he hated violence. But that wild claim he made about it being valuable, and I mean, that's where everything starts to get dangerous. Employee and how he behaved in the most disgusting way imaginable, the kind of. He clenched his fists, there was no way he'd let anyone smear his name. Athena's heart got stirred by his words. She stepped right up and wrapped him in a fierce hug. Gavin snapped to his feet and roared, "How dare you do something like that? He's not letting this end like that. Wait, can he actually hear him? Does he not realize he's the guild's head? This whole city is about to pay." Aaron pressed the question, so now he's ready to declare war on her city, and then, as the city's mayor, she'll have no choice but to track down Lord Bashua, the man who owns these lands, and deliver the news straight to him. Panic started to creep into his chest about this, and he said, "No, I didn't mean it right." So long as he signs off on giving him the right to sell matches, this whole little mess gets wiped clean. MC yanked him by the ear, yanked him again, and growled that he'd better learn how to listen. They'd never let someone like him near the shop, especially not if the scum from his guild ever stepped inside. He'd kick them out on the spot, so yeah, Gavis understood what that meant and terror hit him hard. He scurried away from him, dropped into a bow, and promised that then he'd buy the match. The offer got matched at the price he demanded. Then he finally cooled off, apologized, and admitted that he refused to play nice with wholesale deals because he knew they'd never agree on the matches, so he snapped, calling the mayor and pushing them to restart their talk about the branch. She shot back, asking if he hadn't already been shut down, and Lear just erupted in a huge laugh, calling him an idiot, and then he cut himself off, like the rest of the sentence didn't even matter. He was demanding way too much, and everyone just wanted him to finally shut up already. He snapped around, blared at him to shut up, and started hurling insults. He seized the guy by the throat, hoisted him off the ground, and slammed out, "What did you just snapped? He's the one who needs to shut up." Shiro snapped his name, begged him to stop right there, and warned him not to strike him. Embarrassment hit him and he blurted, "What is this?" But he couldn't let it go. He kicked him and snapped, "That rag S only for wiping feet." Galbus bolted from here, and now he needs to haul ass straight to his capital. Emel shot him a cold, blazing glare and said this weirdo had him seeing red. Then she backed him up. When Karen told them to ditch the idiots, there was no need to drag anyone through the dirt. His hands clenched tight, then knock slammed on the door and he spun to go. So he tried to open it, and even after that, he still couldn't make heads or tails of what they were saying. Now he bursts through the doorway, ready to lay out every single detail to him. He spotted a girl he'd seen before in his store. She rushed up, bowed with a quick apology, and blurted that she was late and had to hurry to meet the mayor, and they told her she'd finally arrived. Then he remembered her like it hit him in the chest. Karen stepped out, walked right up to her, and introduced herself. Then she started to explain exactly what her name meant. Her name was Namaraj, and she came. Roland storms in as an ambassador from the Fairies Blessing Guild, right when Lear is. He snapped in shock and blurted out, "Whoa, this is the biggest guild in the whole country." She leaned in and demanded to know exactly what the ambassador was after in this city. With a bright smile, she said it like it was nothing, just one question: would she let their guild brand itself and make its mark? Branch here. She poked around and found something weird. Then she spotted Emil. He blared her name and insisted, no doubt about it, that there was definitely a catch. She was blurting it out like a true friend, and then she came sprinting up, grabbed. He snatched her hands and demanded, "So you're from the guild, right?" She had something big to say, and if this guild would agree to become their branch, her pay would skyrocket. She shot her hand up to prove it. Pure shock hit her, and she demanded answers. Wait, is she serious right now? She just said she promised it right after she. At least 5 times she leapt away from her with absolute wild energy, faster than I could even blink. Speed dropped to her knees and told her that she absolutely agreed with a huge smile, like I'd just heard the best news in the world. Blessing, she clutched her legs, spun around, and snapped that she must have flat out refused, because this chance was a once-in-a-lifetime bombshell. Karen snapped back in shock, grabbed MC, and demanded to know what he couldn't stop thinking about it. Then he pushed, "Can we dig up the details first?" She nodded and said, "Let's keep going right in the office." So the 3 of them marched inside. He walked into the office and fired off a question. "Before we do this, tell me why you want to settle here first." Nay held up the map and told them, "Just recently, our party in a dungeon uncovered a continent map, crafted by an ancient mage civilization that's long gone. No one had ever pulled off anything like that before, so the guild named it the find of the century. Is the key, but the real deal is this: the map clearly shows a kingdom. The ruins of that lost civilization still haunt the forest east of the Nile. Ninorich and its grim tombs and shrines stretched out before them." They were totally stunned by what they heard, and she shot back, asking if she was really serious. She nodded, jabbed the map like it was evidence, and said the labyrinth marauders somehow already knew where the ruin was. They pushed too hard again, snatched at the ruins, and ended up with absolutely nothing to show for it. So her guild snapped into action and poured everything into exploring those ruins. She decided right then that this city was exactly where she needed to be. The first reason was simple. The city already had a guild, so if they struck a deal, there would be no. They didn't have to haul a guild building, so they could jump straight into exploring. He plunged in immediately, and the second reason hit harder. His shop was right here in this city, stacked with a jaw-dropping selection. And she was sure his goods would come through for adventurers, like they were going to be absolutely perfect. He'd be beyond grateful if he'd even consider placing one of his stores right in their headquarters. Karen leaned in and asked tensely if they were ready to launch their own brand. Branch, so what did they want back in return? And that question shocked Nay, who blurted out, what do you want from me? She snapped that it was impudent, and Shiru decided to spill everything that had happened earlier, right there, while her outrage blazed bright and loud. They even had the nerve to demand something from them. Then they threw in a couple of DS and thought that would fly. He piled in the last details and she smiled, telling him they could finally rest easy. Since they'd already agreed, they didn't have to waste time building a headquarters. She just wanted to hire their crew to build an inn for adventurers. Of course, every bit of labor would be paid in full, and they'd still need a plot to pull it off. A plain old plot of land, sure enough, they'd have to fork over rent for it right there in Texas. She reached out to her with her hand extended and said, "We'd be thrilled to team up with you, let's cooperate." She grabbed his hand, grinning from ear to ear, and told them, "We're so unbelievably grateful, thank you." He figured this was the move. Somehow the nearly extinct guild would end up as a branch of the Best Adventurers Guild. The guild in the country. Then sometime later he finally plopped himself down inside the store, right there, like he'd been waiting for this moment. The store finally shut down and he said goodbye to the last customer. Then he called Ayn and demanded she hand over a huge box of matches, but she didn't react one bit, so he stormed closer and bellowed in outrage. She leaned in by his ear, then spun toward him and asked, "So, you want a mop?" He shot back a hard no and said, "I didn't ask for anything small, I asked for a large box of matches." She flashed a grin and swore she'd come back with it. She turned and headed out and he shot back, "Is it time to close up?" Then asked, "Can you clean up, please?" But she never answered again. He called her name and she snapped back to her senses again. He stared at her, convinced she had been. "I've been stuck on this for days, okay? I've gotta ask her." "Wait," he finished. She snapped the last coin shut, counted the money through, then marched up to him and shouted his name. He spun around, looked at her, and answered. He leaned in and demanded to know what was wrong with her, and she struggled for ages just to finally make up her mind. She dropped to her knees and shouted, loud enough to shake the air. She blared out that she needed you to lend her money. He closed in on her, grabbed her hand to calm her shaking. Asked, and suddenly she needed cash. How much? The moment he said it, tears spilled down her face. She sobbed, then begged for forgiveness, whispering that she was a disaster, like she'd been causing nothing but trouble. He gently stroked her head and promised her it was all okay. She doesn't need to worry, no, she has to dig deep, because it took real courage to face what came next. Courage, right? Doesn't that say she's holding strong, like, really thriving? Maybe this is something. Something happened to her mother. Don't you think she'd want to spill the whole story? To tell you the truth, he opened his mouth, ready to drop some huge words, when adventurers barged into the shop. Then Lear shouted his name. She grabbed his attention and invited him to lunch, and the second he looked up, he saw tears streaming down her face. And then he pressed, "Are you messing with the timing, Karen? Like, are we showing up at the wrong time?" And then she barged into the store, shouted his name at the top of her lungs, and told him that she leaned in to talk city plans with him, glanced around the streets, and said that, honestly, it felt smarter to delay this talk, and he asked, yeah, maybe they could slip in later. So the protagonist leaned toward Aina and blurted out if they could leave. Did she really want that? She wiped the tears off her face and blurted, Everything was fine, no rush to leave." He spun toward them and asked for advice, then wheeled back again. Karen turned to them and said, "Yeah, no doubt Ralph is an expert at this," then added, "And since I'm the mayor, I'm stepping in to help my citizens." Will she finally spill what's been tearing her up inside? She can't decide, so he leans in close and tells her he wants to help too. She stared at them, then blurted out, "Will I tell you what happened?" She steadied her breathing, nodded, and admitted it. Her mom's sick. When she was just 4, she lived with her mom and dad, wrapped in love and care, until one day the city they called home erupted in flames, swallowing everything in a roaring blaze. Flames swallowed the battlefield, then it all crumbled to ashes. She tore into the truth of the house and even the memories of her childhood, until it all caught up to her. But the thing that hit her hardest was not some mystery twist, because her father got mobilized. They called it a civic duty, and the war. The war tore on for 6 long months, then it finally dragged itself to a couple. More time dragged by, year after year, but her father still never came home. When she hit 6, her mother leaned in and told her that means they'd pack up and move her to a new city, but she fought back and refused. Because if they vanished, how on earth would he track them down while he's staring at her? Her mother didn't say a word. She just started crying, pulled her into a tight hug, and held on until the sobs faded. Then they vanished out of the city, crossed border after border, and finally rolled into Ninrich, So when she asked why they picked a city on the edge of everything, her mother still wouldn't answer. Her mother told her it's peaceful here, no war, that's why. They weren't letting anyone slip away. Right here, they held the line and nobody got lost. But life at the edge of town is brutal. Her mother was barely hanging on, struggling to feed her, and just 2 years later, she broke down with illness, begging her daughter for forgiveness. And she broke down in tears, blaming herself for dragging her into it. Her mother headed straight for the state, then it hit her all at once. Realization hit her hard. She had to grow up, no excuses left. She shoved her toys into a box and bolted. She sprinted to City Hall and burned through her last month there. He slipped money into the system to snag a permit to sell at the market. He hustled from sunrise to midnight, pushing flower bundles door to door like the whole day depended on it. Night fell, and that's when she finally crossed paths with MC. And he didn't just buy a bunch of flowers, he grabbed all asterisk. And he even dangled a job offer right in front of her. So now her mother can finally breathe easy. She didn't just improve, she felt it in her bones, and she thanked every god she could think of for it. 10 silver coins, her very first paycheck. Valerie, right from the start, she already knew exactly where it would go, because one adventurer had filled her in on a potion that could wipe out any disease. Her whole fortune rode on this potion, and she even had to lie through her teeth about it. That it was a gift meant to get her mother to finally drink it, anyway. No matter what, nothing shifted, then she. Darkness surged in, thick and impenetrable, swallowing her whole. Darkness swallowed the room, and she had no clue what to do next, not a single idea how. If she could just get money, she'd ship her mom off to the big city and finally get her treated. She was still right there, staring him down. Then she pushed ahead and asked him for money anyway, even after everything that happened. Even though they hated her, despised her, and treated her like she didn't matter. He only gently stroked her head, and they just sat there listening to her breathe and speak. Lear slammed his fist into the wall, the crack echoing, and snapped, "Who the hell are you, you freak? Freak, where's that scoundrel who mugged a defenseless girl?" He unleashed a flurry of quick punches, and Nesca snapped at him to stop before he wrecked everyone else's walls. Ralph closed in on her and blurted out, "I'm so sorry, I have to tell you something." But that potion she begged for still couldn't save her mother, it just couldn't cure her. Ina demanded to know why, and he snapped that healing potions only mend what's outside, while antidotes deal with poison, yet nothing exists that can fix everything asterisk. When she was shocked by his claim that if her mother drank it she'd recover, he confessed with heavy shame that his colleague had lied to her. Ina's eyes widened, then her anger finally erupted. Rage hit him hard, he was crying too, and Shiro was just as crushed. Still fuming, Lear shoved the door wide and kicked it hard. It kicked the chair with everything it had, and the thing sliced through the air and flew. He ripped out the window and shouted for Ralph, cutting the call off mid-sentence. With a sour look on his face, he declared he was staying in charge. And he'd march over to that freak and start talking to the girl. The girls followed him, while everyone else decided to swing by her mom's place. Her mother earlier, Inez said. He said the healer told him her mother was rotting from necrosis. Karen said it was a truly brutal disease, nothing casual about it. He called Ralph and demanded they step away for a private talk. They talked, climbed the stairs, and he quietly asked what. He said, "This isn't some random illness. This disease freezes your limbs so hard they stop moving. People start dropping like it's spreading. Someone swears it's an infection, but the true nature of the disease is a mystery, because only a handful of people manage to survive." Later they stormed to her place, and he swore it felt miles from the city, until she picked it up. She swallowed her fear, threw the door open, and shouted for her mother. Mom grabbed him, yanked him close, and blurted, "I'm back," pulling him by the collar as she did. He reached out and told them they could enter. Then a super thin girl on the bed blinked up and asked, "Do we have guests?" Stella was named, and she couldn't stop thanking him for taking care of her daughter. He told her there was no need to thank him. Then she kept looking after him, making sure he was okay. She yanked herself out of bed, burst out an apology, and admitted she'd completely forgotten her manners. Still reeling from it, he shot her a worried look and told her she didn't have to get up. But she was already set on rising, and Ine snapped loud that she just needed some peace. She met Karen's eyes, nodded hard like she meant it, and said, "Turned out it was Madame Mayor." She froze in shock, then demanded to know why they'd shown up here. Ralph told her that the Madame Mayor had discovered her illness, then decided to come see her, only for her to lie down. She dropped onto the bed and blurted that everything felt painfully awkward. Then she kept moving like she couldn't stop. She stepped closer, swallowed hard, and admitted she was terrified of how awkward it all felt, then apologized again and again that she couldn't help someone from her own city. Stella called her out and said, "No, don't you dare think that. I'm actually grateful to you for taking us in." She smirked softly and told him, "Theirs." "But you didn't have to thank her." She popped upright, flashed a smile, and asked if you'd already made friends with the Madame Mayor. Aina beamed with pure joy, telling her she was proud that she'd already made so many new friends. She starts ticking them off one by one, and then she grinned so bright that it felt like she had to be the happiest girl on earth. She beamed and said she was the happiest, then hurried to her bed and asked, "Did you eat yet?" and said she'd take care of it. Would rush in to make soup for everyone, then hurriedly apologized to her, and then she dropped the bombshell. "I mean, she's my mother after all," she called her mother, and she leaned in and told him everything was fine because cooking was her heart and she truly loved it. She dashed to the river for water and Ralph promised right then that he'd go with her. They stormed out of the house and she whipped back, called the mayor, and demanded. She blurted, "Please don't think I'm being rude," and then she added that she just begged not to be judged for it, but could she seriously just leave them alone already? I want to talk to him right now, so she burst outside. Then the story about the P protagonist kicks in. He closed in on her and asked what she wanted to talk about, and when Stella said it was about her daughter, he couldn't hide the question on his tongue. Could he look after her once she was gone? She blurted out, "Sorry, I got here way too fast," but then she paused and it was like, the thing is, she's running out of time. Did her daughter tell him about the sickness? He nodded. She pressed again. Did she cry? Another nod. Then she admitted it like she'd always feared it. She'd always known she worked too much and it was wearing her down to the bone. And she pushes herself for one reason, her disabled mother. Every day she has to watch her mom suffer and it tears her apart. But then what crushed her most was watching her daughter flash that forced smile, trying to reassure her and nothing more. But deep down, she knows something in her life has shifted. The moment the talk snapped back to him, her smile lit up like a spark, fast, bright, and impossible to miss. That smile slipped back into place, natural, innocent, and real, just like it used to be. One day, she leaned in and asked why she was glowing with joy. Ine burst into laughter and told her she'd met an incredibly kind man. "Man," she said today, finally clicked. She totally got why she was so happy, and he stared at her like he couldn't believe it, his expression locking in as if he'd just figured something out. Not just like her dad when he finally walked in, surprise hit her so hard she couldn't even move, like the whole room suddenly shifted. He blurted that he was back, then admitted his visit left him feeling a bit awkward. She didn't mean it like that. She shot him an apology because she couldn't stand knowing she'd given him a reason to think such a. She was relieved he'd jogged her memory of his face, one she'd nearly lost, and that's why she knew she'd find him in the next world. When he asked why she was talking like that, she stumbled out of bed, looked him in the eye, and told him she could feel her life slipping away, and yeah, she knew how bold that sounded, so now she had one desperate question. Could he still care for her daughter? She's still tiny and barely standing, so small, so fragile, and she's scared to death for her. Then tears finally spill, and she opens her mouth like she's about to say something, but it cuts off. Something started to slip, then it dropped, and he came crashing. Stepping in, he reached out and gently caught her in his arms. She blushed at the whole thing, then he leaned in and asked, "Hey, you're okay?" "Okay, you got it right," she nodded, and he wasted no time. He laid her back on the bed. He stumbled over his words, apologized, and then asked, could he touch her legs a little? She blinked at the shock of it, then despite everything, she still nodded and agreed. She perched on the edge of the bed as he launched into it. He started creeping his hands up her legs, and he said it in a slow, thoughtful voice like he was weighing every word. He took one full look, and it hit exactly the way he'd feared. She shot the question at him, what the heck was he thinking? Did he really like her legs? The shock hit him hard. He loudly denied it right on the spot. He said he thought he finally understood what kind of illness she had, and how to cure it. She blinked in shock, and then he dropped the bombshell. His uncle. His uncle had it worse than anyone thought possible, but now he's strong enough to sprint, run, and jump again. He swore he'd cure her illness, and Stella was left wide-eyed by the shocking news. She stared at it, doubts gnawing at her, and wondered, could she really be cured? She grabbed his hands, shouted for him, and swore she couldn't die, she couldn't abandon her little daughter, and he just stared as she said that. Then he went silent. She promised, everything will be okay, you won't die. And just as he opened his mouth to fire back, the next words caught in his throat. And just like that, right then, everyone turned back and barreled toward the house. The house boomed out to them, like it had been waiting the whole time, and then they stared in shock at what was waiting inside. He snapped around and worry crashed over him. Panic hit him the moment he saw Ralph yank his mace out. MC froze, stunned by how wild this sounded, and prayed Stella wouldn't misread him, because it was just way too scary to picture. Ine blurted to her mom, shaking with worry, "Are you okay?" And he pointed right at the bowl. He points at the board and lays it out. This disease creeps into you over your whole life. Where I'm from, they call it vitaminosis. All three of them gasped at the same time. Avitaminosis? Shiro jumped in fast, explaining it's a disease sparked by malnutrition. Nutrition, a brutal illness, it chewed through his strength, shutting down his limbs, and then it kept going, and it was. But it turns out you can fix it fast, you just have to get enough of the vitamins your body's begging for, and I'm not about to sit here and ask what you should grab. But her mom didn't skip a beat, she was taking her medicine right then, and the protagonist froze mid-step. Remembering those words about how everything turns on the if, and even one doubt can change the whole game. If trouble finds someone, you don't stand around, you jump in and help them. He decided he couldn't put it off, so he hit the store, hunted down what he needed, and grabbed everything he could. After a while, he walked out with the goods buying. He used his equal exchange to buy the medicine on the spot, then handed it straight to Stella. She clocked that it might look a bit too questionable to eat, yet it was medicine, the exact cure for her vitamin deficiency. She couldn't help it, she pushed for answers, asking if it wasn't way too expensive. He told her not to stress over it at all. She promised she'd pay him back later, as long as Inez kept that smile on. Shiro added, when I finally moved into the city. Now it was his turn, she'd helped him get settled, so he stepped in and made sure she could finally sip that medicine. Stella's eyes welled up, and he said his name like it was breaking his heart, and heaved a nod, saying she got every single bit of it. A month later, the protagonist and Aina showed up at the woman's place. The daughter beamed, sprinted to her mom, and shouted that they'd finally arrived. Then she noticed the change and couldn't stop staring. She blurted it out in pure shock, "Wait, can you stand up yet?" and then pushed harder, "Are you really feeling better?" She confirmed it with a grin, then leaned in and said she was. She finally started feeling better, so no, it wasn't that. That was tough for her to stand, but she laughed it off just like before. Can she sleep with her right now? Stella asked, flashing a grin because yeah, they'd be sleeping together every single day. Ine burst to her mother's side in full tears, clung to her and started screaming, while the woman. She pulled her in tight, hugged her back, apologized for stressing her out, and promised them both that they'd always. They decided to live together, and then the MC stormed out to the balcony and grinned like he finally realized he could now. He said it with total confidence, like it was a done deal, and then, after a while, he lounged on the balcony, savoring his tea like it was a stolen moment of peace, and said, "Trust me, these good days are coming, and this right here is one of them." What a gorgeous sunset. Stella bounced back completely, all thanks to those vitamins. Ine beamed and admitted she couldn't even fall asleep. She and her mom had been chatting nonstop all night, and the happiness just wouldn't quit. They were smiling nonstop and living it up. She couldn't contain her excitement as she pushed it even further. Yesterday, they whipped up some nasu soup together, wandered off to pick flowers right after, and then they stopped to stare at the cat the protagonist had been thinking about, like it held the answer to something. Aina smiles and wow, she looks incredible, which is all that matters right now. Then the Silver Moon Adventurer Guild fully joined the Fairies Blessing Guild and became its branch, and that's where things start getting wild. The Blue Flash Squad even hooked up with the fairies, and at the exact same time, heavy-hitting adventurers from all over the world started pouring into the area one after another to plunge into that massive forest. Incidentally, he'd raked in nearly 50 million yen in just 2 months. Keep that pace and financial freedom was basically guaranteed. Shiro grabbed an alcoholic drink, slid on his glasses, and smirked like he could already see that day rushing toward him. Suddenly, Karen popped up right behind him and demanded to know if it was going to arrive any minute. He jerked around in full shock. The girls said today had turned into the kind of quiet, beautiful evening that just made everything feel magical. The MC let out a shaky breath and blurted, "I swear my heart's gonna rip right out of." Karen chuckled, shot out a quick apology, then leaned in and asked what he was drinking. He leaned in and asked if she'd join him, then raised the bottle and offered a drink to their town. Karen shot back that on a day like this, they absolutely could. After a while, they were both totally wasted, and she laid his head right on her leg. She glanced down at her legs and said he was cute, and the protagonist immediately got flustered, sheepishly begging her to stop. She asked with a bright smile, "Tell me, does he actually get nervous when?" When they teased him, he froze for a second, then finally he cracked and admitted, "Yeah, I did say that." She leaned in and whispered, if that's really true, then he never should have been that obedient. Asked if she'd had too much to drink, and Karen finally cooled off enough to tell him he could move. Shiro packed up and headed for their town, then turned and thanked her with a heartfelt nod. She snapped, "No, this isn't a reward. Then she made it crystal clear she doesn't want to be just handed things, she wants him to feel safe enough to ask her for anything he needs. He pushed himself up from her lap and shot back that he didn't need it, he couldn't help chasing what he was best at, and that girl snapped back, yeah, you're not just a man, you're a hero. A hero one people even turned into songs, and the protagonist snaps back furious as he insists, you don't have to treat me like I'm some legend. He's nothing but a greedy money hunter, but then again, he was raised by his grandmother and she drilled into him, if anyone near you is in trouble, you don't just stand there. He'd jump in and help them in any way he could, then, if trouble came, those people would end up paying for it. People around him would surely step in to help, then Karen, grinning, leaned over and asked, so what? When I asked about his wonderful grandmother, he didn't hesitate. He said her name was Arisa Kawami. Confused, she clutched his clothes and blurted in shock, wait, you're the great. So she's the immortal witch Arisu's granddaughter. Arisu rose, froze, and stared at her like, what are you even talking about? She shot back, of course he doesn't, because on our continent there were barely any foreigners at all. On that continent, hardly anyone had ever actually met her face to face like that. At the Harvest Festival, she first ran into the witch Arisu, then out of nowhere his grandmother showed up in town, swigging sake and tearing up the dance floor. MC blurted, was that last year? No way, because his grandmother had vanished 7 years ago. Karen snapped back that she still remembered last year like it was yesterday, because the immortal witch had shown her the legendary sword of Mel Gibson, forged from demon-studded star fragments. He shook his head in total confusion and told her to stop. I need a second, he said. There's just too much to take in all at once. The protagonist replayed it in his head. His grandmother first swallowed her pride with an apology for the silence, then dropped the bombshell that 80 years ago she was a witch who tore out of Rufarzio and landed in Japan. Then he just couldn't stop thinking about it, and after that, he finally got it. Karen leaned in and asked, do you not know about the legendary demon Mel's sword? When C was a kid, he spotted a poster of the demon and blurted out, who is that? His grandmother leaned in and said it was her all-time favorite actor, Mel Gibson. Karen fired off the question right then, could his grandma be a witch? Sure, she'd never seen anything like those pills or strange objects before. Had he finally tracked down his grandmother? He said it had already been 7 long years since he last saw her. Shiru looked at her and begged, just one more minute, as he took a deep breath to steady himself. Breath caught in his chest, then he shoved his hands up to his face and yelled through the joy that his grandmother was alive. The last words echoed, and Carney jerked hard at his sudden cry. Sometime later, he stumbled back home, shaking his head, and admitted he'd never once imagined that his grandmother could. He could have been alive, yet he was leaping to conclusions like he knew everything, even though he had no idea what those people were doing. He kept telling himself she'd absolutely show up for the Harvest Festival. Just one day ago, on that same balcony, Karen had said those words. What did it even mean? It meant his grandmother was an immortal witch, and then she vanished without a single word. He'd understood it. He wanted to find his grandmother now, but why couldn't he just wait for her at their city? Last year his grandmother showed up here for the Harvest Festival, so yeah, the protagonist couldn't help but remark, so there's supposed to be a Harvest Festival this year, yeah. The girl confirmed it right when everything was about to kick off, adding, and yeah, Ninirich is celebrating an anniversary this year, and she's got one big plan for what happens next. She wants to celebrate the Harvest Festival in massive style, because she's the town's mayor. He mulled it over 2 whole months until the Harvest Festival. Karen had been right. If he wanted, he could jump in and help her. He lived for festivals like this, and that was exactly why he kept going. He'd agreed, but only after laying down 2 rules. He couldn't help but think so. So it's gonna be a full festival, tents everywhere, food stalls stacked left and right, and he's staring at it like, what on earth am I supposed to pull off here? Come on, could it really be that brutal to come up with something besides food? He could have organized. He set up a goldfish hunt, but it was instantly obvious they didn't have the setup to keep fish like that, so he started saying SH. If this was going to end in shooting, he'd need knives and guns, no tricky lottery tricks, and definitely no cheating his way out of it. There had to be something else. Clutching his head, he gritted through the panic and forced his mind to work, yanking up memories from his childhood, cameras, and the moment it hit, he immediately. Right after she grabbed a bunch, spotted them, and demanded, "What are these?" And he grinned back like, "These are what you've been asking for all along." He fired back with questions about the camera, and then said it's a killer pick for anyone starting a new trade. Noticing her look of pure confusion, he shot her a remark. He thinks they should stop talking and show it in action. He grabbed the camera and thrust the lens toward the girl, demanding she look straight in. The moment the girl spun around, MC snatched a picture, then thrust it into her hands. In horror, he blurted, "Why is she here all of a sudden?" Then she shrank, trapped like a toy. With a grin, he explained that a camera was pure magic, able to instantly pull any person or even a whole landscape into the world. That was the perfect chance, so they grabbed the moment and snapped a few pics afterward. After that, they snapped a few more photos, and her joy hit full blast. There was no stopping it. Bounds, she burst into joyful screams. "Yeah, that's her in the photo." Then Ine shot a panicked glance and blurted, "Please tell me I won't vanish from the photo." The protagonist shot back that it wouldn't go down like that, then immediately struck a pose and she snapped a photo. She snapped his photo, shoved it in front of him, and blurted out, "So, do you like it?" Snatched the camera, stared at the frame, and blurted, "Absolutely wonderful." "Awesome," she grinned and said she wanted to snap a ton of photos of him. Then she wrote. Monroe couldn't say no to her, so he started posing for photos, and before he knew it, they'd filled up an entire photo album. Then Ine took another camp. The camera chick raised it again, ready to snap more pics, but MC cut her off fast, saying he did. "I never thought this product would sell like wildfire." Then the girl blurted, shocked, "Why?" Because she was convinced the exact opposite, and he answered, "This camera is a Polaroid, there are a million kinds out there," and he blurted her name just as the girl spun around. He spun around and snapped a photo, then the shock made it look hilarious. She yanked it right out of his hands, and Myro, laughing, warned her it was illegal. The girl Grimes too. And then he snapped, "This place looks ugly," and Ine followed suit, racing to grab a crooked photo of him. The protagonist snatched it, stared at his warped reflection in the glass, then bam, a picture of his grandmother flashed into his mind out of nowhere. Right out of nowhere, the idea hit him, like, wait, this feels exactly like a haiku. At that exact moment, Stella burst into the room. The protagonist mentioned that Aina had promised to help too, then leaned in and asked the woman how she really felt about her. "Do you like the new house?" she asked, and before she even finished, she hugged her daughter tight and thanked him back. Because hey, they were finally living in the very place he'd rented as the store, and it was only a 10-minute walk to get there. Aina stepped up, faced him, and bluntly said, "My mom is awful at cleaning." Stella blushed hard, then grinned and admitted it sort of embarrassed her. She told her they weren't ready to talk about it yet. MC just grinned and said she could always drag him in to help her. Aina leaned in and said he was just as awful at cleaning, and then boom, he flashed a grin. And it left his pride bruised, a little too hard. After that, the girl dropped a quick goodbye, and the protagonist stood there stunned. He thanked her for the help and promised he'd be counting on her again tomorrow, then warned, "Just be careful out there on the road, okay?" Not long after, the Silver Moon Adventurers Guild got rebuilt from the ground up. The Protector. The antagonist stared into the quiet, replaying how everything began the first time he yanked that door open to the. Emil's soft, broken sobs were all he could hear from that fairy's blessing branch, until now when everything. He stepped into the guild and everything felt totally different. Rows of adventurers packed the place, laughing and trading stories as they chatted away. One of them bragged he'd scoured the entire northeast and hit a dead end. Nothing, not a thing. Then the second adventurer opened his mouth and said he swore he'd crisscrossed the whole southeast, hoarding every scrap of intel on the monsters he'd faced. Then a third warrior leaned in and started talking. "I'm telling you about a wild 3-day trek to the Eastern River," and one person even urged his companions to rush out and grab the gear they'd need. The MC snapped his head toward the cuckoo, crying somewhere, way too loud. And in just 2 months, this guild had exploded into the liveliest place in the whole country. Emile clocked him instantly, smirked, and called out with a sly grin, "So, what's going on?" "Something big happened while she was away. Did he come looking for her, or was he rushing to hand her something?" He snapped back, grumpy, insisting he just wanted to eat with everyone in the blue flash stared at Camille as she blurted, "Are you really asking me to be your bride?" He promised her lifelong wealth and fame, and she still shot him down because the protagonist didn't mean any of that. She breathed in, began unbuttoning her blouse, and told him he could do anything he wanted with her. A girl who could witness it all and throw everything she had at it, Shira was furious. She kept her buttons done up tight, no time for anything else, because she had to get to work, and Emil just said, "Good news, you're on." She was on break. Couldn't he feel it, like fate was screaming at him? Didn't he want to grab a glass of alcohol with her, right there in the dark? So MC burst out, yelling that he had to wait, he had to. He refused because it was safer to stay far from any woman who offered him a drink in the dark, just like Grandma demanded, and he'd only just found out she was alive. The girl blinked, baffled, and demanded what he meant, because nothing was clicking. Then she grabbed his hands, shoved him toward the wall, and only then realized just how tight their fingers were. They were so tightly tangled in the moment that he suddenly shoved her back. "Yeah, come on, he's totally gonna like it." "I like it." Emil puckered her lips and went in for a kiss. But Kilfa suddenly burst in and shoved her without warning. Shira shoved her aside and lit up with pure, unstoppable joy the second she showed up. After a while, they slipped into the tavern, grabbed a seat, and tore into drinks like it was about to get real. "Drink?" The girl grinned and said she'd saved him. Neska leaned in, warning that when the full moon rolls in, rabbits go into heat, and Kilfas snapped back, all irritated. She didn't think she was in heat at all. She basically warned that if a woman and a man hooked up just because of that, it would turn into an unhealthy relationship. Heat scorched the air, and Ralph snapped that she was trying to grab the impossible fruit, effortlessly, like it owed her. This is a huge deal, because it was wildly dangerous. Everyone screamed at the same time, so tell me, why is she doing this? In that split second, two adventurers right nearby started yelling at each other. Mojito Canhead exploded in rage, shouting, "What is this mess?" and made it clear he'd make the one who caused it pay after the duel. The wise adventurer snapped back that it's the job of the wise to step up and teach every clueless soul around them. Around them, people couldn't look away from their bickering, and they started egging them on, demanding they throw down. The protagonist clocked it instantly and snapped, "We've got to stop." Lee shot back, "Don't, this is a battle." All is the adventurers calling card, and now everyone's starting to grumble like it's a bad omen. Adventurers from every corner of the world are converging here, desperate to crack the mystery of the ruins. In plain terms, even the grizzled veterans can't take it anymore. It's been too much. It's been months since that fairy's blessing branch first opened here, and still, no one has managed to find it. That's why the town's filled with competition, because there's literally nowhere to breathe, nowhere to have fun, and everyone's stressed out in Ninorage. Right then, Emil wriggled under the table and crept up toward the protagonist. He asked her again what she wanted. Maybe she'd tell him to undress her once more, and she realized no matter how much he begged and begged, but he still refused to undress. Honestly, it was all part of the fun. So give her another shot. What was he even thinking? Wasn't it perfect to be all alone in the store, Lear? They couldn't believe it. There was zero reason for anyone to pull something like this. The protagonist demanded, "Why are you being so cruel right now?" Right then, Neska nodded to Shira's words, then stomped down and crushed the guy's foot with her heel. He stopped in his tracks, then snapped that it was wrong to throw out those kind of bad words. He snapped, annoyed to his core, shouting that he'd already said it to Emil, then cut himself off like, "I've never even had experience with." With those words still hanging in the air, Neska drove another blow into him, this time using her stiletto heel. "Heel," Lear barked, "don't you dare step on me with that heel." Right then, the adventurer Mojito Canned was. Nay, the guild leader busted into the tap mid-beat, right as the wise whip was getting pummeled. At the tavern, he leaned in like, "What's going on here?" and couldn't take his eyes off what was happening. Inside her guild, nobody was allowed to throw a punch. Every adventurer had to stand down, and that rule hit hard. He shot up off the floor on the spot and greeted her, and the girl instantly spotted the protagonist and blurted, "What in the world dragged you into this ugly place? Where the heck was Emma, and why was she cowering under the table like something was about to pounce?" The protagonist opened her mouth to respond, but she cut her off, saying she hadn't. If she hadn't peppered him with questions, the guild leader would have yanked her by the collar and hauled her away. Emil screamed for him to step in and save her, his future. His future wife was trapped in a brutal situation, so he had to wait. "Hold on, she'll come back for sure." After that, Lear leaned in and told Shiro that he had to track him down right now, and he was already digging through the ruins of. He dove deep into the forest, hunting for a rare flower no one else could find. The protagonist, still stunned, fired the question at him again. "Which flower?" the guy asked, then he spilled the whole story and finished with, "That's why." MC nodded like he got it, then cut in, "Fine, I'm coming with you." right when he said that in exchange. If they changed things, they'd guard him from monsters. Lear grinned and happily agreed. Make sure of it, there's no way that could ever match the grind of training at the train. So if that's what they've got, they'll be pounding back another drink soon enough. One time, they burst into a clearing that glittered with flowers everywhere. Spent hours just trying to rest, then Neska turned to Shiro and demanded to know if he even had a clue about what. The flower, he leaned in and snapped back, that's an opsera, and just like that they only grow where the water is crystal clean, and the moment he tasted it, he felt incredible. Aina would have lost her mind if she saw it too, right then. Lear stormed up to them, grabbed Neska, and started shaking her like, get up now, we've gotta go. Shiro shot an apology right after. He swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted he'd been walking for almost half a day. Then the boy snapped, get up now, we have to reach before sunset or we'll miss our whole plan. A week ago, they could have rested for as long as they wanted, but then, while they were exploring the ruins, a blue flash turned up a flower called Opsera, and it was something they could use. Be used to whip up a high-level restorative potion, if you mix it with the right ingredient. After they finally left the field, Jessica snapped Lear, and when he turned, she saw the flower had already wilted. Then she said, and yeah, using ice magic to keep the perfect temperature, that's a recipe for disaster, because they can't exactly deliver the flowers to the pharmacy on time. The protagonist thinks Opsera is gone for good just a couple hours after grabbing it, and they nearly gave up. Then Lear thought it over and shot back, wait, why don't we use Shiro's spatial storage ability too? He figured there was nothing left to hide, because his secret power is spatial storage, the cheat skill that lets him slip out of time's flow, so he can carry more than just himself. And then Lear slipped them into a tiny canvas bag with zero mass, and after a while he finally showed it off, like every choice had to be perfect. Staring at Kilf, he muttered that she'd been knocked out for ages. Suddenly, she felt a weird presence in the air, snapped awake, and he blared a warning. An enemy was on the move, closing in on them fast. Surging down from above, at that exact moment, those insects swooped straight toward them, pure hostility in the air. Above those 17, Lear leaned in and hissed to Shiro, quiet, I've got something to tell you. Keep still and don't say a word. Then, out of nowhere, everything happens. Suddenly, they spotted a nasty wound on one of the insects, and Neska shot out He pointed out that it looked exactly like a fresh scratch, carved by something sharp. Ralph said it was probably the scar left from a brutal brawl with other massive predators. Suddenly, those insects snapped their path midair and swarmed straight toward them. Lear screamed they'd spotted them. Ralph, take Shiro and hold the line, Neska. Miska has to pull out her magic, while the girl fires back with blazing fire arrows, and then tore into the insects, wrecking them one after another. Right then, the man shouted the protagonist's name like it was urgent. A chilling warning hit them. An enemy was lurking right behind their backs. At the very last second, Kilfa whipped multiple daggers through the air, turns into a blast that hits the insects and wipes them out. Then the monsters snapped their attention to her and came for her. She flashed Neska a grin and yelled, loud enough to cut through everything that. Now this was the moment, and the girl snapped into motion, unleashing that lightning. With pure skill, he tore through the crowd and wiped out several opponents on the spot. Opponents closed in, then the protagonist finally realized that, as the enemy's weakness to fire. He snatched the gas spray and barreled forward, while Ralph shouted that bear spray wouldn't stand a chance against these flying insects. Sex, he told the man it was okay, like everything had shifted, so he'd go for it now. See little lighter and summon a fake flame. A flamethrower roared to life, blasting flame everywhere. He sprayed it down and a roaring flame surged up fast, finally roaring into full power. He charged to take down the insects and his allies froze in shock, because wait, was he the one behind it all? After slaughtering a wave of enemies, the sorcerer let out a thunderous rage flared in his voice as he barked at Ralph, now's the moment. The man snapped into action, lunged forward and crushed the insect on the spot. Lear blurted out that they were finally doing it. They were steamrolling the fight and he couldn't wait, he had to ask Shiro something. 6 insects were still standing, and Ralph. Fighting didn't just happen, it gave the main character a little extra courage, and he grinned like he was ready. Thinking they'd finally powered up for real, everything suddenly snapped. A swarm of insects swarmed the nests and surged into savage attacks. He tightened his grip on the spray can, eyes locked on the target as he noticed that. That was the problem, he was way too close. If he even used it, she'd get hurt. At the very last second, before that insect lunged at me. Nesk, the protagonist's crucial step between everything falling apart. They got it all, taking every hit for the team. Then the monster clamped on tight. Then it surged onto him, ready to swallow him whole. The deer screamed at him to hurl himself into the river. Then he plunged into the water and started to drown, fast, no way to breathe. Nesca bolted straight to the water and she started casting her Watergate spell. And then I gave him a gift skill that keeps him alive. Lear burst out again, yelling that he had to get to reach the shoreline, then they'd find him for sure. Let him sit there, make him wait for them. After a while, the protagonist jolted awake on the shore, and right then he begged for a blue flash of light to save him. Potty rushed up, grabbed his attention, and demanded, "Are you alive?" Could he even answer? Could he even hear her? He jolted upright, cleared his throat, and shot back that yes, he could hear every word. Right there, she clocked it instantly. He didn't feel like a corpse at all. He looked alive. The MC stared at her and demanded, "Who are you?" And she shot back, "I'm." Wait, didn't he already know about the fairy tribe? He stared at her, baffled, and blurted out that it was the first time he'd ever seen fairies. Potty blurted out, cheeks burning, begging him to stop staring at her like that. But he was humiliating her, so maybe, just maybe, the protagonist could say something while he was staring at her. With that grin, he asked if she'd let him introduce himself, only for the fairy to cut him off with a sharp no. Then she fired the real question at him. Who did he think she saw on the riverbank? If she hadn't pulled him to safety, he'd be chunks by now, meat for predatory fish. So yeah, that's why he's alive. But then, how on earth did the river even sweep him away? He just said, "It's a long story." Storytime kicks off, and then the protagonist spills every last detail, everything from start to finish. Potty burst out laughing and called himself a weakling. Then he shot back, "Where did he go?" And the answer came right after. He replied, "North of the forest, right beyond the city of Ninrich." The path opened up. The fairy gasped in shock, because right in front of her was a human village. Could he really bring her along? The MC blurts out why he can't. She snaps, furious, and the answer hits like a punch. He isn't taking her. Why? He snapped. She'd totally misread him. He was taking her, no doubt. But then the real question hit, why would she even choose to go there? And that's when Party explained her friend lived there, plus he towered over him, all skinny and fragile, like he couldn't even fight back. He lit up with a grin when he was happy, sky blue hair, sky blue eyes, and now it made you wonder, did he finally get it? The protagonist answered, saying that he didn't recognize everyone just by looking, only because they all looked like him. So then the real question hit, what was his name? "What's your name?" she blurted, totally lost, and then admitted she couldn't remember a thing. He was the only person she'd ever known. He called him human, straight up, then said he'd come into this forest to hunt monsters, and the protagonist snapped back, if you could call an adventurer a hunter in a romance story. Because they met in the forest, they were already dating. A party member slammed into him and called him a fool, then dropped the truth. Humans and fairies can't really date for real. She swears he's her friend, maybe even her best friend, and before she can blink, he's right there, her best friend, and she's rowing out. She shot back, "Of course I am," like it was obvious she was born and raised right in this forest. MC tossed her a deal, she'd guide him north, and he'd take her straight to the forest right by Ninrich. He told her, "I'm taking you all the way to town, count on me," because he couldn't bear to leave her behind. "West right?" the fairy asked, then grinned and added she would. "Shield him, he can't handle it, he's just a weakling." Then she tore through the tension and showed off her real power. Her power blasted out instantly, smashing every single one of them straight into the ground. She scanned the trees across a huge stretch of land, then leaned in and demanded to know if she was doing it. She was doing an amazing job. MC, totally baffled, nodded along like, "Yeah, okay, I guess I am," while silently reeling. She was totally killing it, then admitted she might have pushed it a little too far, and Potty shot back, "I do." She couldn't control her magic yet, and that was fine because it was insanely strong. She just wanted to shock him, so she swatted away the swarm of bugs, and then he said, "I get it now, I understand every." They had some kind of agreement going, and it felt so good to finally meet her. Shiro's his name. Potty popped in, introduced herself, and told him she had to comment because his name was seriously weird. So how was she supposed to lead them? Was she really the captain, or was there some bigger twist hiding behind the truth? Anything else, huh? From now on, she's his boss, and she just snatched the #1 spot again. Again, the protagonists deliberately picked up right where they left off, running the same risky scheme. When she tried saying boss and captain, confusion hit her like a wave and she froze. She demanded to know what kind of weird way of talking he was using, and he just shrugged that he was trying to sound like a kid. Patty snapped back that he'd better not. The protagonist nodded, yeah, he got it, and promised he wouldn't. He promised himself he'd stop acting like a kid and make the boss trust him. Then after a while they finally set off, only to watch the sky darken fast. The night was pitch black outside, and by the crackling fire a fairy leaned in and asked, wanna go back, so tell me, did he miss his friend? Friends, the MC spat out bitterly, because they're probably hunting for him right now. Then she shot up and declared, all right, it's decided. She'd help him find friends because she was his. He's her boss's subordinate, so she'll take care of him. Also, quick question, isn't he starving? They fed him first, then the girls snapped open a spatial store. She shoved her hand into the open storage, and boom, he went completely stunned. Stunned, she stared, wait, did she have that same skill too? Party fished out an apple and asked. He shot back, what is it? And you could tell this wasn't his first time staring at a spatial storage. Every single fairy has the same power. Stuff like that, honestly, it's way more common than you'd think, so I wouldn't be shocked if anyone anymore. She pulled out a little container of liquid, grinned, and told them she'd made that honey herself. That drink would blaze warmth through him. MC took a sip and froze, and blurted out, laughing with pure joy, that it was unbelievably delicious. The fairy grinned and said, sure, you can have more, and promised to watch him, so once he finished, it was lights out and straight to bed. He tossed back the last of his mead, finished up fast, and thanked her, because the boss had demanded he hit the bed. The very next day, Patty, perched right on his head, looked around and said this forest was home to way more than just fairies. Goblins, orcs, fearsome ogres, and all sorts of monsters roamed there too. An elven village used to stand there until the barrier swallowed it whole. Now the MC is right on the edge of falling. Falling asleep, he asked if he could rest for a while. She told him, just a little, then kept going. But the nectar from the baboon flower hit her like a weird, wrong flavor. Then she accidentally licked it anyway. He swore he was uncovering secrets no adventurer had ever touched, like he already knew the truth long before she was even born. There once was a country called Jajina, but years ago it vanished completely, and now people only know the name for what came after it, because now it's called. He called it the Jajina Forest. Then the protagonist leaned in and asked, is this a country from the days of ancient magic? A magical civilization? Patty shrugged and admitted she had no clue, because this happened way before she was even born. Suddenly, she felt a chilling presence creep in, and she shot a warning. Someone was coming. Someone's coming, hide, do it now, no questions. Right then, Lear and the others, while everyone else scrambled to find him, they whispered grim guesses that maybe he'd already died. Ralph shouted his name at the top of his lungs, begging him, if he can hear them, to throw them a sign. A sign? Lyra whispered, her fear shooting straight through her bones. What if he slipped off that waterfall and never came back? She just can't make sense of it. Nesca, wait, Dawn. With a sharp snap, I told him not to say that, and the boy just grinned back like he couldn't care less. He's dead. Definitely alive, and the girl praised him straight to his face, proving it. He wasn't lying at all. In the end, they kept shouting for him, and MC couldn't help but hear every word. He was moments from crawling out of his hiding spot when the fairy snapped at him, irritated. Where's he heading? Let him stay down, Shiro said, grinning like he already knew the next move. He gives a grin, it's fine. These are his friends, and they're out there hunting for him right now. He sprinted straight at them, and Kulfas spotted him from above, coming like a streak of fury. A guy stumbled in, and then, joy exploding on his face, he crashed down on him. He fought to keep his distance, trying to shove her away from him, but the girl shoved her away, and he flat out demanded she leave him, leave her alone. His comrades suddenly got on edge, staring him down like, wait, what's he about to do? What that sound was, then tear the fleet apart. They snapped, thinking he was gone for good, like he'd never come back, but everything. And somehow it all falls into place. He's alive, just like that, our protagonist. He shot up, said, I'm fine, and promised that everything was perfectly okay, then trailed off like they already knew trouble was coming. That they should stop crying. Lear bowed his head and shouted that he was so. Oh, sorry. Nesca bowed too, and somehow he saved their lives not once but twice, and then he. Shiro flashed a grin, and the promise was loud. He'd pay him back the same way, no doubt. So he's back with his crew, right? Or maybe he's not part of the Blue Flash, and then they fired back with their answer. Ralph shot back that Shiro was on their team. Turns out the captain was totally wrong. Then he leaned in and noticed something off, like he'd nearly stumbled into the truth. Completely safe while they were gone, then the protagonist shot back. With a smile that finally meant the help reached him, he turned to Patty and told her she didn't have to hide anymore. Then he pointed straight at a fairy cowering behind a tree and declared, you're my savior. Then the words stumbled, she's my ba. Nesca, the boss from the fairy tribe, looked totally baffled. Then he demanded answers, because that fairy tribe wasn't just mysterious anymore. They'd always been feared as a phantom race. They never showed up to any other race, and that mystery was exactly why his boss was freaking out. Patty shot back, and there's a law in this place that bans you from leading the village. MC grinned at the truth, then leaned in like he'd cracked the secret. Since the guild is called **** fairy blessing ****, The name practically roared by itself. Then the fairy snapped. Why are you blessing people so easily? He demanded answers, and somehow it all felt like it began with one fairy's blessing. Neska snapped in shock. Had he totally forgotten? Shiro shot back, forgotten, then leaned in like, what are you even talking about? She said, oh, he probably doesn't know this, because the Fairy Blessing Guild's origin is hidden in the name of a sock. They call it fairy mead because only the fairy tribe can brew this drink, and it's absolutely legendary. McSmile. She flashed a smile and asked Potty, is this the same mead you enjoyed from me? The fairy beamed and confirmed it at once. Neska blurted, wait, did he really just drink? Then froze in confusion. Fairy mead. Lear's expression snapped into confusion. But it's a legendary drink. Buy one and you could clear out enough money to cover an entire. Ralph stared at the absurd sight. An entire castle stretched out just for one single mug. Then he leaned in, eyes narrowing, ready to say, according to the guild's records, the very last time this happened was. This auction happened a staggering 200 years ago. The protagonist's eyes went wide. Wow, and the party cut off mid-clip. She snapped that Shiro was her subordinate, and that was the whole reason she handed him that drink. Seeing the confusion on his comrades' faces, he jumped in and said, all right, let me explain. Then he spilled the entire story. From start to finish, it all played out, and when Neska finally realized it, she blurted, so that's how it is. A fairy swooped in and saved him. No joke, that's pure magic and it's seriously mind-blowing. Smiling, he questioned the fairy about her name, thanked her for saving their friend, and told her to come find him if trouble ever struck again. Then he made it clear he meant every word, not just out of gratitude. The protagonist seized the moment and asked if he could help track down a specific person. And that's when he went on to explain. Afterward, Lara described the fairies to her friend, but Lee just kept quiet for the moment, then immediately geared up to help however he could. Now that they'd finally met, it was time to hustle back to Ninorich, and after a while they rolled up to a settlement. Patty practically screamed, it's a human village. Kaka snapped back, no, it's not a village, it's a city, because the name shifts with how big the place gets. And the fairy. Barry shot back that she got it, then said it was time to hit the city. Lear grinned and teased Shiro, joking how tough it was for him being his ward, and then boom, they showed up at the protagonist's shop. They were greeted by Aina and she exploded into the room, bursting into tears as she started. Tears burned her eyes as she bolted over to him and wrapped her arms around him. Stella stepped out in front of them and clocked that they finally came back, hoisting her daughter onto her back. The woman. She couldn't shut her eyes all night, her mind stuck on him the whole time. The whole time, the protagonist stepped up and promised to carry the girl himself, then she shot back. Turns out she didn't even need to, she just knew she wouldn't be able to. She couldn't hold her any longer, so while she could, she wanted to do it. He said, all right, but warned her that if it gets really too unbearable, just let her say it, they urged. Stella snapped back, no, I won't give a. Snatching everything up, because of course, she'd do anything for her mother. Then they strode up to the house and he waved them off with a loud goodbye, wishing everyone a sweet good night. Stella snapped his name and called out, hey, but she cut herself off mid-sentence. She realized she'd left one thing out, so she rushed to congratulate him on his return, and he flashed a gentle smile back. For a while, MC also headed back to his place. Party stared in awe and blurted, wait, is this really yours? That's huge. Then she leaned in and asked what kind of house fairies live in, and MC's reply was simple. They build their homes up in the treetops to keep safe from harm. They were gearing up for monsters, better let him explain it to her. Did he forget anything? The protagonist shot back, of course not. They still have to track down Aaron, and since this town's tiny, he's betting it'll be fast, so they'll kick it off tomorrow. Oh, and quick question, is making fairy honey hard? Potty shrugs and says it's effortless as long as they've got honey, but here's the catch, getting honey is the real nightmare. Last time. She barely dodged a vicious swarm of bees, and right then MC yanked a jar of natural honey from his backpack and asked, is this what you need? The fairy blurted, totally stunned, wait, is this real? No joke, he confirmed it was real, straight from the apiary, and it was pure, natural honey. Potty took a bite, grinned, and blurted that it was absolutely delicious. This ingredient tastes so sweet it feels illegal, and it's going to turn the best into something even better. The protagonist tossed one last look around and declared, all right, it's bedtime. After all that chaos, he finally craved something soft to collapse onto and get some sleep. Next morning, right as he was still passed out asleep, Ine climbed onto him and started shaking him awake. He blinked in confusion and demanded to know what she was doing, because the store was already closed. The shop stayed shut today. She clutched a paw and didn't let go. She held the package in her hands and said Stella told her to bring him something to eat. To eat? Wait, what's that on his head? MC shot back, I'll introduce them because that's Potty, a fairy, and his boss. The girl blurted, is this a fairy like in the books? And right then, Potty snapped awake, looking utterly confused as she demanded, wait, who is? Who is this kid? He said Aina was the one helping him in the store. Then he leaned toward the girl and asked if she knew any man with sky blue eyes and hair. The girl snapped back that she had zero memory of him, and the MC shot back, yeah, no kidding, you've got no idea who he is. He didn't know everybody on site, but the town was so small it felt like everyone was bound to cross paths. If they questioned people, they'd track him down in a heartbeat. Pottied. Joyfully blurted, yeah, they'll find him for sure, and pushed, now go quickly. Ine flashed a smile and said she wanted to team up with them and hunt for it together too. The protagonist asked the fairy to take her on as an assistant, and the fairy happily said yes on the spot. He grinned, agreed, and launched into action. Then he leaned in and suggested they should hide. First, he shoved her somewhere safe, then Ine crammed her into her. He yanked his backpack off his shoulder and asked, so what about this place after that? After that, they burst out of the house grinning and started hunting, and the protagonist kicked things off by peppering the Loa with questions. The locals whispered about the mysterious man, and he flashed them a photo of the necklace, turning the old woman who was selling it into someone who just couldn't look away or refuse him. And even at the market, the married couple couldn't pull it off. They asked everyone they could, but every single answer came back empty. The roast meat vendor leaned in and urged him to try his dish instead. A sharp historian stared at the photo and told him the necklace wasn't familiar at all, then said if they only had the owner's name, they could track it down. The jewelry store owner shot them a glare and basically said, good news, it's not from my shop, so it could have been worse. The bar staff had no answer for either one. The MC stared at the photo, brows pinched in confusion, and then he decided that and somehow this dude was already the 27th person in the bar, yet not a single clue showed up. Aina frowned, totally baffled, and started to suggest. The fairy blurted that he might not be from around here, but he snapped back that he was right from this town, so Shiro started to wonder. Their only lead was the exact same necklace on Potty, so he printed out the photo that showed it taken with his. He strapped on his newly acquired camera, and just like that, Karen burst into view. And then they leaned in and told the protagonist, yep, I'm the one you heard about, like they were spilling the biggest secret. I heard rumors he was back in the streets with that azure flash again. He was doing it again, pulling the protagonist right back into making her worry. The organist froze in panic, then blurted an apology like it hurt. She softened her voice and told him he didn't have to apologize. With a tiny slap to his head, she said, the important thing is you're okay, you're not hurt. Bina noticed in. Then she stared, shocked at how red her brother's face had gotten. He confessed sheepishly that it was just the heat, and it finally clicked for her. He slid Karen a photo of the jewelry and demanded, do you recognize it? She leaned in, studied the pendant, and mumbled, that's really interesting. Her eyes narrowed like she'd seen it before, but she just couldn't place where. She said that once she learned anything, she'd rush to tell him, and the MC thanked her for worrying about him. So Karen cut in, no, thank you asterisk, because he'd done more for her than she could ever repay. She can't stick around, she has to bolt right now because she still has to get to the guild. Shiro, stunned, blurted out, wait, are you really trying to see Emil? Camel looked at her and the girl getting ready to leave snapped back, no, I'm not going, I want. The azure flash that had just put her precious friend in mortal danger, then the protagonist. Paganist tried to shout that he'd come there on his own free will, but Karen told them good luck and bolted without letting him explain a word. Now the protagonist was totally baffled. Maybe it wasn't them who needed luck, maybe it was Lear and the rest of his crew. Ine asked if she could sleep with Patty that night, and the fairies shot her down in total confusion. Because seriously, what was she even talking about? MC decided the best move was to gently pat the fairy on the head and tell her to totally ignore Aina's words. She would brace her right Patty side with all her weight, staring hard, and then she would ask. He finally blurted, what was I supposed to do with them? Because only today did it hit him, and it wasn't just some random thought. Sometime later, Ine burst into the house and told her mother, I'm about to show you. She started to say something, but first the girl locked eyes with her and demanded, will you tell a single soul about this? Only when Stella swore, solemn and steady, did the girl finally unzip her backpack, and the woman couldn't help but wonder what was coming. A lizard, a frog. A frog leapt out the moment that Bag's clasp finally snapped open. Stella gasped when she spotted Patty, and Patty stared back, equally shocked like she'd seen a ghost. So this is Ana's mom, her face, and even the exact color of her eyes. The woman blurted out in total confusion, fairy, and shock had her frozen. Ine was instantly worried about her too, and just then after Patty flopped onto the girl's bed and burst out laughing with pure delight, feeling how soft it was, because she'd never, ever slept on anything like this before. Before she even touched the door, Stella stepped into her daughter's room with a cup of tea, smiled softly, and slid the fairy a cup of washiro fruit tea. Then she leaned in and asked if she could get the full story on the young man she was hunting. Anna chimed in, saying she wants to hear it too. Patty's thoughts cut off mid-motion. Then for a second he paused and said, "All right, she's been talked to." That's when she finally stepped away from the village for the first time. That night she finally ran into Aaron. He was out in the wild, stalking something with teeth, and then she saw it, a jagged branch with a razor-sharp tip. And his aim was a disaster, clumsy arrows flying everywhere, horned hair whipping as he hunted his prey. Prey kept sprinting away from him, and every time he fired, it felt like the guy was getting even closer. He was seconds from bursting into tears like a kid, and yeah, tell me that isn't funny. She burst into loud laughter watching him, but then she had to jump in. He was sobbing so hard she couldn't ignore it, so she activated the wind. Aaron unleashed the wind cutter skill and slammed the final blow into the rabbit, his eyes blazing wide with shock. He stared in disbelief and blurted, "Wait, she's a fairy." That's how it started. He just kept breaking down, crying and crying, begging him to listen, saying. She kept raving about how delicious those horned hairs were, and at first, she honestly thought humans had the dumbest language on the planet. She kept listening and the truth hit her like a punch. He hadn't eaten for 10 whole days. Can you even picture it? This guy actually thanked her, then leaned in and asked her name. Name, she tried to blurt it out, then caught herself, swallowed it back, and decided she couldn't say it after all and replied, "Once you're a full-fledged hunter, I'll finally tell you, but not yet, for now." After what happened, he needs to stay far away from her. He trained with everything he had, and day after day, he kept leveling up until he became. And then it kept getting stronger and stronger, until one day Aaron snapped and killed a huge monster. He cornered her and demanded, "So tell me, has he actually gotten better, or is it finally time she tells him the truth?" She finally cracked the secret of her name. "Okay, I'll tell him," she said, but then she remembered them sneering, calling her a little brat, and claiming she only brought trouble wherever she went. So she blushed, shut him down with a firm no, and promised she'd give her name the next time they met. Next time, still shocked, he nodded and agreed. But that was it, no next time. Just two friends trapped in a crushing loneliness. Turns out once they met, they somehow became two unstoppable legs. Her legs kicked off the ground, and that's when she realized she had to tell him her name first, then demand, "So what's yours?" Stella grinned, clocking it with a knowing little smile. Such an insane, mind-blowing story. I swear I can't stop thinking about it. Mina's eyes brimmed with tears as she told the fairy, "We'll find this boy, my friend," and even her mother blinked in stunned shock. Moved by her kindness, the party leaned in and called the girl's name. He leaned in and told her with total confidence, "Don't worry, we'll find him." Elsewhere 2 hours earlier, the protagonist had already unleashed a teleportation. Then, fresh from a bath on the balcony, he grinned and said it had been ages since he'd washed at home, pure bliss, and now he was ready to stare at the sunset sky over Nine Ridge. Once again, right then, Lear shouted up at him from below, and the protagonist said that he'd be coming down right now. When it happened, MC's eyes widened. Those boys were bruised and swollen. He stammered back, still rubbing his cheek, and then blurted, totally baffled, "What happened to you?" It swelled up so badly that Lear snapped it off and told everyone, "It's in." Nothing happened, at least that's what he insisted, and that's when Karen marched right up to him. He leaned in and snapped at the boy in a stern voice, his guilt glowing the whole night. He asked the mayor, and she was already talking about hauling his friend into the forest, right? No way he'd come up with excuses. She might as well snap and start swinging, punch him, or slam a slap across the. Karen whipped around and before he could even finish, landed a thunderous slap across his face. So there you have it. Want to grab a drink at the guild? This time the guildmaster and that meal would be shared with them. Shiro nodded, ready to go. Just a moment later. Meanwhile, the friends were already posted up at the bar, Emil about. He blurted it out so she'd repeat it, and then they all should copy that move every single time. Everyone fumed. Why did she get to be first? Still, they all lifted their mugs in one quick, defiant toast. Kilfax swore they'd get totally wasted. Emil nodded right along, and the two of them basically decided, no way they weren't drinking it all up. Nay nodded with a grin, and when Lear dove into the details, pleasure lit his face. Well done, he said. Ralph grinned in relief, the protagonist winced hard, and Lear snapped, what's wrong, what is it? May shot him a look and asked, so, what's wrong, don't you like the local ale? He finally admitted, straight up, that he didn't have much, only for the girl to cut him off like, tea. The girl told him not to sweat, she didn't think it was tasty either, and that left him totally stunned. N.A. snapped that saying stuff like that in public was rude. But with options this tight, what choice did they even have? If you made it tastier, you de-soothe the spirits and send the adventurers cheering, but hauling it around would cost a fortune. Kilfa murmured, all blissful, I can't wait for wine or cider, those things are tart, but man, the smell is heavenly. Neska's mood soured. Don't be so impudent. He blurted it out in shock, sour, bitter, and totally tasteless. Lear leaned in and asked what was on his mind. Was he joking about never having tasted wine, or was he talking about how merchants like him found success? Cairo shot back that only top-shelf wines fit for nobles should ever touch a glass. No, wait, what's he going on about? Apparently they've got a bunch of super cheap wine. In his homeland, he tipped back wine like a king, and suddenly everyone froze, staring in pure shock as he kept going. Turns out there are 3 types: red, white, and pink, and yeah, some people call pink rosé. And oh, by the way, he'd also heard orange wine is blowing up lately, because honestly, the market's packed with new trends every week. There's a whole buffet of flavors: sweet, semi-sweet, light and airy, deep and refined, and then the price. Prices swing wildly. Some bottles sit within a kid's budget, while others cost more than a whole house and garden, and even the connoisseurs clink wine into their dinner lineup. He keeps swapping the brand every time, but deep down he's all about sake, and this drink comes in 3 big flavors: Chanaso, Junmai, and Hanajozo. Every single one of them stared at him with their mouths hanging open, drunken adventurers included, because even the brawl stopped cold as he started telling his story, and he could feel how closely everyone was hanging on his every word. Everyone leaned in and listened, then this giant of a man thundered, go on, tell us about those drinks. The protagonist swallowed and answered, all right, and he kept going. Back in his homeland, the public interest is handled right, so tons of wines are on hand, ready for anyone to grab everyone. Gasping at his words, the protagonist stared at him in pure, blown-away awe, and then, right in the middle of it, a wild idea hit him like lightning. Wasn't this the kind of business idea that could blow up into a fortune? Because if everything went right, he'd be set. Metaphorically speaking, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or you can't, because it depends on how you play your move, right? Or maybe it was even 3. He yanked his chair back, popped to his feet, and exploded into motion like he couldn't wait another second. And with a grin, he pushed everyone to come back in 3 days, then promised to treat them to wine straight from his homeland, that day, that night. His look was totally overhauled, almost like magic, because his business-smart appearance, freshly styled and perfectly coiffed, had drawn compliments from everyone around him. When he stepped into the hall, Aina, dressed like a proper businesswoman, gazed at him and blurted, "You look so cool today." He fired back, saying it suited her too. Stella watched her daughter and smiled, then said, she was freaking out that the protagonist just told that woman she looked like the real deal. Then he spun around, staring at the room, convinced this bar counter was built for this exact day. And it was sitting right in the beer guild, pieced together from plywood and stacked wooden crates. When Lear walked in, he froze and blurted, "Whoa, you've got everything ready already." He even tracked down a couple lovely ladies to back him up, and he muttered sheepishly, "Well, how do I put this? I know I was the first one who offered to help him. Then an 8-year-old in a drinking place? No way, that's ridiculous, but she swore she'd bring her mother, and right then is how both of them ended up here." Neska. Miss Ka rushed up, told him everything was ready, and Kilfa beamed as she clutched a bottle of wine in her hands. He thanked the girls for their help, then promised each of them a bottle of whatever they wanted as a little reward, and Kilfa immediately went for a fruit wine, and Neska a chocolate liqueur. Then Shiro leaned in and asked him what she would. "She'd like that." The girl blinked in shock, then burst out, "I'm craving grape juice. Yeah, later, I want some." Crowds poured into the bar, leaning in and demanding, "So when do we get to have some real fun?" The protagonist stood up, faced the distinguished guests, and blurted out a heartfelt apology for making them wait. He proclaimed the evening of gratitude for the workers, and the crowd erupted in joyful roars. Yes, the protagonists carried on, first and foremost. Amada Shiro says, "Call them back. I want to thank you for burning time searching this forest." And he introduces himself as the shop owner, promising a reward for your relentless, risky hunt for lost ruins. One of the adventurers burst out in shock. He wasn't just handing over their supplies for free, he even said they've got a brewery here too. MC added that we'll get a whole spread of snacks, and then the crowd went wild because one guy shouted that they don't care what they're drinking, they're tired of that stinky ale. We want real booze, Shiro declared, and to top it all off, MC made it crystal clear. Every single drink today is on him. He's basically daring them to drink until it drains him dry, and every single person there lights up like it's pure fun. The main character, S, doing the math and realizing this night costs a whopping $3 million, and yeah, it's insane, but it's a gamble meant to pay off big in the future. Future, he said, and now it's Namaraj's turn. Guildmaster of the Fairies' blessing, he's about to speak. The girls beam with big smiles and wish every single guest safe travels as they head out on their quest. Everyone around her shot to attention, hearts pounding at her words. Then the protagonist grinned and said, "All right, let's start the fun, but please don't crowd." Once they saw the counter, the whole crowd shoved forward, knocking and elbowing past each other, and Nake sprang into action fast. She snapped onto the counter, raised her weapon, and shouted that they could end the event right now, and the MC immediately thanked her for stepping in. She barked, "Everyone get in line," and then Lear stepped up right as the moment landed. The counter stood there and Shiro leaned in and asked what he wanted. Then the guy jabbed a finger and pointed. He jabbed at a bottle and demanded, "What's in there?" And the protagonist shot back, "It's beer." And he pushes it hard like, "Trust me, you'll love it." Lear parked up, then he's getting it. Aina realized someone had told her that a little lemon juice in this drink would make it hit even harder with flavor. The guy yanked in a shocked gasp, "No way, Then he took another taste of the drink and it completely threw him. "Oh, really?" Delighted, Lear burst out, "What divine drink is this? It's got a light foam on top and a sharp, lemony tang that hits like lightning." Lemon, he gulped the whole drink in one greedy rush, then blurted out again, "It's just mind-blowing, seriously, with the salt it tastes absolutely insane." And right after that, the adventurers kicked off from the beginning and demanded the protagonist whip up the exact same drink for them. Then, after taking one taste, they were. Lear and the others were just as thrilled. MC barely even got a word out before time slipped away. He pointed out where every bottle was kept and exactly which wine to pour. Stella and Aina were already drained to the bone, battered by war's relentless pace. The work was never enough. Every time the adventurers finished a round, they begged for more, and Shiro just smiled, happier by the second. He nailed it. This reaction blew past every expectation he had. He barked for the next guy in line, and it was Yeldos who stepped up, demanding something heavy. "Pour me the strongest drink you've got." The adventurers froze in shock. Could this really be the same unbreakable Yeldos? The Eldos, one of the 16 heroes, paused when the surprise protagonist pressed him for the strongest drink, and with a grin, he gave his answer. He said it, then slid a bottle into the stern man's hands and pressed, "So, how does he? What kind of spirit hits him so hard it lights up his whole soul?" He grabbed a small glass, poured it, and shoved it into the man's hands. He let out a confused grunt and snapped, "What's that tiny cap? Did you suddenly lose your nerve?" Trying to hand him a 200-year-old dwarf like it's some small fry, the protagonist shot back, confused, "No, that's not true at all. Standing on your feet after just one sip is already a death-defying act, because this drink is 96% pure alcohol." The dwarf's rage only burned brighter. "Are you kidding me? Is he being disrespectful again, like nothing can ever get under his skin? Does he even realize what he's doing?" MC grabbed the moment and tried to snap him out of it, warning him that an alcohol overdose could straight up kill Yeldos. Ralph snapped, but he got it. Shiro asked, still confused, "Okay, we're going outside now, fast." "Why?" Just then Ralph stepped up toward Yeldos. He brought Elf into the story and revealed his role. He served Florina, the sky goddess. "Guy," the man let out an irritated chuckle and snapped that the priest was about to start lecturing him, while the guy behind the counter looked like he'd insulted him hard. For his honor, to them, dwarves raised on a barrel of ale instead of a bottle of milk, alcohol didn't just taste good, it ran through them like blood in their veins. "That hit, yeah, it's nothing to them," Ralph murmured, trying to calm the chaos, and he knew he was right. Rage burned in him, and it was earned. Then he leaned in with one crazy proposition. Yeldos's eyes lit up, and Ralph just said, "A proposition?" Ralph kept going. This priest didn't just cure poisoning, he could also drive out alcohol intoxication, and that's why they used an antidote. If that mighty warrior ever got so drunk he lost his footing, he'd heal him on the spot, right then, right there. The priest stared at both of them and shot back, "So what are you going to say to that?" The opponents didn't stand a chance. The dwarf smirked and chuckled, saying, "Yeah, he won't be able to. He could stand his ground, and nobody could even guess how many monsters he'd plowed through on the way." He rammed the axe point in. No one was meant to question his grit, not a demon lord, not an ancient dragon, not even a swarm of goblins, not an undead king. A giant ghoul, a Helheim Cerberus, reptilian knights, a Jormungandr, an immortal berserker, a vampire queen, no matter what his. As soon as his knee hit the ground, the whole crowd gasped. No way, these legendary monsters are all real. After that insanely cool presentation, he somehow looked even more massive. Yeldos leaned in and asked the protagonist, "So, where's his SDR? One strong sip, if he even stumbles for a second, he'll grant him any wish." The MC demanded an answer, and the dwarf snapped back, "If not then. Then he'll keep hooking him up with free drinks for the rest of his days." He thrust a mug into his hands and roared, "Go on, let him pour until it drips right over the rim." Shiro says he listens, and he obeys, no questions. He leaned in and poured the drink into the mug. Orf flashed a grin like, "Yeah," then lifted the mug to his lips, breathed in the fumes, and blurted out in shock, "Yeah, the drink's power hits like a punch. You can practically feel it in your bones, and he's never smelled anything remotely like it before." Yeldos didn't slow down. He chugged the whole mug in one gulp, like the rest of the world could wait for later. The crowd's faces went wide with pure shock, staring like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Right there, the protagonist didn't just react. Pure astonishment hit him like a wave. In a single gulp, how on earth could he even pull that off? The dwarf. Worf slammed his empty mug onto the table, let out a heavy exhale, and said, "He's got to be feeling it in his bones, and that burning truth is only getting louder, so what's he going to say next?" He's swaying like he's drunk, and right then, this question gets thrown at the party. The protagonist stepped forward, and everyone in the room went silent, bracing for what happened next. MC scratched his head, snapped into realization, and admitted he'd totally underestimated. He finally caved in defeat, hitting his pride. Then the dwarf burst into loud laughter and blurted out. He wiped his nose, then immediately starts pouring him drinks for free. Can he even hear himself? He's still laughing his head off. Yeldo suddenly buckled, staggered, and crashed backward to the floor. Then he sprawled out, drew a trembling, long breath, and blacked out. Shiro anxiously blurted his name, insisting he was the one who'd offered him a drink. Ralph finally hurled a healing spell at the dwarf, and the moment it hit, the formidable warrior sank to the floor. Leaning on the wall, the protagonist kept talking. Ralph's healing magic was the only reason he wasn't still out of commission, sitting here with them like it was nothing. Hero, huh? Yeah, does he realize how disrespectful that is to alcohol? The dwarf took in every complaint with a hard frown, while the priest gasped like he'd just seen the first hero get scorched in that way, because it wasn't steel that brought him down, it was alcohol. The adventurers leaned in, asking question after question. What was that drink even called? It smelled like alcohol, so they tossed around a wild idea. Maybe they should rename it. Name it Hero Tamer, and watch how this crazy alcohol barrels across the whole continent soon after, because nobody could survive the sheer strength of that drink. After a while, Nesca blurted out in shock that she'd never, ever tasted anything this delicious, and Kulfa grinned, saying she only wished she could share it with her parents. Too bad they were stuck back home. Lear leaned in and grilled the protagonist, "So you're really not going bankrupt?" And he shot back, "Yeah, I've definitely spent quite a bit." But it wasn't even close to what the future profits would unleash once they got hooked on his drinks. The guy let out a chuckle and smirked. "You can tell he's an entrepreneur," and right then they replied, "Of course, now adventurers can finally shake off the stress," and Ine shows up here just to grab her medicine. Clear praised him and made it crystal clear how kind he was. Then, right then, Kilfa taps you lightly. She smacked him on the head. He seethed, and the sting was brutal, but the girl burst out laughing like it was nothing. "Come on, she only hit you lightly." Lear shot a sideways glance and demanded to know if he'd nailed his goal, staring him down to make sure. Mostly down at the box, the guy added, "There was something nobody could ignore. A wild little fragment sticking out where it absolutely shouldn't be, like a stolen fairy feather dropped in the wrong place." The protagonist suddenly swung toward the box where she was potty sitting, then asked her. He asked her straight up if her friend was here among the crowd, and the fairy shook her head, denying it. The protagonist snapped, furious. No, seriously, her friend wasn't an adventurer. She should forgive him, the fairy snapped, because he did all of this for her and he shouldn't be cut off now, so he should. He had to forgive her because when the dust settled, they still couldn't find the boss's friend either. Either tomorrow hits or the very next day after it. Going door to door across the whole city, no necklace in sight, and not a single posted flyer to be found. The fires and their fiery descriptions finally cracked the case. Something actually happened. The MC blinked in disbelief and muttered, "Wait, maybe he really did slip out of the city after all." Patty stared at the map and snapped, "So how many, like 20? And when the answer landed, she only shook her head because it wasn't just one more place, it was cities upon cities, then the ferry. He was crushed, totally broken, with everyone searching. How in the world were they supposed to find him? Right then, Karen barreled over to them and spun toward them, asking. She leaned in and told Shiro she had a hunch about who they were hunting. Then her curiosity snapped into full gear. As soon as she got home, she tore through her stuff and stumbled on this, that, and everything in between. And just like that, she swung the open box into view. Inside sat a necklace that looked exactly like Patty's, while the girl kept staring, soaking in the shock on her allies' faces. The necklace was her great-great-grandfather's, back when he was the first mayor of this city, Aina. With a confused frown, they blurted out who a great-great-grandfather even was, and the protagonist just shrugged and said, "It's my grandfather's grandfather." Karen demanded to know why they needed her relative, and MC froze, then hesitated like the answer might burn him. And Patty blurted out that she was the one who asked. The mayor burst out in shock. "Wait, is this some kind of fairy?" She spun around to Shiro and demanded, "What's happening here?" And he spilled the whole truth about Patty. The girl said, "I see," but right away she admitted, "Honestly, it's hard to believe." Then boom, she revealed that her relative actually knew a fairy, and Patty just blurts, "So?" Karen burst into a surprised chuckle and blurted, "What do you mean?" While the fairy shook out the answer, "Well, him. Wait, she's his child's child, so that makes them family, right?" Karen's like, "Yep, confirmed." And yeah, that's exactly it. Patty snapped with impatience, and then demanded to know where he was. The mayor just stared at her, completely clueless about what she was saying. Then it hit her like a spotlight snapping on when the girls told her. So that's when Karen grabbed Patty and demanded to know how long it would take. The leader leaned in and told her they don't just live long, fairies hit around 3,000 years on average. And yeah, she'd only made it to 300 years so far, so this wasn't even close to the end of her story. Her world froze when she found out how old she really was. Most people don't even make it to 100 years old. So that means the great-great-grandfather she'd been hunting, yeah, the one she wanted most, had already long since met his end. Patty, eyes wide with shock, blurted. He snapped, "That's not true," and a rush of memories hit her family in the car, driving her away. Sliced straight through her mind, voices screaming, "Get out of here, leave us alone," as if she, a leper, wasn't worth sparing. She won't even come near them, so why hasn't their leader kicked her out of the village yet? She's terrifyingly powerful, and somehow, nobody's cared about her, and even her own parents couldn't stand her, praying they'd be rid of her for good. So she snapped the village rule, tore off into the pitch black, moonless night, and vanished into the dark. Then she runs straight into that boy. He stares her down and says. She gasps in shock and blurts out, "Wait, are you a fairy?" For the very first time, someone stared at her with eyes so gentle it felt like a warm embrace. For the very first time in her life, someone finally thanked her, like the world had just lit up. She locked eyes with a man who greeted her with a smile so warm it felt like it was lighting up the whole room. She didn't let her name slip to him, saying she promised she'd do it the moment he became a full-fledged hunter. And he nodded, adding, "Yeah, oh, he'd definitely do it." For the first time she had. He finally had someone to mess around with, and someone to clash with nonstop. For the first time, she realized she was staring at a real man. In this crazy world, there's one man who'd stand in front of her and protect her with everything he's got. With every ounce of his strength, he finally turned to her one day and told her he'd finally figured out what to wear, so he made necklaces one after another. Two of the same, one for her, one for him. Rage slammed into her, she couldn't believe it. Then he turned out to be a complete fool because he was seconds away from dying. He leaned in and asked if she still remembered that gorgeous stone she dug up in the forest, because that was the one he turned it into. Let them turn into a real badge of their friendship, because she was absolutely blown away. It was the first time anyone had ever handed her a gift, he said, and even if they part ways, they'll never stop remembering each other, because that bond is pure magic. Wait, now they're true friends, she blurted it out in shock. So what does true even mean? And the guy just stared back and asked, "Do you even know?" She finally understood what real friends are right when the fairy answered, "Of course you do." Because that was the whole point, a true friend. She realized she wasn't just making a friend, this was someone who mattered more than anything, and it hit her so hard she couldn't even process it, because with zero friends before, she suddenly had one. Suddenly she realized she'd found a real friend, tears stung her eyes, and he blurted in shock, "Wait, are you crying?" Patty snapped back, annoyed, "Why do you care?" Idiot, she couldn't even cry, but for the first time it hit her, she didn't want to lose him. When he asked if she could tell him her name already, she just said, okay. All right, fine, she had promised, and now she feared that if she told him her name, they'd never cross paths again, especially since he swore that even if they split up, they'd never forget each other like it was etched into fate by some magical object. Then she grinned and promised, I'll say it next time, and they set off believing they'd meet again before they trade their names, and the second he stares at her in total confusion, she just feels their warm bond slipping away. So she couldn't tell him her name. Then the guy finally grinned and promised he'd be waiting in the press, counting the seconds. The president's Patty told him she understood, so he wouldn't come back because the only home she had left stood beside him, and hot tears immediately surged in her eyes. The protagonist locks eyes with Aina, and the whole moment snaps into focus. He gave her a sympathetic look, then leaned in and asked. He leaned in and demanded, so what are you planning to do? Would she dare to head back to the other fairies? Patty shot back that she had nowhere to go. She hadn't told them yet, but they cast her out, so she tore open her shirt and bared the proof to show them the truth. She presses the symbol on her stomach. Everything in the protagonist's mind just goes blank, like she can't make sense of what she's seeing. He swallowed his nerves and asked her what it was, and the fairy just smiled. This symbol among fairies marks a catcher of misfortune haunted her so hard that every time she was born again, she regretted it like a knife in her chest. That symbol is the reason even her own parents threw her away. Just recently, they shocked everyone by letting her stay in the village. But now, out of nowhere, the forest erupts with a massive swarm of beetles. They've slaughtered thousands of fairies. Now they're stalking them because the moment those fairies try to build a nest, the hunt begins. They start breeding these monsters that rip through everything in the area, and somehow the blame lands on her. She swallowed the truth. Her parents kept repeating it like a sentence. It's all your fault, if only you weren't here. She snapped in fury. Those were pathetic excuses, and she could do nothing to untangle that beetle's nest. Mary dragged the words out in a bitter, defeated whisper. Yeah, she could. She's changed by it, and the leader slaps a name on her, one that's spoken in the fairy language. This name means the one who makes fate cry, but here's the twist. He'd handed it to her, and it was him who pushed the idea that her people should. People cast her out. Then, right after those words hit, she choked. She let out a little chuckle and said, funny, right? And then it's her and her. In the forest, Shiro spotted a drowning idiot and leaped in to save him, right as he was going under. He'd help her track down her friend, and somehow that only made her look even bigger than before. They called out the fairy's name with teary tenderness, and then, boom, tears poured out. Patty rushed in, holding her close and begging her, don't cry. If he didn't stop it, she'd turn around and do it all over again. The villain paused, pieced it together, and then snapped. He asked the fairy whether he'd join the chase. She had to save the fairies, and when she finally looked at him in surprise, everything hit her all at once. She snatched the prize and, like it was obvious, said she'd want it, because the protagonist would be the one chasing it. So was she really sure those were the same people who threw her out? Her own body knew the moment the chieftain named her. She belongs to him now, and it's a debt hanging over her, because her parents are still stuck in that village, and they might hate her for it. They spit hate at her, but they're still her family, so of course she's determined to save them. He said it like a promise, no questions asked. Then they'll go all in, fighting to save everyone. Larry stared at him, completely lost, her eyes already brimming with tears, as she blurted out, can they really save us? MC leaned in and promised her, of course. Patty enthusiastically exclaimed, please. She's begging him to save everyone, so Aina grilled him about it too, and now he leaned in and said, all right, it's settled, next we're going on the adventure. Adventurers Guild, yeah, but it wasn't that easy. The moment the adventurers heard him, fury snapped through the crowd. What was he even trying to say? Nay cut her off, confused as ever, and said, wait, what do you mean? She got it, but she couldn't swallow that offer. It was 200% impossible, until he went wide-eyed and thought, why? Because the girl had sworn that the fly swatter nest would. It would be a massive, no-mess military operation. It's so massive that they'd have to pull half the guild just to handle it. Zeros looped it over and over, so confused he used up about half the whole guild's resources. And yeah, that price tag was brutal. He was supposed to mark the neighbor's place, but that wasn't the only thing they'd lose. People vanished, and everything spiraled fast. Right now, everyone's up to their elbows in ruins. Things would be totally different if the fly swatters were piled up near Nineridge, but that wasn't the real story. Then the protagonist snapped, furious at how things were, and the girl cut in. Please don't. She didn't mean to offend anyone, so once she said it, she'd march right back to work. Suddenly, the protagonist snapped her voice out of the air and asked, what if this wasn't an offer at all, but then a deal? Her eyes went wide. "A deal," he said, and she nodded, stunned as he agreed. "Yeah, just let her listen." Then the protagonist hit the button and triggered the spatial storage. Nay blurted out in shock, "Wait, is that what she really thinks?" He shot back, "Yeah, that's it," and basically confirmed he was pushing that exact plan. As the fairy's blessing pushes deeper into the dungeon, he'll keep them fully covered and supplied. He figures it'll totally make up for all the time he spent hunting fly swatters, so what will she? She said it, and Nay's smile snapped into place like the perfect, irresistible deal. But she carried an artifact forged with space magic. Spatial storage magic, so she could stash away 3 times the amount. Shiro blurted out, stunned, "That can't be right." Ine was a bundle of nerves about him. Then Nay snapped, "I want you too." She tried to forgive her, but it just wouldn't happen at that exact moment. Elbows burst into the guild and demanded to know what was going on. The protagonist looked totally lost, apologized for the noise, and then blurted out that he wants that fly swatter nest wiped clean. So the dwarf pauses for a beat, then cuts himself off mid-word. He blurted, "Excellent," and just like that, he'd gotten the approval, and the protagonist still couldn't wrap his head around how lucky he was, blindingly shocked into silence. He grabbed a breath and demanded, "Why?" Eldos stared at him and said, "It'll be fine, trust me." Wilderment, "Just don't let him know he's forgotten everything. We made an agreement." MC gasped, "Exactly," the dwarf snapped, admitting he truly forgot, and Shiro confirmed it, but the rest got cut off. Nay said it outright, "There's no way to organize a mass persecution right now." Yeldo lunged with his axe, furious, barking that Nay shouldn't lump him in with every little person. Tiny, he alone was more than enough. Right then, Lear and Ralph showed up, closing the distance fast. The boy started. The protagonist they finally met revealed he'd heard everything and he'd help, so Kilfa leaned out from. She yanked herself out of the beer keg and launched straight at the protagonist, wrapping him up in a crushing hug. He protested, refusing to bend the rules because the guild had a hard line. No one was allowed to take quests they didn't hand out themselves, and they were making him wait. She couldn't, and Yeldo snapped that she'd misread everything, while Lear realized the old dwarf wasn't telling the truth at all. He was just settling his debt. Debt crushed him, and he folded to the ground like a house of cards. Maldus roared, and Lear leaned in close, right up to him. He shot toward the guildmaster and asked, "So you're telling me they just help people with 0 reward?" Right? Nesca clued them in that it didn't count as a real quest until the reward finally hit. Killua said it, and you can bet everyone would jump in, because if your friend's in trouble, nobody stands back. MC's heart got hit hard by his friend's generosity, and it touched him. He thanked them all with real warmth, then promised they'd raise a drink to celebrate the moment it was finally over, and the 2 adventurers immediately caught the way he went on and on about that mouth-watering alcohol. He shot back, "Just like that, exactly. Exactly, don't you spread it around." Among the alcohol he'd already lined up. With the celebration about to kick off, maybe there'd be some fairy mead, but he sure didn't have much to spare, and the adventurer couldn't believe it as his astonishment hit him. He blurted it out at full volume like, "Wait, he really has it." And suddenly the legend wasn't just talk anymore. A legendary drink, yeah, they'll pitch in with the fly swatters and even scoop him some of that sweet nectar. One of the beastmen barked, "If he's here, then he's getting pulled into this too." 2, the wise whip snapped, "Good, he's in." Then they protested, furious, "They can't." She told them to tear through the ruins, and not a shred of proof says Shiro's honey is the real deal. Honey, and right then, Potty blasted out of A like it had been launched. Ein ripped the backpack off, then shouted a furious protest. "It's the real deal, she made the honey with her own hands for him, so yeah, it's real." The protagonist threw his head back, groaning, why did she give herself away? Everyone there froze in stunned silence at the fairy. Nay shot the next words as if her voice could shatter the spell. Confused out of his mind, "Fairy, what does that even mean?" The protagonist shot back, With a sheepish grin, he faces his boss, Patty, the boss who's determined to get those fly swatters exterminated. She's desperate to save her brethren, on that vow she won't back down, but all he is just a plain merchant. And he couldn't fight monsters or anything like that, so he bowed to the guildmaster and told her he was asking her to do it to save the fairies. Potty stared at him, fighting tears, then bowed to Nay too, begging, pleading for her family's salvation. If they handled the bugs, she'd spin out sweet honey for every single one. Then the fairy crashed down. She dropped to her knees at his feet and pleaded for mercy, begging him to save the other fairies and her whole family. The guildmaster snapped, pressed her fingers to her temple, and hissed that he was twisting her into a villain, just cruelly. She shot her hand out, voice booming with the guild's full authority. by my word, listen up, everyone from Bronze rank and up, everyone gathers, then they storm out together. They're on a mission to snatch the fly swatter nest before it slips out of reach. Hidden deep inside the eastern forest, they waited in the shadows. Known as Chajina Forest, it loomed ahead. Then, just like that, everyone set off. Tore out for the exact destination, and after hours of brutal travel, our protagonist. The antagonist leaned in and barked, "Are they here, paddocks?" He blurted out, "This is it, the fly swatter nest." And then the words trailed off because of the moment trouble shows up, the fairies can't step outside their homes, like something keeps them trapped there. The protagonist gawked at the ruins entrance, stunned by what he found there. Lear said his stomach was growling so hard it felt like he might lose control. The MC snapped, "It could be," then immediately cut it off. "No, it can't be. No way, this is exactly what the guild has been hunting for." So he spots the ruins of some ancient magical civilization just like that and thinks, "Wait, did I just notice this?" "So you think so too?" The party is baffled. Sure, their leader calls it a cave, but this place is clearly home to some unknown species they've never seen before. Built that structure ages ago, Nay backed it up, shouting his support. Surprise, what a wild, perfect gift. The stars really aligned, didn't they? Late in the night, she spread out a map of the area and said, "All right, here's exactly how we're doing this." They decided to cut their losses by splitting into 3 squads, 6 myths in each. On her command, the mithril-ranked warriors would burst into a surprise attack, slamming into the enemy, while 17 gold-ranked soldiers waited right at the cave entrance, cutting down every flyswatter that dared to leave. The last 53 silver-ranked fighters and anyone beneath them were ordered to hunt down whoever slips through. While she swore this was the plan to swap the flyswatters, they'll lock onto every single target and scream as they strike. In Yeldos, every platinum-ranked warrior holds back in reserve for emergencies, and when the protagonist blurts out, pointing at the dwarf in shock, it's because the guy is already warming up. Alone at the start, Azure Flash warmed up, pushing so hard they shouted they couldn't fall behind, and Nay tried to stop them. Ralph told them to stay put and watch Shiro's back from the rear, let everyone lean on his team, because they were locked in and ready to fight. Nay roared, "New plan, let him tail Yeldos, we have to. You've got to smash every single fly swatter, then watch as the warriors charge in, grinning with pure joy." They stormed into the cave and tore into the enemy, ripping them apart in the middle of the attack. They marched on, and after some time, the protagonist finally glanced at his wife. "Look at the clock, 2 hours are already gone. Tell me, is everything okay here?" Right then, Nay burst out of the cave, showing up out of nowhere. The protagonist barreled toward her, demanding to know how everything went. Then the dwarf who'd popped up blurted, "Who do they think he is?" Like those brutal morning exercises, right as the guildmaster spoke. He nearly wiped out the entire enemy team all by himself. And she personally checks, no flyswatter left a single one behind, so the MC is just. He gasped, "Amazing," because there were so many of them. Then he asked, "Wait, do those fly swatters have a queen, or is it some other kind of leader?" Yeldo stumbled, baffled. "Wait, a final boss queen? Or was it just a rumor?" Either way, he ended her before it mattered. But man, he was starving. Could they finally have some booze and meat? She got spotted at the party and people stared like, "Wow, isn't it?" The fairy blurted back, her voice cracking with pure starstruck amazement. "Yeah, it was awesome," he said, then his eyebrows shot up. Shouldn't she go tell the other fairies right now? Fairies went wild over it, destroyed every last fly swatter, and Potty threw her hands up and screamed with pure joy. They did it, then a sharp buzz detonated inside her head, and she heard a scream echoing. For help, the fairy stared at him, confused and sharp, and demanded to know, did he really just hear something? He jolted with surprise. What did she mean by that? Then she bolted forward toward him. He bolted ahead and yelled, "I'll be right back." The antagonist barreled after her, then blurted an apology to Lear, saying they'd be right back. Then the boy's mouth opened like he was about to ask, "WH. What happened next?" Except the MC was already gone, out of sight. The allies bolted after him and every party just watched, one fly at a time. The girl clutches a fly swatter, lining it up to strike down the little fairy. The girl trying to slip out was shaking with panic, begging anyone for help. Then the party rush crashed in. He sprinted straight at it and roared at the monster to stop. She snapped her hand forward and unleashed a blazing wind slash. But she stopped cold just in time. She couldn't risk it or she'd slam right into the. She bolted toward the enemy's back, but the beetle slammed into her and she was blasted backward as she screamed and flew off. Keelful barreled toward the beetle and yelled. She figured out their weak spot, and as soon as she hit it, Neska activated. With her frost spear up, she slammed the attack and the beetle crashed down hard, dropping instantly. He flung the girl away, hurled her up into the air, and watched as she drifted down in slow, helpless silence. Patty caught her, lowered her to the ground like he was handling something precious, and fired off, "Are you okay?" But by then, the beetle had already vanished. And Keelfa was practically bursting with joy. Shiro thanked the girls with all his heart, and just like that, an endless swarm of beetles tore down from the sky. Once they finally hit the ground, everyone who made it there jumped in and started fighting them. Lear leaned toward the protagonist and asked. The antagonist asked if they were okay, and the boy shot back, "That's not good," because there were thousands of them and they were. And they were swarming the nest. Nay nearly froze in disbelief, yelling, "What's happening?" Then boom, she slaughtered them all, and one of the knights told her they never even spotted another way out of the nest, because it was buried deep and the bodies were piled up to block every path. They were slamming themselves in front of the passage, blocking every step, so she snapped, "What did you say?" And the girl blurted, "What?" in pure confusion. She's not fit to be the guild leader, she's just standing there, gawking at the enemy like it's some big show, while the moment demands strength. They were yelling at the top of their lungs to race toward the cave where everyone lives. Then the protagonist turned to the fairy and asked, Could use that skill?" Meanwhile, Lear, still throwing punches, muttered under his breath, annoyed as hell. They just kept coming, no end in sight. Spotting MC's moves, he snapped, confused, "What are you doing?" Shiro didn't even answer. He dropped onto the ferry on the verge of A. He lifted the cylinder and asked if she was ready. Potty shot back, "Yeah, I'm ready." She snapped into Wind Slash, turning it into a blazing, improvised flamethrower. And he tore the air open with an improvised fire tornado right there. Right then, a raging burst of fire tore out of the cylinder, swelling into a towering pillar of flame. They surged at the enemies, smashed through the bugs, and the protagonists burst out cheering. Yeah, it worked perfectly, way more than expected. He'd underestimated just how powerful it really was. Good thing they were firing for the air. Lear snapped in shock. Wait, is he an amazing major? Or what? The Neska snapped, Allah, out of nowhere. Stunned by what they saw in the sky, they watched a brand new horde of fleecewater swarm toward them, led straight by their boss. Rage is boiling, he can't possibly be wrong, but this Lear thing, the confusion hits so hard it feels impossible. Neska figured it had to be their boss. Be honest, is she way too big to actually protect anyone? The protagonist leaned in and asked Potty if she'd let him pull that same skill off again. The fairy snapped back, she could squeeze out one last shot right then. Right then Ralph blared, "The queen is under attack." Kirsten snapped into attack, her irritation blazing, because the fairy's eyes were on her. His eyes went huge with terror, then the dwarf blurted, "True." With one bold move, he unleashed a thunderbolt, True Justice, finally blazing through, and then charged straight at the enemy queen. A surge of static slammed into the monster, and it immediately started to gather up the power. He hit rock bottom, collapsed in defeat the very first try. Shiro approached and he shoved out an apology for making Shiro wait. Then Shiro, staring at the shattered trees and fallen monsters, thanked the dwarf thanked him for the help, but the old man only grumbled back, "No thanks, no softness, just returning a favor." He slid his axe onto his shoulder and snapped. And hey, this was the first time he ever went full throttle with the magical axe, Seagull. He finally got it from the immortal witch, Seagull. The protagonist blurted, eyes wide, like the name itself was unbelievable. "Go ahead and say it out loud. Can that axe really deliver true justice?" Yeldos shot back. And yep, Seagull can unleash true justice magic twice a day, and the protagonist even said he already knew it. Mel Gibbs. "Gibson, Grandma, wait, you're a Steven Seagal fan too?" The dwarf blurted in shock, and MC hesitated, not sure how to answer. But Eldos clocked it instantly, blurted, "My god, he's Eris's grandson." And once the words left his mouth, he finally could see the resemblance, and right then, Patty's instinct snapped on. Shiro shot the question, "What happened?" She snapped, "Chief." Then this gray-haired old man stepped out. He rushes out to meet them, and a whole bunch of representatives come with him. Of that race, and the moment it hit, the adventurers were hit with total shock. So many fairies here, tiny, adorable little things, seriously, what a... Then the old man snapped his head back, stared at the view, and demanded, straight up, why it was happening, why would it end like that? Why she came back after being exiled, and what drove her to return? And seriously, why were humans out there hunting fly swatters? It's pure coincidence she got exiled from the village, so why would she even have to tell? Tell her anything. The old man spat out. When the protagonist heard her name, he said, "It's really." It was an honor to finally meet the chief. Potty had saved his life, and now, at his savior's request, they came together to wipe out the fly swap. The waters rose, and he still had to save the village, while the elders nodded and understood, like, as if they'd been rescued by Potty. How wild is it that it was her under. Nesca blinked in confusion, like the whole world was spinning, and asked, eyes clouded, almost as if she was under the influence. Potty yanked up her shirt, and there it was, the mark on her. She clutched her stomach and realized he was talking about this right here, among the fairies. Memories. This symbol is cursed, and it brings nothing but bad luck, Nesca gasped. It's a crest, one the Guild of Sages treats like a sacred sign, showing up only on people who are born with insane power. Being picked is the chosen one destiny, but that kind of strong mana is a beast to tame, wild and out of control. And that's why people say most of those who get marked end up living lives that nobody should have to endure. Time has passed, though. Time has marched on since someone cracked the secret to control magic, starting from zero and studying it piece by piece, until those who mastered it rose as legendary sorcerers. Potty stared at him, stunned, and she kept going. Some races in far-off settlements don't get it, and they start judging them right on the spot, like it's nothing. But a coat of arms isn't something to hide, it's a gift from the gods, a loud stamp that says you're different, and the elder just stood there, baffled as it all hit him. Can't be, she's saying their legends were misunderstood. Nesca stared at Poppy, then snapped, I've studied every spell from the very foundation. She laid down the basics so she'd be ready to teach her if she wanted, and the fairy blurted out her name, stunned. The girl leaned in and said, if the one with the coat of arms can wield mana, then I'm sure I can help the fairies too. The elder slowly turned toward his granddaughter, grief heavy in his eyes, and then he spoke. He was crushed with remorse for every single hardship she'd had to endure. He wanted to make it right, apologizing to her in both roles, as her leader and as her grandfather. He bowed his head and blurted, I'm so sorry. Potty gasped, enough. Enough. She swooped up to him, plopped right down in front of him, and the fairy stared him down. Bari was sobbing as she swore that if she hadn't been exiled, she'd never have met Shiro, and she'd never, ever have been exiled again. She couldn't save her village, and now every single thing that happens, every single moment, is driven by that. She knew it was the only choice that could make things right. Then she spun to face him and every member of her kin, tears streaming as she insisted over and over that none of them had ever made a mistake. After a while, the protagonist leaned in and asked if she was really heading home, and the fairy with that heartbreaking little smile whispered that she was her grandfather, right as the village leader demanded answers. He begged her to come back to the village, and Aina cried and fought him. No, she insisted. She wanted to stay with the party. The fairies looked at her with bittersweet smiles, then told both of them, if she stays with mortals like you. So she's just gonna be left alone again, huh? And she dragged herself to this town to find that guy, right? Right? MC shot back, and he got it. Then the fairy bowed and thanked her allies for the warm hospitality. And just as she was about to shoot off, Karen slammed the moment to a halt. She handed the fairy the letter and told her. She stumbled on it while digging through her ancestors' things, and it was clearly meant for a friend of her great-great-grandfather. This letter just screamed one thing. There was a solid chance it was meant for her. Patty snatched it up with trembling hands as Karen leaned in and asked her. She had to open the message. She clutched her wish to her chest, then started reading aloud to her amazing friend, because it had been ages since they'd last seen each other. Time kept chewing forward, so much had changed since the day he swore he'd meet her, and seasons kept blasting past like they never slowed down. And those laugh-worthy, skinny arms she had once mocked were even thinner now, all weak and gone, so he couldn't stop thinking. If she saw him like this, would she rip into him again? Walking was getting harder by the second, and he barely had time to wonder before She craved nothing more than to run through that forest again, just like before. Then, as she kept reading, Patty never even clocked the tears pouring down her face. By pure luck, that elf pal of his taught him something huge. Fairies live way longer than people. And yeah, she even told him her name, the one who brings bad. Have luck, Potty, what a beautiful name. While he was writing that letter, he kept saying her name over and over like it was his lifeline. Did he ever give her his own name? I mean, his name. Aaron Sankareka, thank her for coming to see him. Tell her your best wishes, Aaron Sankareka. Karen snatched the letter from her hands, scanned it, and said, that's it. Turns out she really did come through and help her relative out, Potty said. And then it hit her, his name was Aaron. Can you believe he knew her name too? She was his only real friend, and Aaron was her one and only. But then he finally found his love, like it had been waiting for him all along. probably packed in by kids and grandkids all around him. MC nodded, yeah, it's true, and Putty broke down in non-stop sobs, choking on bitter tears. Bitterly, he had to admit it, yeah, he was happy, and the worst part, she's really something. I'm genuinely thrilled for him, no joke, that's exactly how I feel. Shiro leaned in and told her, sure, our human lives might be short. But when you've got a friend, time doesn't stand a chance. Eren will live in her memory. As long as she's still breathing, won't he keep her close? Just like that, the fairy wiped her eyes, wiping. She wiped her tears, then snapped back, of course that's true. True, he pushed on, and it never once crossed his mind that this was some kind of a tiny meaningless detail, and suddenly he wanted her to keep him, an Ein burning in her heart, and now she wants him to see this. Let her show you. With those words, he yanked a photo straight from his chest, then reached to pick the. He went ahead and singled out the three of them, and even said the same thing. Anyone who saw it would swear they were friends. Yeah, best friends, right? She stared him down and touched him, like that was the moment everything changed. Ine blurted out, yes, and leaned into it, yeah, her friend, her absolute best friend. Friend, Lear just said it straight. The protagonist was 100% right. They said they're over the moon, and honestly, it's wild how perfectly he and that fairy clicked. Nesca leaned in and told the fairy she got it, at least a piece of it, because elven blood ran hot through her veins. And somehow she outlives humans, yet she still isn't scared to fall in love. She fights to bottle every single second she gets with him, sealing it deep in her heart. The boy stared at her, baffled, and blurted her name, then the girl kept talking. She chose it straight up, and now you've got to ask what happens to her. She burst into tears and blurted, I'm not worried or anything, I won't be coming back to the village. And then the village chief finally caught her mid-sentence, like, I hadn't told you when she might actually come back, and Nesca had sworn she'd teach her how to control mana. And she couldn't walk away from Aina, totally stuck, like a helpless crybaby. Time bends weirdly here, so she ends up burying MC, and then Shuro gets taken away too. Her words stunned him, then he burst out laughing and told her, don't you dare kill me. Aina was flooded with emotion. She sprinted to the ferry and wrapped her arms around Potty with a crushing hug, and Potty jolted, panicking in pure terror. He blurts out that she can't hug her that suddenly, and the protagonist stares at the girls. With a grin on his face, he drops the curtain just like that. The fairy tale ends. Fairy Potty dove headfirst into her adventure, and when she chose to stay with her friend, pure joy lit up her whole world. Her friends then boom, 2 whole months vanished, and by the time they realized it, things were already moving on. But on Harvest Festival Day, just as he promised Karen he'd help make the whole event shine, he gave Ine a camp, no delays, no backing out. He grabbed the camera and assigned it to her as the photographer, while he and Karen charged through the openings. Ceremony, then he snapped, the auction is open. Everyone come check out this legendary drink, the kind that can take down even the most famous hero around. The strongest spirit, called the Hero Slayer, showed up, and this guy just snagged it for a measly 44 silver. Shimmering silver, and at last, one final item, a mythic drink that only the fairy blessed can swallow. Honey's about to go up for auction. An artisan and tourism ambassador in Ninrich, Patty, proudly presents it. Then she introduces a shy little fairy who barely speaks, muttering that she's happy to meet everyone, and the protagonist fires up the room with, let's give her a big round of applause. The crowd lit up as everyone happily greeted her. Then the MC boomed, fairy honey of the highest quality. Bidding starts at 1 gold piece. And right away people started tossing in higher prices until Shiro grinned and said, it looked like they dragged in a serious haul, and even Karen had this weird, funny look on her face. The girl hid her face in her hands and admitted she couldn't stay cool either after seeing that kind of total, like a whole F asterisk. He held 500 gold pieces, then burst out laughing, and honestly, it's a relief Ninuich is about to get all of it right, the mayor just commented. He goes, yep, and it's all because of him, thank you. Then he rubs the back of his neck and mumbles, no need. Don't thank me, after all, the boss brewed that honey herself, she said. She said she already knew. Then the party stood there behind them, silently watching, backing them up with full confidence. Surprised, then she blurted out, can I ask you both? So, are they really thinking about having a kid later, or what? The protagonist blurted out, utterly baffled. What was she even trying to say? Karen snapped out in pure confusion. She and him weren't on those terms at all. The party stared, totally baffled, and Stella shrugged like, people get reincarnated or something. Then she turned to Karen and went, if you have kids, they might end up running errands. Reincarnation, right? The MC blurted, totally baffled, and Karen shot back, yeah, it's one thing to talk about it, but it takes doing those rituals again and again just to have a kid. Yep, kids don't just pop out of nowhere. They're born after 1,000 trials, carved out by a loving man and a woman who can't stop choosing each other, and then the parties come after. Suddenly she screamed, "Shut up," because they couldn't keep their mouths shut and let her just have a child in peace. After her, that was the command, Shiro muttered, stunned. What a ridiculous request. Right then, Stella and Aina cut in and headed toward them, and the girl leaned in, asking if the auction was done, while the protagonist answered her. And yep, they're finished up here, done and dusted. Was that photo job running smoothly? Ine leaned in and told them they'd been swamped with visitors. He offered to snap a group photo, and the girl practically jumped at the chance, so the protagonist grabbed the camera and then thought, no light hits this place today, just the sway of lanterns and the dark city. It hung there like a warning. Aaron stood in a warm, friendly glow and whispered, "This is where I built it, Nino Rixai," like the town was already calling his name. Okay. All right, he snaps a few photos, then suddenly starts tweaking his allies for the perfect shot, and he leans over to Karen like, "Hey, can you slide a little more to the right?" Yeah, his right, her left, just like that. He grinned and playfully shouted at Patty, "Can you pose right?" Then, at that exact moment, Arisa crept up behind him, gasped in shock and blurted, "Wait, are you Shiro?" He stared at her, totally baffled, and blurted, "Who are you?" And the shock hit her even harder because he didn't recognize her at all. He sheepishly apologized, then blurted, "I can't remember." "Wait, have we met before?" Arisa slipped off her hood, flashed a grin, and said, "Yep, I'm your grandmother." His thoughts raced like a drum roll. His mother's not only alive, his grandmother is alive too, and she had also showed up at the Harvest Festival, and even after he started life as a merchant, nothing burned hotter in his heart than getting back together with her. 2 months rolled by since he was told that then, while he was out running errands, he got ambushed by fly swatters out of nowhere. A wild azure flash hit and he accidentally stumbled into the fairy potty. Somehow, that weird moment ended up being a turning point for him. Happened before the festival even started, and right as he was soaking in the festival eve with. Right as everyone watched, she showed up and he froze, baffled like, "Wait, what did you just say?" The woman grinned and dropped the truth, she's his grandmother. That was it, straight from her mouth. Ine stared at the protagonist, totally baffled, and demanded to know who that girl really was. Because Arisa answered once she saw it, she threw herself forward. "Grandmother." The girl gasped in shock, but she looked. So the young witch stepped up to her grandson, smiled, nodded, and flashed a sign with her fingers. Then she added, "Can't you see it? She's gotta notice how exactly the protagonist and they are alike, because the parallels are screaming." He just stood there totally baffled, flashing a double peace sign, then blurted, "No way. My grandmother's over 80. She's an old woman." Karen stared at her, not like a young, high-class girl at all. "That can't be right," she muttered, then somehow kept saying the witch's name, stumbling through the syllables like she was running out of breath. She gasped in pure amazement and blurted, "Wait, could it really be the mayor?" The girl shot back, "Are you kidding? She's doing fine." He shot back, "Yeah, this year's festival is a total success, all thanks to my grandson's help." Arisa smiled like she'd figured it all out, then she glanced at her grandson and proudly said, "Wow, you've really grown up." She was shaping him into a real good guy, and it paid off. She'd been hauling him to festivals since he was a kid, like it all meant something. Then he asked. And pure bewilderment hit him, "Wait, is she really his grandmother?" The woman just smirked and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep." She just keeps nodding at him. MC tested her and asked, "What's your favorite movie?" She snapped back like a lethal weapon, and he barreled on. Right after the woman spoke, she would have said Braveheart. "Heart, but let's go full Mad Max." Shiro leaned in and asked who his favorite actor was, and Arisa shot back, "Mel Gibson, of course." Of course, she dropped a heartbreak-struck face and whispered, "He's become." He starts moving like every mistake could kill him, and she's fuming because of it. He still remembers when he was 7, on the way home from a movie. He waited too long for the bathroom, and she had to change his pants. The protagonist burned with shame and blurted out, "Forget the details, tell me the real question. Where was she all this time, and why did she just vanish?" Vanished without a word, and her voice shook as she pleaded, "Let him forgive her." "Hey, okay, don't let him look that sad right now, Potty." He shot up to them, stunned, and blurted, "Who is this woman?" Because somehow he could feel her presence. Karen's eyes lit up with the woman's incredible mana as she asked for permission to introduce her, and then declared, straight to everyone's face. At that exact moment, Arisa Goemio, the immortal witch, became a living legend right before their eyes. The adventurers' puzzled voices died out. Someone had just dropped the words immortal witch, and then Arisa crashed into the festival. "This year's festival, huh?" One of the adventurers yelled, "Get him out of here, make them all scatter, he should." Arisa told Karen, "Go greet the great witch for the Baildor family, you're the one representing us." She talked way too loud, didn't she? The mayor cringed and apologized on the spot, and the woman waved it off like, don't worry about a thing. She's used to it, but the festival still won't let her breathe. Can she truly enjoy it? She slashed her sword through the air, cutting off anyone who dared to come closer. Everyone in the room froze in shock. What the heck just happened? Was that Mel Gibson's magic or something even wilder? Magical star sword in hand, Harissa blurted out an apology and swore she'd just met her, right there, literally, at the start of this all. Grandson, sweet dreams, sweet dreams. With one more brutal swing of her sword, she sent everyone nearby crashing into sleep. The heroine blurted a terrified gasp. What had she just done? The woman shot back. One shot back that it was nothing more than a tiny illusion. She closed the distance and clung to him tight, but the moment her arms locked in, he started squirming and fighting to break free. He grabbed her in a rush and blurted, what on earth is she doing? He flipped the switch on the dimensional hole, urged them to do it together, and the MC was left utterly stunned. She demanded to know what I meant, then fired back, so what were they actually supposed to do? And the woman shrugged like it was obvious. Isn't it clear? Go home, of course, and she yanked him up by the arm, hauling him toward that dimension. Arisa tried to fight back, but his resistance only cranked higher as he started to shut her down. He dug in with stubborn strength and yanked him higher, then he screamed at the top of his lungs, we're going to crash. They rocketed into the spatial circle at full throttle, and they suddenly found themselves back home, like the world snapped them into place. She gazed at her and with a satisfied grin, said she'd been aching for home. The protagonist sprawled on the floor, barely managing to catch his breath before everything else hit him. In his shaky breath, he waited. Then finally, after a while, he poured her tea. She couldn't stop herself. That's so touching, because after all, he'd been such a naughty little kid, and now, polite as can be, he was pouring her a drink, smiling as he answered that he was already 25, sipping right after he said it. Sipping her tea, she clocked it. He was clearly itching to finally tell her something. The Anastasianist blurted like, of course he wanted to fire off a million questions. But seriously, who is she? Arisa blurted it out like it was burning her tongue, and yeah, she already said it once. So what, she's a witch, does that even cover it? The MC snapped back, irritated and pointless, like, that explains nothing at all, and then boom, total chaos erupted. The whole family was in pure chaos. Tell me, how could she just vanish like that? And when the woman finally spoke, she only said it was a secret. Today, the witches are busy with their own plans, so he can finally learn what's going on. He clocked it. Every one of those was a flimsy excuse, and it was downright unfair. Alright then, here's my next question. Was she using magic to shave years off her face, some kind of illusion, like last time? Last time, Arisa blurted, totally shocked, no way, of course not. Yeah, she really does look exactly like that back then too, her old self, that's what she was, plain and simple. Yeah, it was a straight-up magical makeover. If she didn't look her age, everyone would have been staring, totally convinced something was wrong. She sensed it, and when she saw his confused face, she smiled and said, all right, you can watch, go ahead, letting the creaking begin. That sound filled the air, and with every echo, she started to take on the. Then, just like clockwork, his grandmother appeared, the one he'd always known, and his whole world froze as he stared in shock. No way, she's really here, right in front of me, still. She looked just like the grandmother he remembered, same face, same presence, and when the woman smiled, she teased, so you like her the way she usually looks, right? Darrow blurted out in shock because it wasn't just surprising, it was terrifying all at once. She said that his grandfather once begged her to stay young for him, and that he always kissed her words with sweet, beautiful praise. And when night finally fell, it was just the two of them, belonging to each other alone. Paganist clapped both hands over his ears and barked out an angry, indignant shout. He demanded she stop right now, because he couldn't stand hearing anything like that, not when it was tied to his own grandparents. The woman let out a sly chuckle and asked if he had any more questions. Then, after a beat, he blurted out, all shocked, interesting. Whoa, turns out that storeroom has been linked to another world for decades. Arisa just shrugged and said, yeah, it was always like that when she and. After they finished building the house, she and his grandfather were broke with zero money left, so travel was out of the question. For other entertainment, they hit Asakusa and Ueno, and just like that, the fun burned out fast. So she cooked up a plan because the room was totally empty, not even a single piece of furniture in sight, and she went, all right, let's connect it with Lou. Faultio, they threw themselves into the moment, wrestling and taming every wild, fantastical beast they could find. then hauling themselves higher and higher, climbing the world tree stood above them as they hauled off and slapped that foolish king for ruining his own lands. Those two skills he leans on, they're straight up chained to her obsession with the rules of this work. Now she could only hand them over to him, and thinking about it, she'd mastered the skill herself. Skill books for his grandfather, and he's still asking what kind of power he wants for himself. The protagonist blurted in shock, "Power," and the woman nodded, "Yes. Yeah, either you're packing human strength that can smash mountains, or you've mastered the forbidden art of summoning the dead. Or maybe it's a spell so brutal it can slice clean through the very sky itself. After all, he's her precious grandson, so of course he gets to pick whatever he wants." He paused for a beat, then leaned in and asked himself, should he answer right now? Arisa shot back that he didn't need to rush at all. She'd wait right there, ready for his answer while she stayed right here. The protagonist shot her a thank you, then sprang to her feet and blurted out, "Wait, what do you mean she's staying here?" Arisa blurted, backing her up with full confidence. "Surprise, so that's not possible, huh? This is his and his at grandfather's house, yeah." Of course he shot back like it was the only answer. Of course she could, because honestly he couldn't believe it, like the universe just yanked the rug out from under his last shred of hope that they'd ever be together again. She looked at him like he just handed her a miracle and blurted out, "We're celebrating this, right?" MC blurted, all smiles, "Yeah, they're throwing a party, I'm going, no way." He'll whip up her favorite sukiyaki, then she stares at him, gets all emotional and breaks into a warm smile. All right, deal, she's putting everything on him getting that hospital job done. At the crack of dawn the very next morning, he jumped into action and started prepping for the party. Just after he slipped past the spatial circle, he snapped out, "Good." Lucky for him, the pantry was linked to the second floor, because if it had opened to the front, he wouldn't have stood a chance. He'd have to make it happen at night, fine. Now he has to apologize to everyone for vanishing so suddenly. Aina stormed into view, visibly upset, right in front of him. He jolted in shock and shouted back at him, staring like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hottie popped up beside her and panic hit him. He was sure he'd just been caught. I saw him rip straight through the gate with my own eyes. Aina froze, utterly baffled, and blurted, "So he just came back from the which country, right?" He was completely baffled. Which country? What kind of place even is that? So what were they talking about? Potty shot him a look like he already knew something was up. Ine said that when he suddenly disappeared, it left everyone trembling with fear. They vanished, so they decided to split up and they hit the streets searching for him with shaky hope. Everyone was freaking out, and then they searched everywhere and still found nothing, so they swore that cursed witch snatched him and moved him somewhere else. Karn told them to waste no time, find Eris fast and drag him into her world. Shiro shot a shy smile and muttered the truth. He didn't come for any big reason, he just decided to drop by his grandmother. Yesterday, Aina and Patty shook with fear at his answer. Then the girl leaned in and asked. When they told him to go to the witch's place, he nodded and said, "Yeah, that's it." Then admitted she lived miles away, so he had to use his math to get there. Magic one blink and he was there in an instant. Ine hesitated and then he snapped, impatient as ever, "This is a real witch's house. Let him explain what this place is," he blurted out, practically vibrating with excitement. "So come on, what's it like?" The protagonist, completely thrown off, blurted out, "It's just my grandmother's house." The girls shouted in perfect unison, "Where is it? What does it even look like?" And the protagonist couldn't hide the panic in his breath. He froze in the middle of it all, baffled. Was this really a witch's country or something worse? Either way, that city hit different, like nothing they'd ever been used to. Aina shot Potty a question. Had she heard the rumor? The fairy lit up and told her, all fired up and excited. Yeah, it was just like they said. Right then, MC erupted in a scream and crumpled onto the floor, and everyone shouted his name in panic. He snapped and muttered, "What the hell is this? Where did banana peels even come from?" Then Aina shot him a question. Were there lots of witches in that city besides his grandmother, of course? So what were they really like, and where had that witch vanished to now? Patty demanded he take him straight to her, telling Shiro to play it like it was her order, and Shiro just answered, wary and tense. No, he didn't know. Nope, he had zero clue. Then like a storm, his allies crashed into the room, screaming. He's back, and everyone's shocked to find him sprawled on the floor while Aina sits right beside him. Potty sat perched on his head, and the second they stared in shock, he started blurting explanations. No, it wasn't what they thought. After a brutal stretch of painful arguments, they finally settled it for good. No casualties, not a single one. Karen confessed she couldn't stop worrying about him, and admitted with a sting of guilt that it was partly her fault too, because she never should have dragged Arisa into this. They'd only stirred up unnecessary noise. She was crushed with regret, and now the big question hit. Where is she now? So the protagonist made the call, picked a lie, and told her, he said. He swore she said she'd be back soon, and yet she vanished without a trace, and still, he's convinced she'll return any minute, because Karen flat out said that's just how things are. And hey, thanks to Arisa, next year they'll crank the festival up even bigger than this one, and the best part is, there's going to be more guests are coming, maybe even the full royal retinue will show up, not just the aristocrats closest to them. He blurted, wow, and turns out his grandma's a total legend in this place. The mayor kept going, even if it was way too soon to celebrate, because something else still had to be handled, and the protagonist blurted, wait, what's so urgent? The girl. She answered, then paid her taxes to the count. Because everyone in his lands knows the rule, anyone who lives here has to cough up their taxes. Right on time, this usually hits right after the harvest festival, right when the city treasury finally gets refilled, and the MC grins, saying, good thing the city can pay taxes straight to the count. Turns out it's way easier without a middleman, Karen said, eyes thoughtful, then she nodded, yeah, yes. He burst out calling her name, and when she turned, eyes wide, she admitted she'd come to ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness, the moment she imagined having to step back into that upstart's world, her heart dropped like a stone. She did it for her country, Shiro said so, and even he could see why nobody could stand her. She's way too proud of paying taxes, she shot back instantly like okay sure, but that's not the point at all. She'd been itching to ask him about something for ages, and the moment had finally come. She stared at him with wide eyes, shock bursting out of her as she blurted, I think he gets it, he's got no girlfriend, that's what she's asking, right? The allies crack up with laughter but hold it down tight so they don't accidentally offend anyone. Ralph thrust his beard at the fairy and she was already fiddling with it while Karen blurted out, all embarrassed, no, wait, that's not it at all. For real, why was this even happening here? After a bit, the protagonist slammed a cup of tea down in front. He shoved it right in front of her and snapped, here, make her drink it before it turns cold. Cold air bit at his skin as the mayor took a sip of her drink, smiled at him, and praised him. His tea was so good, just like always. Shiro urged them to get back to the real problem, so what did Karen want to ask him about? She blushed, looked down, and admitted, honestly, I don't even know. Nowhere to start because this was a painfully delicate question, and if he still hadn't clocked it, she wanted him to. She'd been crushing on him for ages, and when he finally blurted it out in shock, he couldn't believe it. She liked him too, the girl, even more. Embarrassment hit hard, he wanted to keep talking, but the words died in his mouth. She panicked so hard she wondered, am I about to blush that badly, and is this my chance to confess something to it? To him, his heart slammed against his ribs, thoughts spiraling at lightning speed, and he couldn't even believe it, or maybe he just couldn't. Maybe he liked her back, so the girl tried. She tried one more time to say what was on her mind, but the words died in her throat, silence swallowed her, and embarrassment crushed her. It felt like he was moments from blasting off with pure anticipation. This is it, I can't wait, he thought, grinning as the thought cut off mid. Confession, he knew it was coming, that suffocating, awkward silence. Karen's flushed cheeks were right there between them, and everything about it pointed to one single thing. Thought if this kept going like it is right now. Next, those sweet, long-awaited words, she'd finally confess her love, and with visions so vivid they hit him like lightning, he blurted a thankful thank you, then immediately hiccuped from pure excitement. The girls gaped at him in total shock, so tell me, what on earth was he doing? After a short, tense pause, Karen finally blurted out her question. He swallowed hard, cheeks burning with embarrassment, and struggled to ask why his. His hair shone so hard it felt unreal, and she couldn't stop staring, like she was trying to crack the mystery with her eyes alone. The words hit him out of nowhere like a lightning bolt. He didn't even have time to process them before it all went blank. He just stared, completely lost, like his brain couldn't catch up to what she was asking. Hair, confused, the protagonist blurted the question again. The mayor blurted in sheer embarrassment that even if she cared about her hair with all her heart, she just couldn't pull off that look no matter how hard she tried, so she kept at it every single day, combing it carefully and washing it until it was squeaky clean. And it all crashed to failure, no matter what she tried. She hated admitting it, but deep down she was once proud of that. Then boom, she met him, and his hair was always perfectly groomed, soaking up the sunlight like it was casting a glossy ring around his whole head. He froze mid-breath, then blurted it out like a question dropped straight from a living halo. Karen's brain screeched to a halt. A halo? What in the world was going on? Yeah, maybe some holy blessing was dropped on him from the heavens, because nothing else could explain it. When the MC blurted out halo, pure embarrassment hit him on the spot, because that that wasn't what he meant at all. Seriously, she didn't stop, she kept going, even as jealousy gnawed at her, and she couldn't even bring herself to admit how ashamed she felt. To go out in public now, he looked totally stumped. Out in the open, Karen snapped the conversation sideways. What was she even trying to figure out? For the bashed clan, this was pretty wild, but at some point, he felt like he owed a huge thank you to everyone who kept paying his taxes, so he called out the village elders and mayors and decided to throw regular banquets in their honor. Shiro gasped, "Wow." And he couldn't stand it, he figured their family were arrogant idiots. So what was the issue? Karen said that at events like this, she always felt out of place, like she stuck out way too much, until every now and then she'd hear whispers behind her, "Look, a bunch of country bumpkins. Hopkins is here." No way she'd make such a fuss if it only happened once, and that means for sure. Come on, it couldn't always be like this. No real dress shops anywhere near them, and she didn't have time to go. So she decided to hit the capital with her head held high. Maybe, if her hair looked like his, nobody would ever call her some backwater bumpkin at banquets again, and maybe someone would finally stare at her instead of looking away. The protagonist let out a soft chuckle and said, "Now I get it." Then he leaned in with total confidence. Her hair could become just like that. No, even more beautiful. She only needed one specific product, and Karen perked right up, demanding to know what it was. Did he have it? He nodded with confidence and promised he'd bring it to her. She needed to let him get her dress ready, because when the mayor saw his bold offer, his jaw practically dropped. The protagonist said, "If you take this on for me, I'll never have to blush about how I look again." No, she'll stop everyone in their tracks. Every guest's eyes will lock on her, and he'll turn her into a real lady. After what felt like forever, he finally marched back home and spilled his plan. Arisa leaned in, asking what had been keeping him so busy lately. MC shrugged and said, "So yeah, he's out hunting for the perfect evening dress at one of those shopping spots." She stared at him like he'd just spoken in riddles, then blurted, "Wow, no way, I never saw that coming." Shiro blurted, cheeks blazing, that she never thought he'd pick up a wild hobby while she was gone, then snapped, "It wasn't for me, it was for Karen." Grandma leaned in and grilled him, "So what for that city girl? Like, does he actually like her or what?" "Nothing crazy really, she's got a killer figure and a great personality." Then indignation hit him hard and she went. She totally misunderstood because all he did was promise he'd help her. Marissa Claire. Did he just promise her he'd marry her or something like that? The protagonist went totally red with embarrassment and almost blurted it out, but then he started explaining, "No, it's not like that." She studied him closely and went, Okay, then she'll help him find something decent for you," he blurted, shocked out of his mind. Arisa snapped at him, "Does she even know how to dress? Her outfits are always just okay." "Shut up." And then she added, "Maybe she'll change your mind." His mind raced while right beside him, his allies were duking it out with the training monster. Neska snapped that this was it, this was the end. Then Potty shot back, "No way she can. She's going to crush him because if this is where the story ends, then it's a sin she'd have to carry." To carry the name of a fairy, her opponent had a terrifying three-headed form. Dragon, she snapped her magic power to life. And then he lunged at the enemy, screaming, "Now he's gonna get it." She hurled a fireball at the dragon, boom. It detonated in the air and blasted the enemy apart as pieces rained down. She whirled around too. And then right there he leaned in and asked, "So, what do you think?" The girl snapped back, "Yeah, it's a stunt and it's just awful." Then she demanded, "But how powerful was that fireball's blast?" The fairy just shrugged, "How would I even know?" And the girl pointed at the wrecked training field gear, shattered and all. The damage hit hard, then the returning protagonist blurted, "Good work," and he stared as a massive pillar of fire roared up beyond the city limits. She lit up with joy and greeted him, but Neska snapped into scolding mode, demanding how many times she'd have to hear it before she finally got it. She needed to rein it in. Her magical power, right? Let her unleash it with the tip of her index finger and trust her imagination. But Fairy wouldn't let it go. She begged for one more shot, swearing this time she'd finally succeed. Then Lear turned to the protagonist and asked if he was heading for the MC. Shot back, "Yeah." Karen had invited him, and the boy, since he was headed there anyway, asked if he could swing by a specific department. She wrote. Shiro furrowed his brow and said, "I've only got Ninorich with me, and I'm only staying with Karen." Just then, Potty shot into the air toward them and blurted out, "She's coming with them, no questions, no debate." That's her command, and she's itching to hit the capital right alongside everyone else. The protagonist shot back, no way this time, it just won't work. Neska snapped at the fairy, telling her to stop humiliating him. Like, don't you get it? Just think. Just picture it, if she walked in there, people would snap at the chance to sell her for a ridiculous price, and the fairy couldn't stop imagining this nightmare as the protagonist stood there. The dragoness caught the truth at once. This city was a death trap. What if she slipped in and the gates never let her out? And those humans, yeah, they weren't like her weren't so valuable, yet the fairy snapped, furious to the core, and Lear told her she shouldn't slump with her head down. Then Gerald's voice snapped in from behind them as he blurted it out. Was that Shiro already? The MC blurted, stunned. Gerald, the man who spotted it, just watched in disbelief. They hadn't laid eyes on each other in ages, and the protagonist clocked it instantly. Yeah, that's right. He opened his own branch, didn't he, just like a real merchant? Gerald smiled so wide and replied, It's all because of him. He already crushed his debt, and if he's opening his own branch in the capital, then there's no choice. He'll have to join the merchant guild. The capital runs on 5 legendary merchant guilds. Gerald shot a look of surprise, but he didn't stop. The capital was booming with trade, packed with bustling shops run by the 5 mighty merchant guilds. MC blurted, Whoa, so you really know? The man shot back, business always trips up sooner or later. Then he said the only thing that mattered now, he just had to grab the materials. Shiro snapped his head toward Neska and told her, Me and Karen have a tiny deal. Then he dug into his jacket pocket and pulled out some chocolate. He shoved it into the girl's hands and said, This is for you. Yeah, it sounds like a cheesy line, but the chocolate tasted insanely good. Neska swallowed hard, trembling with anticipation, and managed, I'm fine, everything's okay. Then, a little later, she'd say more. He headed to the town hall, and an employee told him the mayor would hear him out. Then the second Karen spotted him. She burst out in pure joy, shouting that she'd waited forever for him, staring at Ein. He froze. Wait, is she here too? And when he finally answered, he admitted, Yeah, honestly, He admitted there was a problem, just wait, it'll all click later. Then the girl met his eyes and told him to get down to business right now. He lined up a bunch of bottles in front of her, and Karen blinked, confused. What are the... Oh, what is all this? The protagonist blurted, then pointed at the bottles and named them fast. Shampoo, conditioner, and balm. Make your hair smoother and shinier, because when she looked closer, she saw 3 different bottles and the mayor got caught. That gorgeous floral smell hit him first, and MC couldn't help but agree this wasn't like regular perfume at all. So that's it, it's called shampoo. Basically liquid soap, just with a floral scent. And now, after a whole night of hard work on that dress, he finally handed it over. Aina showed Karen the outfit drawing, and the girl leaned in and asked, What do you think? And Aina smiled, saying, The color is beautiful. Then the mayor cut in like, So? Ine asked, Are you sure? Isn't it way too bright? Then she shot her mom a grin. Mom always says a girl's chest can be so huge you can't help but show it, unless the girl. Karen said sheepishly, I get it, I guess even you don't want it. Not Shiro, he blurted, what's the outcome? She should have sprinted for that dress, right? They can still tweak it, there's time. Karen hesitated, then at the protagonist's command, Aina lunged in and she snatched a measuring tape, then started taking the mayor's measurements right as the moment exploded. Karen spun toward her, stunned. What is she doing? Is she measuring me? The girl didn't answer at all. She just kept working in silence as Karen trailed off. Karen turned to SH. Shiro asked if he could even hear her, and the protagonist told her, don't worry, while Ine kept her distance, listening. With her measurements in hand, the girl looked the mayor in the eye and promised she'd do everything exactly right. The girl gasped in pure shock, so now she's demanding Shiro, the main protag, undress in front of her right this second. With a sheepish grin, our protagonist mumbled that he'd step out and to call him when they were done, while Aina pushed the mayor to hurry up. When she finally pulled everything up and undressed, Aina gasped in pure awe, staring at her jaw-dropping figure. Karen replied with a shy little frown, like, seriously. She needed him to stop saying that already, and when MC stepped outside, his mind just couldn't wrap itself around it, because there was no way he'd actually be doing this. After a while, the protagonist finally leaned in and told his grandmother, alright, time to go, she wanted him. Aina wished him luck and told her mom at the same time. She told her mother she was leaving, and Stella leaned in, begging her to stay safe. Hold up, Aina Met is in the mix with the protagonist, and you'd better be careful. Then he set off straight for the capital of Maso. Aaron was already posted up at the meeting point, firing off instructions to them like, come on, hurry up. Telling them the horse-drawn carriage had been sitting there, waiting for them non-stop all day long. All this time, they better stop stalling. Dwayne grabbed Karen and pulled her into the carriage. She snapped back all irritation and told him, yeah, she'd already spilled everything to him. Everything that came before. Then the Lord finally bowed his head, apologized to her for being rude and said she looked unbelievably stunning today, then basically demanded that she be kind enough to follow him. The whole world basically shouted, don't even bother, there's no point trying. He tried to butter her up, then muttered under his breath that she was born perfect. Dwayne snapped his head toward MC and Aina and demanded, so, are they your assistants? Shiro answered, yep, I'm the merchant from Ninorich. And then he introduced himself with a bright, nice to meet you. But the girl's face went hot as she blurted out her own name, grinning through the embarrassment and insisting she felt the same pleasure. Then Dwayne spoke. He said, all right, don't freak out. Sure, he rides with the knights, but honestly, he's not so different from the rest. The protagonist tried to finally speak up, but the guy cut him off mid-sentence and blurted, what's wrong? The protagonist basically told them, just say it, my heart's free, maybe one day I'll fall in love. Who knows, right? But that's not what he meant, so why in the world does he need a cat perched on his shoulder? The Lord finally answered. He replied like it didn't matter, yet it kept tailing him the whole way. MC asked, baffled, wait, did you pull me away from my parents? I mean, I'd seen how he lit up with those animals, how could that be? Animal spirits? She swore that in Gillam's kingdom, black cats are pure good luck, but the guy just blinked and said, yeah, that's the total opposite of what we believe back home. He snapped back to his senses and shouted that it was time to get moving, so they bolted along in those horse-drawn carriages at breakneck speed, and Aina couldn't help but stare as the wind whipped past her. Shiro yelled that they were really hauling, and Karen shot back, yeah, and guess what, it's free for us too. They weren't just riding anywhere, this was the high-class carriage. He stared down the road and blurted, wait, was that Emily, right there in that alley? The allies just stared at him, totally baffled, because what on earth was he even talking about? Emily's scream ripped through the air at that exact moment. Karen snapped, totally flabbergasted, as she demanded they stop the carriage. What was she even thinking? The girls screamed like how awful the whole situation. She begged to ride with them, but the mayor shut it down. Still, she stuck with her work at the Adventurers Guild, and the girl sprinting beside the carriage just shot back, yeah, I know, but she can. Sometimes she slips out of her city, and she's determined to stay away as long as she possibly can. Karen sighed in irritation, Emily shoved it in all at once, and the tension snapped. An envelope slammed into the protagonist's hands, and someone ordered him to take it. The moment she shoved it into his hands, she stumbled hard and fell, crashed onto the ground, and the protagonist burst out, calling their name. He burst out to her in panic, and then she demanded, what's wrong? Asked him to come back quickly, she'd always be waiting, right there, ready for him. Then he stared at the envelope and his mind raced. And what if it was a love letter? Karen blurted in shock like her world just flipped. Wait, she drops a love letter meant for him, Dwayne grinded. And he leaned in like a pro, saying, man, he's got ladies lining up for him. The mayor shoved the message at MC and demanded he open it right now. The second Shiro read it, a whole storm of emotions lit up his face. Aina's eyes went wide as she called him by name, and Karen snapped, impatiently demanding what it was, what exactly those words said. Ine asked, can I read it? And when he handed the letter to her, the girl just stared at it like she couldn't breathe. The girl stared at the list in pure shock because the prize was right there, a brooch from the store. A baked sweet treat shaped like a hair ornament sat there. Then she stared at it like it was about to change everything. She stared at him eyes wide, then blurted, wait, is this really what I think it is? The protagonist nodded and said, yes, I've got it all right. Then she clarified that it was Emil's wish list turned into a souvenir. So basically anything she couldn't grab from here. She quietly slid one silver coin into the envelope. Karen sneered with sharp sarcasm like, oh sure, go ahead and buy it for me, right down to the part where she only wanted to spend just. She didn't have to play games, she could have just told him. He let out a heavy sigh and muttered, fine, I'll buy her everything she needs. But Karen snatched the letter, ripped it to shreds and snapped, no. Then she turned to Ain and demanded, can I read it? Ain shook her head. No. She replied back ages ago she'd been itching to write a letter, so she begged her mom to teach her how. Karen blurted out that she could only hope it was a love letter. Lefton said, well, that's a secret, so the journey to the capital, put it like this, was an absolute marathon to reach. On the very first night, the allies collapsed into their camp beds and finally caught their breath. On day 2, they dropped camp all over again, setting up another base before the sun even fully climbed. They hit the 3rd day in a tiny village, On the 4th day, they hunkered down in town, and on the 5th day, they were ready to move. They camped through the night again, then hit the road first thing in the morning. morning. On the morning of the 6th day, Inex practically burst with joy because they'd finally made it. Shiro scanned the room, eyes sparkling, and blurted out, "So that's what a mazer is?" Because yeah, it was absolutely enormous. Wayne knew he had to warn the protagonist and the girl, because he and Karen weren't going to demand a thing. If they're coming here to trade, they better be smart enough to join the Merchants Guild first, or else they're out of luck. And once MC heard the tax order, he nodded and agreed like, "Yep, I'll pay what's owed." The Lord flashed a smile and said, "All right, let's roll out the welcome to the capital," while Karen and the Lord stormed off to tackle the taxes, while Shiro and Aina hit the streets to explore the city. The mayor told them, "Sure, the capital's keeping things calm, but idiots are everywhere, so watch yourselves." Dwayne's cat then rubbed its cheek like it owned the place. Ine leaned in to face the girl, and when the tension hit, she burst into laughter. "It tickles," and the protagonists couldn't help but smile. She grinned and said it was clear she was crazy about her, and the whole time, that cat had been right there too. Karen scratched at him too, and then they launched into motion. Aina couldn't stop squealing with pure joy. "So he checks what they're selling, meat, or is this a flower shop? Whoa, they've actually turned the whole place into an." She begged him for ages to finally look at the flowers that had stunned and thrilled her. Then she pressed, "Can we?" They could hold hands, and the protagonist gasped in surprise. Before, she'd always caught him by accident, and now she was actually asking. So when he answered, he said, "Of course," like it was obvious they'd been holding hands. Ine grabbed his attention with her hands and pushed him to keep moving. Then she told him she still remembered how long ago her father, or if her father hadn't brought her to town, she and he wouldn't have been walking together like they do right now. He locked eyes with her and grinned like, "So you're saying that that's how it is?" She shot back, "Yes," and the moment it landed, pure fun exploded in her chest. Aina was leaping with joy. Does he even know her at all? Because right now, she's totally clueless why. With her dad by her side, joy explodes in her heart. He grins, leaned in, and whispered, "Great." After a bit, Karen finally caught up with them. Then she said, "So they finally hit the city streets. Now it's time to dive into those legendary mazer baths." Aina burst out in pure joy. Finally, the perfect spot to crash after that brutal journey. Then the allies split up near the women's and men's quarters, and the protagonist waved them off with a heartfelt good luck. While Karen dressed Aina, she leaned in and told her, "Long ago, a deadly epidemic tore through the capital. Back then, the Lord burned his whole fortune rebuilding the sewers and opening baths like this across the entire city." And Aina answered. Shiro leaned in and told her those epidemics are terrifying. Then he made one thing crystal clear. If you want to stop them, hygiene is everything. Most diseases are triggered by bacteria or viruses, and then Aina snapped back in shock. Bacteria or viruses. I told her, put it like this, think of it as the seeds of disease. Disease sprouted across her entire body, and Enex snapped out in pure terror. Look, the seeds of sickness are everywhere on her skin. He tried to say it, she didn't need to take it literally. Just keep herself clean, and the fear won't have anything to grab onto. And then, right on the spot, he handed her something meant to kill germs. She blurted out, soap, and he immediately praised her. Karen nodded, I get it. So he handed the girl soap too. Yep, the girl said, then insisted they wash together. So they'll wash each other. The mayor shot back dead on, and right then the protagonist burst into the bathroom, and right away, he found two other bathers already there, waiting. A bunch of them shouted his name, but he played dumb right up until he decided he'd rather wash first. One of the men shouted at him again, insisting, I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. Wait, was he even traveling? Then grab him and make him learn the ropes because he's a total newbie here, and only people who use seaweed soap are allowed to wash. The second man told him, if you've got animal fat soap, scrub up in the farthest tub, the one on the right. Did he even get it? MC thought, back home, people like that would have been tossed out of the onsen on the spot. He told them loud and clear not to worry, then added that his soap smelled delicious. The men blurted out his line again and again, and all the people around them went wild like a flock of birds. Burst out laughing, then one of them shouted, so what if his so? Wait, does soap actually taste good, or is he secretly some kind of aristocrat? Shiro said a commoner couldn't even dream of buying scented soap. Anyway, he's got a little left. If they want, they can try. He shoved the soap into their hands, and one of the guys just looked up and said, thank you. He thanked him with all his heart, then cut him off cold, saying he had to refuse. The man shoved him hard, and the protagonist crashed straight onto the floor. The offender snapped that the stench of animal fat was unbearable, swore he'd never touch it again, and told him to remember this. Poor people like him aren't allowed in. In this bathroom, a beast man lunged up to the protagonist and asked if he was okay, and the MC shot back, "I'm fine," thanking him hard for the concern. He grabbed his soap and leaned in, asking if this was the exact same animal fat soap they'd been talking about. The beastman shot back, "Yeah, it's my soap." The protagonist hesitated, saying it might be rude to ask, but then he leaned in and asked, "So, can I smell it?" The beastman didn't think twice about it. Then the protagonist sniffed the soap and realized it really did. Up close, it reeks like crazy, but it couldn't possibly seep through the whole bathroom, right? He jabbed a finger at the guy and said, "They told me anyone who uses animal fat soap can only wash in that bathtub." So the shop itself wrote the rule down. Then the beastman snapped back, "No, that was never ours." Their decision was set. Regular soap only cost 6 coppers, so he could actually manage it, while another guy insisted seaweed soap would run you 20 meliaks, and people like them just didn't have that kind of money. MC couldn't shake the feeling. No matter which world he stepped into, discrimination always found a way to rear its ugly head. Alright, he'll let these upstarts finally see what they've been missing. Karen leaned in and asked Ine if it was a little chilly in here, then quickly followed up, did she remember how to use the kit? Ine answered, "Yeah, she figured it out. First you scrub your hair with shampoo, then you work the product in and let it sit for a bit. Then finally she slapped on conditioner, yanking out that last word like it fought her teeth." And when the mayor leaned in and said, "That's right," everything snapped into place, and now the girl blurted, "All right," and said they'd try the soap Shiro handed them. Then she leaned in, ready to rub her back. "All right," then she turns around and does the same to her while they start scrubbing, lathering up, and going to town with this. The soap. Then everyone in the bathroom snapped their heads around, stunned, because where on earth did that sweet, pleasant smell come from? That aroma came drifting in, sweet flowers in the air, like a whole fragrant lawn had been poured into the room. Are they burning incense? Yeah, right, that would drain a fortune. This flowery smell is killing me. And Karen's like, wait, why? Why did she think everyone was staring at them? The women erupted in a shout. That stench is rolling off them. Wait, they're closing in on they. The girls demanded the soap's origin, Eurora's shop or Gerald's, so Karen answered, totally lost, I don't know. Then one woman asked for some of their soap, and the moment it got competitive, another shoved her rival aside and screamed, cutting herself off mid-sentence as she launched her claim. Whoever struck first got snapped back at with rude words, and then, boom, a full-on quarrel erupted between the women. Karen and Ain got shoved together by those women, who clawed at their soap like they could steal it right out of her hands, while the mayor shrieked the protagonist's name, begging him to save her, while the protagonist scrubbed himself raw with soap. And the same people who mocked him a moment ago started praising his irresistible scent. Wait, only aristocrats can afford soap that smells that good, right? His companion snapped back, and MC caught the tail end of the conversation, hearing them argue that even the nobles still use the public bathrooms, until the rest trailed off. During their talk, he let out a low chuckle, then stepped up to them and threw out an apology. He blurted out an apology for the disruption, then shoved the product bar into their hands, saying it was the special soap he swore by. But the truth was, he wasn't just some random guy, he was a merchant selling soap right out of his wares, and the men were stunned. A merchant. Now they finally knew exactly where he was getting that top-tier soap. One of the guys asked if he could take some, and the beastman jumped in too, insisting he needed it, because he had a date today. They let out a loud breath and begged for his forgiveness, but he snarled that he wouldn't. Didn't they just tell him a moment ago they'd never? He'd refused to use soap made from tallow, and the men erupted in outrage, hissing with pure disgust. The protagonist snapped around to the commoners and told them, if you want it, you can use my soap. Of course everyone wanted that, but the common folk just stared back, stunned like, wait, seriously, is that even possible? One of those high-status guys bellowed, don't kid yourself, messing around with them is pointless. If he won't hand it over, he'll snatch it by force. No mercy, no asking. And the protagonist's size. He crushed up his opponent, absolute monster-sized and terrifying. He lunged forward and flew straight onto the edge of the bathtub. He clamped the attacker's head in his hands like a steel vise. The opponent gasped in shock. What? MC snapped the vertical fall technique into action, and then summoned the brain blower, and the attacker crumpled to the ground, head over heels, as the strike cut them down. He spun over heels and crashed onto the floor. His allies screamed his name in pure alarm, left and gave them a proud, approving look like, yeah, that's exactly it. At their newfound ally, Shiro figured he must have panicked and accidentally unleashed one of his wrestling moves. The commoners erupted into cheers. No joke, that was ridiculously awesome. They'd been badgering everyone for ages, but the moment something like this showed up, it was pure joy. A few minutes later, the the protagonist burst out of the bathroom, breathing like something big was about to hit. Drying towel still in hand, stared at it and blurted, "It's beautiful." Ine hurried over, asked what she thought, and she lit up instantly. "It's just superb." The feeling right after using it is amazing, he snapped back. "Excellent," and that's where it all kicks off. "Awesome, so where's Karen?" Right then that girl was up there showing off for it. Everybody in the room couldn't stop staring at her dazzling, gorgeous hair, and Aina cracked up like she knew exactly what she was doing. And she told the protagonist that she'd been showing off for a whole hour, like she'd finally cracked the code, and now that her hair looked gorgeous, pure happiness lit up her face. The very next day, Aina hauled him aside and demanded, "So, what was it? So what's their plan for today? Are they really going out for another walk?" Karen shot back again that Mazer was so huge they couldn't possibly see it all in a single day, and if they wanted, she'd personally guide them to the most exciting spots. MC said thanks, yeah of course, but the truth was he'd already locked in other plans for today. The girl shot a question, so what were they? He shot back that he was headed straight for the Merchants Guild. Karen Grind shot him a wink and teased, said she expected nothing short of this from him, and she was going to the. Today she marched back to the public bathroom and asked Dine if she'd go too. Go with her? The girl shot back that she wanted to use the bathroom too, but if she went with her then. That meant they'd leave the cat alone, and the mayor beamed, "She's so sweet." Shiro paused, thinking hard. And he goes, "What if I did this?" Then casually plops the cat onto his shoulder, grinning like he's got it all figured out, just like that. But Cat's riding with him today, and since they're headed to the bathroom, let them share the soap with the poor. A little later, Aina called out to Karen and asked where they'd go next after swimming, then lit up and said they should head to the southern quarter. She'd heard there was a spot there serving insanely delicious pies. She blinked in surprise, then lit up and said she had to try that pie. And yeah, I can't help wondering what Shiro's up to right now, trying to join the Merchants Guild with that cat, right? Do you really think he'll make it? With a carefree grin, she waved it off like, "Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay." She even backed him as the kind of guy who's just too good to fail, but then, something tugged at her like she forgot something important. She sprang to her feet and screamed, and then blurted out, "I totally forgot to tell you." And just a bit later, he started bouncing between different guilds, where they demanded letters of recommendation from him. But when they discovered he didn't have, they shoved him back and drove him out. Then he just stood there, face to face with the guard. And he just couldn't believe it, like there was no way this place would let him in without a letter of recommendation. He refused to fold, lifted his head and asked, "Can we think of something?" Then he promised, "Don't worry, I'll bring monster profits back to our guild." The guard claimed every merchant who showed up here swore the same thing. Then, no matter what, they all ended up hawking some kind of consumer goods. An old man suddenly stepped up to them and demanded to know what the heck was going on here. They spun toward him and he snapped, "You call him the leader." He listened to what was going down and with a warm, friendly smile leaned in and asked, so he answered with a grin and said he wanted to join. To join them, the protagonist nodded and stepped in fast. Then he threw out a heartfelt apology. Then he said, "Listen, if you want in, Scarlet J, you've got to join our guild." Jade needed those letters of recommendation, at least from 3 guilds he was already a member of or from. He hailed from the aristocracy, but the moment he heard it, his jaw dropped. Could something like that even be real? Augard stepped up and murmured that he looked like he'd come from an eastern city called Minorich, then stared at him with a thoughtful, questioning look. "Look, so he's gotta be the match seller, and that's not even the weird part, Hope." It flashed in his head and he blurted out, "So you know about it?" And then he nodded, agreeing. He cracked a cheerful grin and said, "Yep, I do sell that after all," then piled on, "And I've got plenty of others too." Just as he started to say more, the guild leader burst into laughter, so there was 0 time left for him to finish. He cackled and told him to quit it, then boom, he flung wine straight from his goblet onto him, which made the guards nearby burst into laughter. He smirked, swallowed his pride with an apology and said he just needed to cool off. And honestly, it's infuriating how every wannabe loser thinks they can just waltz into the guild. They step in like they're just some merchant from Ninorich, and honestly, what a joke, right? But every other guy is already selling matches, so he couldn't. I bet he thought he could slide right into their ancient, proud guild like nothing, so that self-proclaimed merchant Ninorich. He needs to leave now, and he'd better make it so he never shows his face here again. The guards erupted in loud laughter, right when everything was about to go. That lit the cat up even more, but he stayed ice calm. Then he waved him over and ordered, "We have to go." Soon he burst into a clearing, dropped to sit, and leaned in asking, "Turns out joining the guild isn't as simple as we hoped, so don't fall apart yet because you've got other choices." In the end, they shut the door on him again, 4th time in a row. time, he burst into the final guild and swore that after how far he'd come, he wasn't stopping. So there was nothing left to fear. He charged into the building. As he stepped in, a guild worker hurried up and told him he needed to show his right now. His letters of recommendation were on the line, and the moment he felt that crushing setback, she jumped in and asked. From the way his face twisted, it hit me. He doesn't have it right, he asked. Was it that obvious? She asked, and then she laughed because it was clear as day. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week. Guys like him they show pop up in the city now and then because Mather is a booming trading hub where merchants swarm in hopes of striking it rich. Strive your way here, he begged with a worn-out face, the kind almost everyone gets right before they leave with nothing, and she just laughed. He let out a laugh, nodded along, then headed for the exit and said maybe, just maybe, he won't jump into trading after all. But just go look around the city yourself, she said with a grin like, trust me, it feels amazing. If he's still set on trading, there's only one way to make it happen. 5 legendary guilds aren't the end of it, because there's one more and she's sure of it. They'll let him in even without a single recommendation, so yeah, that's what lit the spark and he was inspired by. He swallowed what he'd heard, then demanded to know, did a guild like that really exist, or was it just a rumor? So where's it at? She asked with a gentle smile like there was no doubt at all. Yeah, it was right there down in the southern part of the city, the guild called Eternal Oath waited. He needed to hunt it down fast and try to find it. To find it, MC remembered this and asked, why, when the words caught in his throat, trailing off mid-question. She was rushing in to help him because she was obsessed with cats and especially the black ones that looked just like him. He did, so she stepped in to help a bit. He shot her a grateful smile and thanked her, and she told him she hoped. He finally caught a break and they dashed outside. Then he thanked him, saying it all turned. Turns out black cats really are lucky here, and the very next day the 3 of them marched up to a busted, crumbling building and Karen demanded, tell me, this is really the guild he's been chasing. Right now this place looks like it's falling apart. He leaned in, then hurriedly apologized in a voice that trembled with fear. He set the tone and asked if anyone was here, then he pushed inside, only to find someone lurking in the dark. He shouted, is anyone here? And that question instantly made him even more terrified, so he snapped it out louder. Who said that? They froze, startled as a bird swooped in close. Then they blurted, hey, who are you? They tracked down the reason they were here, and the moment they spotted him, pure shock hit. Then they blurted it out with loud cries. This owl introduced him as Zidane, the second master of the Eternal Oath Guild. Now they had to introduce themselves one by one, names, roles, everything, until he said his, and then, right after that, he got into running. On top of running the guild, he also ran his own shop. But nobody was showing up, not a single customer. Shiro said it was pitch black here, so they started sweeping the darkness with their eyes. Karen grabbed one of the items and said, man, you've got a ton of rare treasures in here. He nodded and told them to come straight to him if they were hunting for something specific, because he hadn't sold a single thing in nearly 5 years. He couldn't believe what he just heard, spun around in a snap, and demanded an answer. Did he really just say 5 years? He burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world. Yeah, agreed, he said, totally baffled like, why are we laughing? This doesn't feel right at all. Ein's eyes snapped to a bracelet sitting on the display case, and he couldn't help but notice. He clocked it instantly and blurted out that it was an oath bracelet. A sacred band carrying something holy from the Cosma's northern folks once sealed oaths with terrifying ritual, so she strode right up, ready to make hers. He shot him an inspired look and blared, how? Tell me how much it costs, I need to buy it, she blurted, and then he immediately apologized and said that the bracelet was his father's memory, so there was no way it was going up for sale. Now this place looks rough as hell, but this guild used to be one of the biggest in all of Mazur only. Back then, his father ruled as the leader, and when word hit him that bandits ambushed his cart, he pushed through the chaos until it was returned to him. 10 years have gone by since he ditched that fake mustache, repeating exactly what his father taught him. Then everything caught up to him. He coughed, put on a stiff, serious face, then bellowed that once he started trading, this bracelet had to go to his most trusted business partner, and that their bond could never be broken, not even death itself. Karen swore his father was the kind of merchant legends are built on. Aina's heart cracked open as she heard it, then tears burst down her face. She begged him for forgiveness and swore she never meant to steal something so precious from him. Her dad had a matching bracelet, and that detail lit a fire in her. She had to grab the same one. Zidane insisted there was nothing to fear, Then she lowered her gaze the moment she heard the cat meow, scooped him up, and he instantly started licking her face to soothe her. Then they spilled out onto the street and he swaggered forward like, yeah, this whole seedy place, I'm the boss. Are you sure we should launch our business here? The protagonists demanded. Then he grinned and said, don't sweat it because He had zero doubt the product would nail it. Then he swooped overhead and said it. He looked like he was aiming for the stars, so is he really sure he won't regret it? Calm as ever, he answered, In his homeland, people say this: it's better to act now than to spend your life regretting what you never tried. He paused for a second, thought it over, then demanded when he'd finally open up, saying it would be. In 6 days, everything was set, and then 5 days later, he showed up with one small favor he couldn't ignore. He arrived at Count Bushua's feast, and right there a servant marched in with a tray and announced that today's event would be held right here. He looked around, stunned, and blurted out that the evening sky out in the open was absolutely breathtaking. He couldn't even spot the moon. Then Dwayne yanked his attention, called out to him, and asked, so you're really here? It was his very first time at an event like this, and even as he agreed, a wave of nerves hit him hard. He burst into laughter, shot a finger to the side, and told him everything was all good, because Count Pashua was famous for his hospitality, so he needed to see it with his own eyes. He spotted a smiling old man perched in a chair and blurted, wait, is that really you? The guy looked harmless, but he just nodded and said, don't judge a person by appearances. Across the border, people call him a genius strategist, but they won't even dare to say his name, not even in a whisper. So did he team up with a merchant guild in the capital city? Did he actually go along with that plan? He must have been thrilled to hear it, because he immediately turned around and asked, so which one did he pick, Prayer of Abundance or Scarlet Jade? MC said he didn't pick either of them. Then he shocked everyone by joining a tiny guild called Eternal Oath. The moment he heard what was being said, he couldn't believe it. He'd never even heard of guilt like that. Hold up, out in the southern slums, one guild was actually hiring, and I'm thinking, is it even possible to run a business in a place like that? Scarlet Jade is the biggest guild in the capital. If they're backing you, success is basically locked in, so what happens next? So what's he gonna say about this? Can he pull some strings and vouch for him? He refused. Then right then, Karen called him and blurted that she was sorry for making him wait, and Dwayne whipped around and snapped back, Then boom, his eyes betrayed him. He saw her, and somehow it looked like he was the one being swallowed up. And Ian, rocking brand new hairstyles and slipping into fresh new dresses. Everyone in the room snapped their heads toward them, stunned by their beauty, and then they started. He started firing off question after question, then stared at them like, are these costumes real magical girl stuff? A cosplay outfit Arisa picked out, and he absolutely didn't see it coming. I couldn't believe how many people loved it that much, yet it was still totally magical girl cosplay, and everyone was just gaping in loud shock. She blurted that her decorations were carved from translucent fabric, so who in the world makes art like that? And that blue on her dress, it glows with pure shine. To top it all off, her hairstyle is absolutely stunning. Shiru stepped up to her, waved her over, and told her it fit her perfectly. Then she thanked him. Then everyone started whispering that those two ladies' dresses looked like they were cut from the exact same cloth, almost like they came from the same royal world across the border. Are they princesses from some neighboring kingdom? Should we go over and greet them? And seriously, what is this strange, irresistible charm? Ine called out to him and asked if he could stay with her, and he nodded yes, telling her she looked. She looked every bit the princess, laughed like pure sunshine, and the moment he heard the girls shouting Mayor Karen, he spun around. They swarmed around her, bombarding her with questions. Who stitched that dress and what fabric did they use? They wanted her to tell it, but before they could finish, a woman burst in and spoke loud enough to stop the whole moment. They shouted for them to stop. Weren't they ashamed? They swarmed in front of that poor girl like a pack of crows. Then finally, they apologized. He apologized to Countess Charlotte, and she stepped in, apologized back, and asked him a question like she genuinely cared. Beneath the glow of 2 moons, Karen's hair shimmered like pure silk. She'd never laid eyes on anything this elegant, and when she spoke, she made it clear that sharing her words was the greatest honor. Her eyes flared with excitement, and she blurted like it just popped into her head, by the way, can she really tell us how she pulled off that kind of magic? He stared at them, eyes wide with shock, and blurted out loud that it looked like she was trapped corner to corner. Then he shoved a glass into Aina's hands and told her that she should hang back here for a moment. Then he stormed up to them and called her name. He reached out, apologized on the spot, then introduced himself like it mattered. He stepped up, smiled, and told them how happy he was to finally meet them. Then she said he'd already prepped the dress, the perfume, and the soap she'd used to wash her hair. He nodded nodded along and said he'd craft soap using a secret recipe straight from his homeland. The Countess snapped her palm into his face, shoved him back, and then blared, "How dare you?" She could get that soap. Then the other girls swarmed around him and he told them, "All of you." He told everyone to calm down for a second, then smirked because he knew they'd just taken the bait. This was exactly what they needed, his one shot, and he was going to seize it, no doubt. Screw the rules and take advantage of it after a while. Anna took one bite, lit up, and said it was insanely delicious. Karen nodded hard and chimed in that the dish was right here. Shiru slid into the seat beside her, flashing a bright, cheerful smile, and said that when her stomach growled, she lost all control. Then she snapped at him that she was in. Back in debt again, Charlotte stormed through the hall, and that swagger pulled in the attention of people around her. Snapped their heads toward her, and the only thing they could say was, "Look at her hair." She felt like she'd dropped straight out of heaven, so stunning that even a goddess would have envied her beauty. She demanded a closer look at her hair, then hauled him in to swear he hadn't tricked her, because she'd never, ever used soap this amazing before. He told her how deeply honored he was to receive her recognition, and she asked, just a little pumped up, "Okay, tell me, how much more of this are we getting?" Just how much soap did he even have? He wondered, and then, like the truth was right there, he said that it was that rare special item, only 10 pieces left. She slammed her palm on the table and barked that she was buying every last one. He couldn't believe it, and she figured the other houses would happily fork over insane money for that soap if she sent one straight to the royal family. The stranger closed in, waved her over, and told her to hang back and wait. Wait, she spun around, and he snapped that every single transaction in Mazur had to be cleared through the Merchant Guild. But they were the one thing the prophecy didn't ignore. The leader of the Scarlet Jade Guild strode up to them and said he was seconds from reminding them he was there. Then she spun around. He wheeled on him and snapped that she'd gotten completely carried away. He spun toward the protagonist, demanded his name, and told him with a grin that this was their very first meeting. He nodded, stepped in with confidence, introduced himself, then declared he was a merchant from Nenorich. The name of this city hit him like a spark. He leaned in and demanded, "Wait, is this the place with the matches?" He grinned and said, "Now it's crystal clear. My company's stepping into this business too." He smiled and said, "I've never seen matches anywhere except in my store. My goods are top-notch, but when a merchant gets hold of them, the whole situation changes. This whole thing could explode any second." He remembered what happened earlier, then realized from his own reaction that he hadn't remembered it at all. He said, "He told me he'd heard rumors about himself, some so wild they sounded impossible, and then he looked me dead in the eye." Go on. He demanded what that was supposed to mean, and when he finally answered, he threw out an example. He'd heard the rumor he'd actually scored that legendary liquor brewed from fairy honey, or at least, that's what everyone kept saying. The craziest twist, that merchant was actually a blood relative of an immortal witch. He got hoodwinked by those fake rumors, and if he'd been a second slower, he'd have blown his shot at a once-in-a-lifetime talent, but he didn't, because he's the master. The boss of the Scarlet Jade Guild is Bart First, and he's coming for you with one request: sign a contract with him. You're shocked and fire back, "Wait, you want me to sign with Scarlet Jade?" Then you remember the rule, don't you need a recommendation letter just to join their guild? He said, "I'm already well informed, so we can start from the very beginning, right?" He couldn't wait to jump into his guild, and then he burst out laughing, like, did he seriously forget that detail? He nodded and swore that maybe fate itself had yanked them together, right as he said. To join the guild, you've got to show a recommendation letter, but here's the catch, they can. Skip this part, just between us. He'll step in personally and serve it to him. His letter of recommendation. Now why aren't they raising their cups for this contract? Contract? Karen locked eyes on him, clocked his reaction, then waved him over and shouted, "Hey, come here." She picked up the glass, apologized to him, and said, flat out, that she had to turn down his offer. He blinked in shock and snapped, "Wait, what did you just say?" With that sly smirk like he'd say it again, because he was. "You weren't going anywhere near Scarlet Jade. You still remembered how things went down earlier." Earlier, he snapped in surprise, then asked, still calm but clearly rattled. Did he finally remember him? 5 days had gone by, and after he spilled that drink on him, he was so close to catching a cold. He was already trembling, and he blurted out, way too loud that he just could. He didn't even recognize him, then it hit. He had no clue it was him at all, so he called it. It sounded crazy, and he swore he'd definitely called him a merchant from Norwich, and somehow he still got what he was up against. Seeing almost everyone brag that they're a match seller is painful, Bart Bart. Bert felt the opening, nodded along, and shot back that he had no choice, his voice turning dead serious as he said, "That's the twist, he was a merchant, and all he wanted was to deal only with people he could truly trust. He needed someone he could trust, and he refused to waste time with anyone who'd spread slander. He dropped it right onto the first person he ran into, then burst out laughing and demanded, 'Are you sure?' Sure, his guild was one of the best in Mazur, so how was he supposed to pull off business without his help? He stared him down, spoke coolly, and asked if that was a threat, and when the answer hit, he cackled with malice and said it was a. He fired that warning off because he wasn't just playing solo, he had ties to the masters of other guilds too, and he was convinced everyone could see where he was headed if he made. Shiro faced his enemy and said, "If you do this, nobody's going to buy a single thing from you," and he calmly nodded like he'd already figured it out. He kept smiling, convinced he'd rattled the guy so hard he'd finally get scared. He snapped his head toward Charlotte, threw the Countess a sincere apology, then admitted with a grim laugh that it looked like he couldn't sell her a single bar of that soap. Bushu stormed up to him and snapped that, as a count, he couldn't afford to ignore a threat like this. Bart, eyes wide with fear, snapped around to him and blurted that he'd misunderstood, because all they were doing was communicating. Like merchants, he said it with a hard, serious edge, this wasn't just about threats, and he figured they hadn't even caught the rumors about his drunken nights and wild debauchery. They'd already hashed this out with the other guild masters, so now they just had to go back and tackle it the right way. He tried to beg him to hold up, but the Count shut him down, adamant as stone, and they said someone had to drag that filthy man out of here. He pleaded for mercy as they dragged him off, then he broke through and lunged toward him, shouting, "You." He confronted that young merchant and demanded an apology. Who in the world ever thought the guild's trade laws would? If this was going to be used with malicious intent, the protagonist didn't panic. He calmly said he had nothing to apologize for. He leaned in and asked, "Can I sell soap to my wife?" He told me there was nothing to fear, so I could stop worrying, because he'd already thrown his lot in with a trading guild. This snapped his focus, and Bashu oppressed him, demanding to know which guilds were laying siege. Specifically, he said, grinning a little, this guild was in Mazur. The Eternal Oath Trading Guild, the crowd heard, and instantly they started shouting, "Where is it?" Where this guild was located. The very next day, a stunned Zidane stared at what he saw, and horror hit him like a punch with loud. He blurted out MC's name at full volume, and in front of him, beyond the fence, a whole crowd surged forward, shouting questions just as loudly. Will it be opening soon? He couldn't step foot home without it. His wife demanded it, and he still had his daughter waiting. He had to grab a gift for his bride, and he blurted out in total shock, "What's with this giant line?" And before he even finished, a whole crowd of women surged in too, loud and excited. She blurted out that after trying it just once in that public bathhouse, she couldn't erase the feeling from her mind. She had to step aside because she needed it too. He fretted that only the poor were supposed to come to these slums, so where did all these people suddenly pour in from? Then he whipped his head toward him. He shouted for him, demanding that he confirm the purchase, then blasted, "Did you even hear me?" He was setting up the store for the grand opening, grinning like a champ, and told everyone it all came from his little PR campaign. 3 reasons, yep, exactly 3, were behind that painfully long line. It all kicked off at yesterday's party where he marched up to the Countess, and everyone there and straight up announced where the shampoo would be sold. Next up, he was plastering his message in public bathhouses. Right before the event, he slipped into one bathhouse and personally invited. He set his product up for anyone to test. Surely this wouldn't have been enough to cause. Karen said, flashing a grin, "That reaction is the biggest proof. Honestly, I hadn't even realized it until now." He figured tons of people would rush to buy that shampoo, nodded along, and then said the third reason, her look. Even just strolling down the street, she turned into walking billboard, helping their shampoo explode into the world, and the news about it spread like wildfire. Zidane snapped in surprise, so that meant he'd been thinking about all of this from the very start. He whipped around, brow furrowed, and blurted, "Is that actually true, even a little?" But the truth hit fast, there were just too many of them. He barked out his complaints, so he definitely didn't see that sudden wave of arrivals coming. Shura snapped, saying they were about to make a real disaster here, so Aina needed to crack open the cash register right now. He told her to grab the premium shampoo sets for the noble ladies waiting in line, and make sure they got the right product. They pushed out into the thick of the shoppers, and he blurted out how thankful he was that they'd waited, because from that moment on, they were officially ready. They officially kicked off the sale of soap and shampoo, and the whole place lit up. Everyone was thrilled. Zidane suddenly shouted, staring straight ahead like he was calling out a god, cutting himself off mid-sentence. Fuming, he realized he wasn't being listened to at all. Then they hit the streets and started selling their goods, dragging themselves through the last of that grueling day, bone-tired from head to toe. At work, he leaned in and said, "Somehow, we pulled it off," then nodded like it was obvious. His sales were straight-up excellent. He gripped a huge bag of cash, called the gentleman, and told him they'd just received 600 silver coins, just think about it. He stared in shock at the insane amount he'd heard. Agreed, he nodded and said the bag held 15 silver coins. That was his cut as the arbitrator of every transaction. Then he thanked him and admitted, "I never imagined." He never thought a day like this would actually show up. Then the protagonist laughed and fired back, "Yeah, me too," and that reaction alone made it all worth it. He was in. He fumed at it and snapped, yelling that none of it was funny, then shoved the document into his hands and called him. He leaned in and demanded his contract back, because he's an incredible merchant and won't waste a second in some backwater guild, so he's taking it right now. If they drag their feet, he'll rip the contract to shreds himself. He yelled for him to come over, then told him, "All right, try again." Wait, could he really join the Eternal Oath Guild? He was completely stunned by what he'd heard. He snapped his head up and shouted, "Do you even?" He didn't even question it. When he finally got the meaning, he nodded and agreed. And he said, loud and clear, that he was ready to keep teaming up with his guild. With the guild master himself, helping the poor folks survive in this far-off place. Zidane nearly choked on his own confusion. He called out to him and demanded, "Are you really sure about this?" He nodded and said, "I'm not the best out there, but I still respect Dad's ideas," and that's when he called him. He called himself an idiot, got flustered, and admitted, yeah, he'd also wanted to team up with someone like him too. He shot off and told everyone, "I've got to go for a bit, trust me, wait here, I'll be back." He brought the bracelet straight to him and said it was meant just for him. MC's eyes went wide at what he saw, and he blurted out a question. But wasn't it precious to him, like a heartbeat of his father wrapped in memory? He said, "Yeah, it is," and then he swore he'd make a promise to his father, because he has to hand this bracelet to a merchant or else. He finally had someone he could trust, and the confusion still wouldn't let go of him as his thoughts trailed. And he asked, dead serious, if he was truly sure he could handle it. Then he answered with a calm, intense seriousness. A serious tone slammed down like, "Never say this again, I'm not repeating it twice." With a grin full of secrets, he spun toward Aina and said. Then he looked straight at her and started handing her that bracelet. She froze in shock, then blurted out, "Wait, can that even happen?" He nodded and said, "Sure, because after all, she's always got his back in everything," so at last, he finally found a way to thank her for it. She lit up with pure joy and told them both, "I'm so grateful for this, I can't believe I made it to this city." Zidane flicked his wing at them and told them to make sure that bracelet was handled with care. He grinned, called him over, and swore they'd meet again soon. Then right on cue, the cat yawned like it knew exactly what was coming. Yawned so loudly it shook the silence. Then, after a while, Arisa finally said the room had. Since morning, the place had been sparkling clean. Shiro couldn't stop staring, saying it was practically glowing, and that it was all thanks to her magic, a spell that kept the house safe from any damage. Oh, and in the capital, everything had exploded with change. The dresses she designed were suddenly all the rage. Popular, she totally didn't see that coming. She let out a little chuckle and said that she warned him, "You can trust me," and then, just like that, he bragged that the shampoo sets were flying off the shelves. She snapped, "Hair is a woman's lifeline," and then made it clear no one would miss it. They'd just blown that chance when strange sounds suddenly cut in, and he shot up, ready to say something. He told them someone had been hammering on their door nonstop ever since they moved in. Like, was there even a reason? A barrier around the house built to slam the door on anyone who tried to get in, because it only lets blood flow. She pushed her relatives inside, nodded like it was settled, and then he pressed her, asking what she meant. She fired back, "Seriously, who else is breaking into our house?" Like it wasn't painfully obvious. The knocking blared louder and louder, and he snapped, clearly fed up. So she thinks he's a total idiot. He bolted. He sprinted to the exit, yanked the door open, and there were Shiori and Sari staring right back at him. And they blurted that it had been ages since they'd last seen each other, shouting it out loud with a defiant grin, like the whole world needed to hear it. Dissatisfied faces that finally got their answer. He could at least tell them he was alive, and that was everything. And honestly, he's an idiot. They tried talking sense into him, but it got nowhere, so they'd already written him off as dead, and his parents were. They were terrified, thinking he'd hit rock bottom the second he lost his job, and asking if he even understood what it felt like for them when he stopped picking up their calls. He patted one of them on the head, then blurted out that he was sorry for scaring them and making them worry. He'd been on the move all day, so slammed with everything that he didn't even think to pull out his phone. And honestly, he told himself that wasn't a total lie. They said he'd left everyone in a panic. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Dad pulled me aside and demanded I tell him everything about Grandma's funeral. The funeral's set for the 49th day, and they're rolling in the 1st, 3rd, and 7th anniversaries too. The protagonist can't stop wondering if it's way too much to cram into one stretch. She already rang him and pushed for an answer, dying to know who that girl really was. Sari admitted she was curious too. He went pale with worry and blurted it out loud. They **T. They told him to wait a bit because she was wearing something so old it made everyone stare. She's rocking an old t-shirt, totally barefaced, no makeup at all. They threw on their brother's t-shirt and even ended up in his room too. At last, love finally found their brother, and the whole family is bursting with joy for him. Nerves hit him hard, and he immediately decided he had to fix it. Everything right now as fast as it can be done. He couldn't handle the nerves anymore. He swore he wouldn't stall for long, he'd introduce them himself. And then he said, "This is Arisa, my friend." Sari pulled her in like family and asked, "Are you okay? Do you remember me? You're my sister, right?" If she could step away with her, they strode off together. She spun away from them and quietly asked, "So, what do you think of me?" Of her, she already claimed she was certain they were dating. Then he introduced. He cut her off as a friend. Maybe they weren't dating yet, but she agreed anyway and asked, why else would she show up in that worn-out t-shirt unless she was inviting trouble? Because some men just can't make up their minds. He made the decision, but honestly, he was clueless. He stared at them, wondering what on earth they'd been picturing, while his sister's respect for him drained away one painful second at a time. They slid up to him and told him, straight-faced, that she didn't think any of this was right, because, yeah, he was still a man, and she was about to make that very clear. He had no choice but to step up and own it. He didn't expect that, and then they shouted, "When did you get so cold and insensitive?" He's gotta make up his mind right now, and they need. To this day, he barked his frustration at the top of his lungs, demanding answers. Why? Arisa burst into laughter and told them she hadn't laughed at all, so why would anyone think that? Stayed like that for ages, and somehow it looks like. So wait, aren't they both his sisters? They lean in and introduce themselves like it's the start of something big. They call themselves the sisters of their idiot brother, and then he fires back, asking if they really don't respect him at all. She leaned in, introduced herself, and told him, straight up, that she'd known him since they were kids. She was forced to bail out of Tokyo for a while, and the moment they heard the rumors, they couldn't believe a word of it. And she admitted they'd been together since childhood, bathing side by side, and the MC practically shouted, "Stop." They swore they'd bathed together as kids, which means, yep, childhood friends, and honestly, it's wild to think he'd have a friend that sweet. With a tiny smile, he basically told her, "Don't waste your money on a hotel." Then he swung it and put her up here, They shoved him aside with one hand and pressed him, so he'd be living with the two of them. Then he turned to her and demanded she wait. And they blurted that they were there for an open day at their institute. At least he could smile for them, because today, after all this time, they were finally digging into sukiyaki. She wiped her plate clean, then told him, smiling, "Eating with people just feels so much better." Shiori nodded and grinned, saying this beef just melted on his tongue. Then he blurted, "Wait, is this the same beef that vanished before I even?" He grabbed it anyway, like he could even stomach a single bite, and when they called him, they casually asked, "Oh, by the way, what was Grandma like?" Yeah, she wanted to know too, and he figured they had to be packed with memories of Grandma, right? But he also knew those memories fade with time. Sorty blurted out that she was dying to learn everything about Grandma. He was right on the edge of speaking, then Arisa swooped in, cutting him off, and she leaned in, demanded what they were talking about, then slid a tray into view and announced she'd brought sherbet for dessert. And the whole room lit up with happiness. He lit up, thanked her, and suddenly realized he couldn't just admit she was right, because she was standing right there watching them. The very next morning, right at the break of dawn, Zero jolted awake, shot up to leave, and peered into the room where his sisters were sound asleep. He lunged toward the closet behind him and started prying it open, which was the portal, but he was shaking with fear when they called his brother. He snapped his head toward the sound and caught it. They were mumbling in their sleep. He ripped through space and teleported to a brand new world. Then, with a grin, he said, "Today, I've got to give it everything." He gave it everything he had, then he shoved the door open, whipped his gaze to the side, and he flicked his gaze to the side, and there was Aina staring right back at him, who stared at him with a heartbreak so heavy it practically spilled out of their face. He hurried up to her, and with worry in his voice, he demanded to know why she'd already made her way here. "Isn't this way too early to be working? Something must have happened, right?" She hauled him in and told him straight up that she'd made her mom cry. An hour earlier, Stella had already started the bracelet she'd been handed earlier. He blurted it out in shock, like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. "Is where she snatched it from, she had." She lit up and said she'd gotten it in Mazur, then she asked. She blurted out, voice shaking, asking why she had. She brought the bracelet, and I could tell I wasn't the only one who was totally confused. And she let the bracelet slip from her fingers and blurted, She finally let him go for good, because she knew he wasn't coming back. She crumpled to her knees and burst into loud sobs that wouldn't stop, which popped awake, rushed to the potty, and demanded to know what happened. Where in the world was all that noise coming from? She spotted her daughter bolting down the way, and tears streaming as she cried. They burst out the house and screamed their names at the top of their lungs right now. They burst into the store and he grabbed tea for her like that right then and there. And she warned him it was blazing hot, so he'd better watch his step. She took a sip of the tea, caught a soft smile, and told him it tasted absolutely amazing. He asked if she felt any better yet, and she nodded, telling him Mom hadn't heard a word about Dad in ages. He shouted her name and demanded if she remembered him. She nodded and told him about those days they walked together back to the festival, and he held his breath because one day she'd remember even more. She swears her mom remembers way more about him, so he blurts out what she was thinking back then. That question hit her hard. Tears welled up as she said she believed he'd abandoned her, and it sent her mother spiraling with worry. He understood her and blurted out, "Can you wait right here for me for a bit?" Even though he's tempted to wait, he's convinced her mother is more than worth the trip. Stella was curled up in bed at the time, and her worries were eating her alive. She sank into bed, staring at the flowers with tears spilling down her face. He stared into her eyes and called out to her, and just a little while later, he came back. He showed up at their place, slammed on the door, and shouted there. He called her up, then asked point-blank if she was here. Patty swung the door open and demanded to know what he needed. He finally made his move, slipped inside, and demanded to know where Stella was right now. She glanced into the room, trembling, and said she was there, still crying her heart out. Tears wouldn't stop Aina's with that cat monster now, and if she'd followed, she'd be stuck here, completely alone. He praised her as the kindest soul, and right then she flushed red and blurted out loud as she could what on earth had gotten into him. He thanked her, then promised with full confidence that he'd take care of her. He was certain Aina needed him right now. She nodded and told him he could. She couldn't just count on her, so he lunged to the door and shouted. He stepped up, introduced himself to her, and blurted, "Can I come in?" But when nobody answers, he doesn't wait, he warns them. He warned her he was coming in, threw the door open, and right there caught her crying. He dropped to his knees by the bed and called her, and when she finally calmed enough, she slid to the edge and demanded, "Where is Aina now?" He told him, "She's in my store right now," and the head was standing right there with her. So she didn't have to worry. She swallowed her tears and said with a sad look that she was. That awful mother even pushed her to the brink, right to tears. He said quarrels hit everyone now, and then friends included. And between family members, then it hits you. However, arguing, brawling, then crashing back together, then growing even closer, that's what a family is, and he demanded if she could ever forgive him, and when he said she was only sorry for hurting her by making her cry, he pushed again. Could she finally tell him about her husband? Stella swallowed her fear, clenched her resolve, and finally said, and told him she first met him the day she climbed up to that mountain. He trekked up the mountains to snag fresh wild vegetables, right after she just stepped into adulthood. Out of nowhere in the forest, a colossal bear smashed into her, claws and all. She was badly wounded, and escape just slipped out of reach. The monster came in for another brutal swipe with its paw, and she barely managed to escape. She shot a look past her shoulder and screamed at the top of her lungs. Screamed at the top of her lungs in pure pain, and then she snapped into motion. She burst into tears as she stared down the monster closing in on her. She clung to hope, praying someone would step in and save her. Right then, a guy showed up in front of her. She swung her sword blade and hacked off the big bear's arm. She stared him down and said, "You're the one who saved me." And the moment that landed, But he scooped her up and sprinted into the city, then he finally stopped. She slammed the brakes for the arrest and stared him down like she already had him figured out. He leaned in and told him, "You're unbelievably beautiful." He lifted his hand and with a flash, those beautiful bracelets burst into view. I mean, did she really mean this? These bracelets aren't just jewelry, they're insanely valuable. In his tribe, these traditions get handed down from one generation to the next, like sacred fire that never dies. She finally hit the city streets, dropped onto a bench, and blurted out how thankful she was that he'd brought her here. Now the question burns, will he finally head home? He grins and says he's not stopping, he's pushing onward even farther. There she finally got him, she reached out and snatched up her. He swallowed his worry, rose to his feet, and asked if maybe he'd stick around this city for a while. She said that back then, he was still. His sight was so bad he couldn't read the world clearly in plain language. People kept misreading him, and every misunderstanding snapped into a full-blown fight. With every strike, they kept getting shoved apart until the clashes finally fizzled out one by one. Then, later, he rushed in, called her name, and demanded to know if she'd accept this bracelet. It's called an oath bracelet, no joke, it's the real deal. Be real, this is used to make a proposal right now. She told me that's when she finally discovered one of the bracelets was in 10, right there, staring her in the face. It was meant for the spouse he'd pick, his destiny calling out to the one person he chose. Next year, she snatched the bracelet from his hand and took it for herself. Ina took her first breath right in year A. Those days when the three of them strolled around without a care in the world were the happiest time of her life. Then out of nowhere, the war erupted. As he walked away, he swore straight up that he'd come back for sure. He grips the bracelet and swears this is the only way, then he turns home. Right now, Stella swore he said that, and I just sat there going, I know. Lena always perched by the house, holding her breath as she waited for him to finally show up. For him, it kept happening again and again, day after day after day. She'd been like that for ages, until one day she finally walked right up to her. He called her over and blurted out that he wanted to learn how to write. Right then, she said, once I teach you this, I'll hand you a letter. It wasn't meant for her at all, it was meant for the priest. There she scribbled that she had just one request to God. She pleads for her dad to be brought back to her, she won't let this go. She swears this is the one thing that'll keep her smiling forever, no going back. She snatched it, made her choice, and ripped herself away from her hometown. And just like him, they'd once taken a journey. Now she stared at that bracelet and admitted she turned her back on it all, bolted, and refused his oath. She's a horrible wife and a worse mother. The protagonist snapped, that's absolutely not true. True, she opened her mouth to say something, but he shoved his hand in front of hers. His hand slammed onto her shoulder and he barked that what they were saying wasn't true, while she stayed true to the promise she'd made to her husband. She shields Aina with her life and loves her so fiercely it reaches the very depths of her soul. She only got 8 years of being her mother, because if you count the time she was carrying her in the womb. Turns out it's 9 years, because that's exactly when she finally starts learning how to be a real parent. So if things fall apart, it's still okay, because it'll work out the most. The only thing that truly matters is the bond she shares with that child. That snapped something in her, she clutched onto her determination and marched toward the. She stormed up to the window and swore she'd go after her. She shook with a little fear, so could he stay close with her? He took her hand and said yes. They pulled up at the store, and as her name was shouted, she stirred awake and yelled his name back. She clocked Stella standing right beside her and snapped, "Hey," to get her attention. She pulled her into a tight hug and blurted out that she loved her, and you could see the emotion hit her like a wave. She burst into tears and yelled for her like she couldn't breathe. She burst into tears and blurted, "I'm so sorry I made you cry." From this point on, she can quiz her about literally anything she wants. She promised she'd spill everything about Dad, and she nodded like, "Yeah, I've got you," and then she said that. She said she wanted to hear it, then the MC stepped out, potty straight up. The potty flew alongside him, squealing with pure joy, and insisted she was so happy everything turned out fine. The two of them slipped outside, and he glanced up like something was about to happen right. He stared at the sky and declared, "The rain's finally gone." He flipped the sign on the door around and said they were only gonna be gone for a little while. They shuttered everything for the day. Then, later on, Arisa trudged up to her husband's grave. She looked at the grave and asked if she hadn't been here for 3 years, right? But then, boom, here she was again, staring at the same place while he stood nearby and said that her grandfather's hometown hadn't changed a single bit. She nodded, and he pressed her on, asking her about the city. At the city they met, she confessed that back then she wasn't even close to who she is now, and then despair crashed over her like a tidal wave. She accidentally swung open a gate to another world, and he was left totally stunned. And then he admitted it, agreeing that was definitely not the smartest thing she'd ever done. She flashed a tiny smile and told Masaru that she'd be grateful for a little. At the exact same time, a brand new name, Mio, hit the scene. When he asked if she meant his grandfather, she nodded and said it wasn't just him. And get this, he didn't just steal her heart, he actually married a witch like her. She burst with joy because for the first time in her entire life, she finally had a family. He called her and dropped a bombshell. 7 years ago, she vanished on the way to Rufalto, so now he's asking, is it because of my grandfathers? After her father died, she flat out denied it, so he shot back, then why were you staring at the sky? Then said that on that day, 7 long years ago, devastating news slammed into her life. He blinked in shock and demanded, what kind of news is this? With a trembling, worried stare, she blurted that Mr. Mel was retiring. He'd stop acting in films for good. Films, just thinking about them crushed her and she couldn't stop the tears. He blurted, so that's why you ran back to your world? She nodded and he fired back, seriously, that's the dumbest reason ever. She started to. She blurted that he just wouldn't get it, and her heartbreak hit so hard you could feel the sadness in the air. She shot his grandfather a sharp, disapproving call, and told him to get furious, rip into her with curses, and let it all out. Then she just sighed. And he said, this is just a regular grave, but the body is still right there. There because the soul has already fled this world. He shouted again, loud and furious, displeased to the core. Can you believe she said that, right at his grandfather's grave? Parisa admitted she wasn't about to deny it, there might be no soul at all, and she was seconds away from explaining why. Then he glanced at the clock and reality hit him like a punch. His whole life is trapped in that thing because necromancy sealed his soul inside it. He might be headed for heaven, but just like in life, he's not done. He wants to stay. Stay with her forever. Then she called out to him and demanded to know if he'd already chosen what power he was going to use. He realized he could grab the power he wanted. Then it hit him, and she smiled like she'd been waiting for that exact moment. Mild just laughed it off and told him he'd already forgotten all about that chance. What a sweet, modest kid. He was, yeah, and she knows it. He loves money more than anything, right? Rage flared in him and he demanded. She blurted it out loud, so what was that sneaky little look on her face? She shrugged and said it was just. Back in that other world, he chose his friends over money every single time. Then he turned and looked at her. He told her that she talked like she'd personally witnessed it all. Then she started. With a cocky smirk, he started steering her shadow like it was his, bragging that everything was exactly right, because he could see every single. She poured it all through her own eyes. Then bam, a black cat was born and he froze in pure shock. So because of that, she snapped and shouted, turns out it was her, and she grabbed the cat. She cradled the cat in her arms, rubbed its fur like a soothing spell, then told him that was a solid guess, right on the money, before she ordered the tiny one-eyed kid to keep watch. He blurted out, asking how his life was playing out in that other world, and then froze in shock. Wait, was she actually watching him live in real time? She nodded and he warned her this was an invasion of privacy. Then she grinned and said, She was only making sure he was okay, nothing more. That's it, though there was this one time when she caught him naked, belting out a song to himself, and he was totally stunned by it like, what in the world? And blurted, did you see it too? Wait, does that mean she saw him bathing in a mountain of money? And she agreed. He nodded and told her, you're seeing more than that. Then he blared the question like, when? When did the head of the Scarlet Jade Guild finally pour it on him? Right then, she couldn't stop wrestling with one thought. Should she incinerate him into coal or let him live? He blurted it out loud and the cat sniffed at his feet. She said that after that, the cat straight up demanded more. He demanded the swap for a brand new familiar, and when he stared at her in shock, he saw it. She knew the moment his form had to change. When Mrs. Karen was drunk, she spilled her clothes all over the place and then asked, sounding a little lost, so what's the big deal about that on the? Instead of turning away, he stepped in and helped that girl, no shame at all. He even snapped it out loud that he hadn't done what they were implying. He wanted to die right now. Then she tucked the cat away and said with a grim shake of her head that unfortunately she couldn't keep the connection going. He stayed tied to her familiar all day, so he never saw the girl's tears. Then he finally managed to save her mother and he pulled their bond tighter, wiping away those tears, and with a small smile he admitted he was truly glad. But it looked like he'd pulled it off. She spun to leave and said the link felt just like the one she shared with his grandfather. So now the real question was, what power had he decided to chase? The protagonist stood on it again and snapped, "Hey, UF asterisk 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 answer me." If they could just delay this question, she snapped that he couldn't make up his mind, and he swore up and down that he'd choose for sure. Eris aside agreed to wait a little longer, and he couldn't help thinking, just get the shoes sorted and show a little patience. He figured he was still stuck on the power because the second he grabbed it, fear would come crashing down. She vanished again, and he shot back, "Thank you," then confessed, "I love you," like it was the last thing he'd ever say she was. She shot him a startled look and blurted, "Why are you suddenly trying to make peace with me?" Then he let out a laugh and answered, "Stella and Aina might argue, but they're family, so of course they can say that. Family, so what's the big deal?" After that, they slipped right back in. Back home at last, he stretched and blurted, "We finally made it." And she just smirked, saying teleportation could get them there in a single second. He dialed her number and flat out told her, magic won't work in this world. He spotted a pair of shoes right on the doorstep and immediately asked, "Did Shiori and Sari get here yet?" She nodded and promised, "I'll meet you as soon as I'm done with everything," and he cut in, "Yeah, but here's the thing, it has to be when I say." Dinner time had already rolled around, and she's convinced they're about to be seriously happy once Kyoza hits the table. At dinner, she grabbed his hand. He went completely dumbfounded and blurted that she should stop cuddling her like that. She shot back, "What's the big deal?" They barged into the house, and he shouted, calling everyone over, telling them that they were back right there again. They stormed toward the room, and he leaned in and stared. Inside, panic surged, and he called her immediately. They both stared into the distance, and he blurted out that they'd found a portal. Well, she let out a small laugh, and then he immediately blurted out, all worried. A worried look crossed his face like there was no way this was funny, and then he turned to her and murmured, "We found a passage to another world." "If they're trying to leave, what are they supposed to say?" she asked in a call. She spoke in a steady voice like, "It's our business, deal with it." And when he tried to push back, she made it clear she wouldn't stop them. Then he blurted out, "Aren't you worried about your granddaughters?" And just like that, his sisters slipped out somewhere, and he caught sight of. He let out a shaky breath of relief and told them, "Relax, just 2 teenagers." She said they probably decided to vanish from all this. Then the passage happened, and right after that, they came back with shoes on their feet. They marched up to the portal and exchanged a quick nod, like they were about to step into something massive. MC bolted right up to them and snatched them by the. He shoved the message into the air with a loud shout, snapping at them to stop. Then they spun around to face him. She didn't even clock the moment he slipped into the room, and still she asked, "So, are they back yet?" Rage surged through him as he snapped, shouting that he'd been standing here for ages then. But seriously, what were they planning to do, and why on earth did they drag shoes into here? Sor jabbed at the portal and told him to just take a look. Right when they opened the closet, a whole forest burst out from inside like it was never supposed to exist, and he froze there, stunned. Caught off guard, she burst into laughter and said, "Just look at your face, this tells me you." He had no idea about this closet either, and with a pensive look, he muttered that when he last time he yanked the closet open and boom, it wasn't a forest at all, it was the store's second floor. But if you remember, the first time he opened the closet, he also spotted a forest, and it instantly reminded him of save points in RPGs. Then they stepped through the portal, and Shiori blurted, "Listen, what matters is this. It's a portal to another world, not." She wasn't hiding in some closet. She sprinted alongside him and blurted that they had to see another world, and panic hit him so hard he shouted, "Where are we going? Aren't you scared?" Arisa called him over and told him, "Come on, stay here for a bit." As she reached out her hand, she told him he would. He realized it was exactly what he needed, and his eyes widened as he stared at it in pure shock. And she flashed a grin and told him, "There. So go ahead, soak up every second of this crazy little adventure." A little while later, his sisters finally showed up and everything changed. We're grinning as we roam through the forest, and then we said it was straight up unreal, who would have ever guessed? They swore their house hid a secret door to another world, and this forest looked so magical it felt like they'd stepped straight into a dream. A wild fantasy shimmered in the air, and Saori snapped her gaze to the side. She called out and said, "Look, a city's right there beyond." In the forest, Shiori froze, stunned, and blurted, "Wait, is that really true?" Then she demanded, "Why aren't we going there?" The moment she heard they might, her face lit up and she cheered, "That sounds perfect." And she turned. He spun back, barked her brother's name, and told him she'd been asking for his help to find something in this forest they could sell. Then he stared, totally confused, and demanded to know what the heck they needed it for. They said it was obvious. If you're heading into the city, you're gonna need cash to grab what you want, so tell me, how else are you supposed to get money? They had to get money, so they started hunting for something valuable in the forest, and that idea hit hard. They pushed forward and told her, go look. It totally looks like Yakuza, but she thinks it's just some plain weed. But wait, what's up with those mushrooms over there? There are tons of them bursting with. Turns out they can be picked because they're small, right? She points at the pink ones and says, grab those because they're guaranteed to fly off the shelves. Shiori jabbed a finger toward the side and declared she'd go grab the fruit from that tree. Then he stared at them, stunned by the fact they were stuck in a brand new world and witnessing. They stumbled onto so many mysteries that time just slipped out of their hands. Maybe that's why they go on, have fun, she shouted, then snapped, sorry, and waved them over like, come here. She stumbled on something awesome right as they rushed over, spotted a giant egg, and her sister hissed that they could sell it for a fortune. Price? He waved them over with a shaky, confused voice and blurted that he thought it was. It was a monster's egg, so huge it made his stomach drop with worry. He got them over right then, and just as he was about to speak, he paused, like something big was about to hit. But when Salary reached down, his shock hit like lightning. She grabbed that huge egg end. And he admitted it wasn't exactly easy to keep holding on. She tossed it straight to him and barked, catch it. He snatched it out of the air and the weight hit him like a punch. He couldn't believe how heavy it was, and his mind immediately raced with, wait, is it really this much? It weighed 20 kilograms, and she hefted it without a single shred of surprise. Because she was a total star athlete, but yeah, that was still a little too much. He shot them a question, were they really planning to go after their older brother? Her brother clutched the egg and she shot back, so who's supposed to carry it, us? Then she grinned and pointed at his little adorable sisters. Of course them, right? She yanked out her phone, waved him over, and declared it was just a big egg, then suggested they snap a selfie for the moment, like a. They clutched the keepsake, stood side by side, and snapped a photo with it right there in the background. Then they bolted, yelling that they should grab the rest of the catch and only then could they finally move on. Right. All right, now their eyes were locked on the city, and that egg better cost a fortune, so he carried it like it was pure gold, refusing to let a single wobble happen. They sprinted ahead, shoved him forward, and shouted that they had to move even faster. Otherwise, they'd never even reach dinner, so Shiro shouldered a massive egg in his backpack, breathing hard with exhaustion, and swore he'd do anything to protect the smiles of the juniors. Stared at him, then leaned in like, what are you muttering under your breath? It was like the air itself was stuck in his chest. Watching it from the outside made it look downright weird. He kept moving, and he figured that egg was around 20 kilograms. You couldn't stash it in spatial storage because it was alive, so they marched ahead and said. She was so pumped, like, we've got to get to the city right away. Because the second it turned too dangerous, everything could go sideways. Use him as a living shield, she said, and scatter before the danger catches up. After a while, he called Shiori and told her, in no uncertain terms, that she shouldn't go along with this. They started scanning the room, and suddenly someone blurted that the atmosphere in the city felt completely off, like something was wrong with the air, and then they realized Kilf were. He couldn't believe how adorable she was, so he blurted out that she should totally look at her. Because, hey, she was a cat girl after all. She had ears and a tail, so maybe, just maybe, they should try talking to her, but when they did, they didn't know a word of the local language, so they should lean on gestures, because she already knows. He clocked the protagonist waving at him, then yelled. She beamed at him and called out like it was all a game. Then she spotted them huddled and hiding and gestured, pointing them out. He jabbed a finger at them and demanded, who are those girls? Then he burst out laughing, completely lost, and kept asking, wait, but who are they? But seriously, why was she here? She claimed she'd been assigned to patrol the city. Now the guild boss dropped a mission on him. His sisters watched and listened, completely baffled. He looked at her and threw his wish for good luck her way. She waved back, thanked him, and promised they'd see each other again. They rushed up to him, stunned, blurting, do you know the local language? How could you? They could talk to her with ease, and that's exactly why they demand she finally explains everything. He cut in and begged them to calm down. Suddenly, it hit him, he remembered. Then he took off in the rain, fast and furious, as 2 raindrops struck like a warning. He fumbled the rings out of his pocket and swore his grandmother had handed him ones that matched, right down to the last detail. Sayori snapped his name, demanding to know why he'd suddenly gone so quiet. He jabbed his finger toward the side and asked, you want to hit the market? They got fired up, nodded, and agreed on the spot, then pushed on until they finally said, this is it, a real mark, no doubt. Market. Then out of nowhere, another another cat girl slips in and catches everyone's attention. Even the dog boys were here. Then he flashed the rings and told them to put it on, and the moment they did, they shouted it out loud. She's stunned because now somehow she gets it all. She gets exactly why everyone on the street is talking, like the mystery just clicked in her head. Wait, how is that supposed to work at all? Aina marched right up to him. They greeted her and she lit up with a plan. I'm going shopping. Then she looked up and saw. She spotted him in the crowd, slipped right up to his side, stared him down and asked, Who is this girl? He jerked his finger at his sisters, called her over and told her, Let me introduce you, this is my younger sister. Sisters, sure, but they insisted Shiori was his favorite and the oldest of the bunch, while Sari was the baby of the family and the one with that irresistible charm. MC stared at her and demanded, What's so charming about you? Then she snapped back with a kick. She studied them with sharp, thoughtful eyes and then, right to their faces, named them sisters. They were so moved they leaned in and asked her, So you work at your brother's store, how old are you? And she answered me. She blurted out her age and they all went wide-eyed, loudly. He called him up and demanded, Did you make that little ch? So wait, he's using kids to work for him. Is that not child labor? Right? What do you mean he's terrible? Terrible, so terrible he might as well be the devil incarnate. And then he demanded that He stood there and promised, Don't worry, I'll explain everything right now. First, he's gotta explain how he ever ended up in the city in the first place. They listened to his words, then went, Wait, so was it really true? And that's when her brother stepped in to help her. Ine grinned and told him she had zero money. Then he handed her a job and promised she'd finally earn a solid salary. They couldn't believe it when they heard just how insanely good she was. They couldn't keep pace with her and they had to hustle for cash too, which meant they needed to hurry. He nodded, saying they should wait for him, and she stared at the egg in his hands. He hauled it along, bragging about how massive it was, then yelled for her and asked if she had any clue whose egg that belonged to. She shut him down and said she'd never seen anything like it before, so he leaned in with a thoughtful look and asked, So, is that egg really that rare? They pressed, and since they asked, he told them to figure out what kind of egg it was first, then go check its traits for themselves. They showed up at the Fairies Blessing Guild, and when worker Burl stepped in to ask what they wanted, it was clear. They weren't there to sell anything at all, they were there to have. He'll get it appraised easy, then he'll spill a secret. He knows more about monsters and wild plants than anyone alive. Then Sayori wondered who would even need his services until Shiro shot back that it was for his little sister. That's when Sayori's nerves kicked in. She swallowed, introduced herself, and admitted she was genuinely thrilled to finally meet him. With a grave look, he said he'd do it all perfectly, because it was a request from the master's own relative. Could he even get a good look at what he had to appraise? Then they slammed a huge egg onto the counter in front of him. And he said it was enormous, no doubt about it, that was a monster's egg. Where'd you even find it? She demanded, insisting it was just sitting out there in the forest. Then he cut in, I said. With a hooked, curious stare, they basically implied that something like that might have been there all along. He leaned in and started studying it like it was a clue, then flipped through the book to double-check every note. He shot back an apology for the delay, then admitted he thought he finally understood what kind of egg it was. It was no doubt some nasty egg belonging to an evil us or knight. He cracked open the book and immediately snapped that it was a stupid giant bird. That's what it looked like. Those girls were going, "Aw, it's cute." And then he fired back that, based on the egg's size and the adult bird, that egg had to belong to this species. But the egg's patterns look a little off, so he figures a goblin slipped into the Evolus ornitis nest, snatched the egg, and then ran into a monster that was way too strong. Panic hit and he bolted, abandoning the egg on the ground. Now the real question is, what happens to it next? The antagonist demanded what advice he should give about the egg, and Burl shot back with a grim stare that if it were him, then he'd sell it, no questions, because these monsters aren't just creatures, they're mounts. But raising and training one kid is brutally hard, especially when you sell him. If he plays his part, he'll earn money and make sure he provides for him. He decided he'd settle for a decent life, but then he started thinking, maybe I should sell this to Gerald. And when he asked, Gerald shut it down, saying he didn't recommend it at all, and if he asked him again, he'd hand it down to some noble heir, or even a royal family member. He told his family it was a great idea, sell the egg to Lady Nay's people. Everyone nodded, and he promised he could squeeze out even more money for it. He could even march up to the guildmaster and ask if he could track down even more buyers for it. He took it in stride, thanked him, and said he needed to talk to her about it. Right then, Sari stormed up to him and slapped a gut punch that stole the air from his lungs. People who laid eyes on it were left staring in pure shock. She snapped, asked why she'd hit him, and shot him a look so sharp it screamed pure disgust. He snapped out loud that it was all because he was doing something insanely stupid. She stumbled on this egg and suddenly the choice was all hers, so she had to decide what happens next, and he asked. She asked teasingly how she'd even sell it for a real profit without the right connections in this world. Then she clicked her tongue, smirked, and shot back. So why would I sell it? He asked, and didn't she say she wanted to sell it for real profit? Then she snapped, kicked him hard, and blared that he was talking way too much again. He saw zero future, like a dad staring at a bank book like it was written in code. Then rage boiled in him and he demanded what she planned to do with that egg. Then she cut him off with a shaky, aye. She beamed like, of course I'll raise it myself. Then later she sketched a bird and swore that when it hatched, we'd ride on it. Ana's eyes lit up as she grinned, I wanna try too. And they both laughed that they'd ride together. What should she even call it, like a cake? Shiori asked whether she wanted to name it after something sweet. Then he asked. He snapped, grumbling that maybe she had a smarter plan. She thought it through, then pitched the name Swama like, that's it, we're calling it that. Sorry called Ana, told her to pick the better name between them, and she froze for a beat. Then the thoughts started racing. And she blurted that Swama sounded way cuter. Then, after a while, Sari burst into the MC's room and shouted his name, calling him. He blared his name, shouting that something had gone wrong. Something went down with the egg. Then they burst into the room where it was. That egg didn't just sit there. Then he watched crack spiderweb across the top. She blurted out, voice shaking with panic, it's hatching right. So what's she supposed to do? She probably needs hot water wrapped in a towel like right now. Hurry and get it, he barked. She yelled that she needed to calm down. This wasn't for hatching, it was for childbirth. Then she spotted fresh cracks spreading and shouted that something was finally ready to burst out. She yanked the door open and blared, telling them to count on. She crumpled onto it, then bolted to that egg, and the shock hit her like a lightning strike. With a shocked stare, he blurted her name at the top of his lungs and demanded to know if she was really going to be his mother. It's called imprinting, she figured it out, and now she's determined to become his mother. She snapped around at her and yelled that it was unfair, like, after all, she had already taken her out to a cafe the other day. With a sharp, dissatisfied glare, she said her whole meal, plus the drink, only set her back 200 yen, and then she dropped the bomb like it didn't make sense, which was too little. The beast smashed the eggs and they were both of them were stunned to find it was Saudi. Stunned to the core, she snapped, calling her brother in, and burst out that it wasn't a bird. She bolted fast. He bolted out of the room and shouted. He blurted out, why is a dog crawling out of the egg? After all, that massive strong man outsmarted him with a wicked trick. Tricked him, then she marched right up, began stroking it. She leaned in and confessed, ever since I was a kid, dogs have terrified me, and right beside the monstrous beast, he sat there, staring it down. Beast called her out and demanded it back, because she wasn't giving up now, not after everything, right? Ana stormed over, called out to them, and he snapped, what did you say? Something was seriously off. She stared at the beast and snapped that it didn't look like a dog at all. It looked like a dragon. He stared at her, smirked, and shot back, wait, you just said dragon. She nodded along, and when it finally clicked, they went wide-eyed at just how shocked they were. Sayori peeked from behind Shiro, waved at him like they were sisters, and blurted that he definitely didn't look like a dragon, while her face lit up with pure joy as she pointed at the beast and swore this was a real dragon, not something plucked from games or manga. Ana told me she'd never, ever seen a dragon like that in real life. He couldn't believe what he just heard, and when it hit him, he blurted out that it meant one thing they had to find. I demanded more answers from the guild. Then the dragon barked, sprang up, and pounced on. It hit him so hard it jolted him, and then he blurted, loud enough to shake the air, that he shouldn't. He couldn't bring himself to eat it, because it tasted absolutely awful. He went right for the licking, then burst out laughing and called it cute, but he had no choice, he had to go, and when he noticed that dog, he realized it was insanely strong. He slammed onto his back and screamed for help at the top of his lungs. So rewatch it again and then ask yourself. So he finally clocks it, his brother's imprinting worked, and that connection later hits like his real dad. Later, he strode down the street and declared he'd managed to escape. No time left to waste. They had to rush to the guild right now, an unfamiliar girl. A cloaked woman stepped up to him, called him young man, and told him she'd lost something painfully important. It mattered to her more than anything. She'd heard that among his people, there were helpers who hunted down lost things until they were found. He asked if she'd lost something, then urged her to go straight to the administration. He pointed her onwards, straight ahead, then a sharp right at the corner, and told her there was an admin task waiting for her. She nodded and told him, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to waste your time. She thrust the stone into his hands as a thank you, and then she leaned in to ask, Didn't he realize it was a red demonic mineral? He swallowed his pride, apologized, and admitted that this was the first time he'd ever seen something like it. It was the first time he'd ever seen anything like this. She sprinted right where he pointed. She gave him a pointed look and sent him off with the best wishes she could muster. He told them it was time to head to the guild and get advice from the folks who actually knew their stuff. He broke down every moment of what happened to the whole band of adventurers. Lear snapped in shock, spraying the drink he'd swallowed straight at him, then blurted, if he'd just told the truth, that a dragon was in his shop right now. He nodded, agreed, and said that it. And yeah, it was totally unneeded, but he still swallowed his pride and apologized anyway. Neska called her smart, asked what they should do next, and she paused to think it through, and told them to bring it back to the forest, because if you're not a trainer, raising a dragon is anything but easy. So Ralph ran a totally ordinary little shop, but this time something felt wrong, because even a child, dragons still tore open the world like terrifying monsters. If they really had to put it down, they'd need a squad of gold-ranked adventurers, because sooner or later, they'd be outmatched and unable to finish the job. They'd have to let it go, so don't get attached, cut the cord fast and release it before you fall for it. They were totally confused, then their jaw dropped when they heard. He heard a voice say their stories just lined up perfectly. She got hit with an awesome idea, and he started scanning his surroundings in pure shock. Emil's voice erupted with a shocked jolt, loud, unmistakable, so where the heck was it coming from? She swore her words cut straight through their souls, then Neska blurted out, loud and stunned. Wait, so that's telepathy? That's basically magic, letting you talk with people who are miles away using thought waves. But is this kind of art reserved for only a chosen few? So when did she climb this high? Because she just swore this is it. The miracle of her bond with her brother, and yeah, it's the real deal. Kilfa finally won, then she jabbed his shoulder, pointed at the window where her ears peeked out and told him, I've seen you. Swore they were made for each other head over heels, and one day they'd own a snow-white house in the capital, no, a real mansion, so grand even the aristocrats would turn green with envy, and only the prettiest young guys would serve them, and right then they strode up to the window. He kicked the wall through the window, and she jolted back in shock. Right after that, he spun around and locked eyes with them. Neska snapped her hand toward her and demanded she come closer, like right here, right now, with a scowl twisting his face. She started crying hard and blurted that she finally got it. She had to get there before they could burn her alive. Emil strode into the guild building and declared, like it was no surprise, that this place was exactly what he'd be, because that's just how generous he is, and treated her unlike the misers from Gilmas. He waved her over and leaned in, asking, so what brilliant idea are you cooking up next? She slammed her palm on the table like she owned the room, pure confidence. And he told them, just sell the dragon right there. There are countries hungry enough to shower you in mountains of gold. After all, Ralph. They couldn't believe it. This had to be the Kingdom of Krupp, a tiny southern power on the continent, with an elite squad of dragon knights. Aka the Skyriders are only the ones who can tame a dragon and ride it through the sky. Even the mightiest powers wouldn't dare tangle with them. Kulfash showed up, surprised everyone, and then said, he claimed it was a tiny kingdom, but somehow it packed so much power, and Emil even swore that the best dragon trainers in the world called it home. And if you've got a hatchling to protect, you can hand it to them without a second thought, because they say they actually make a living by giving titles and delivering lands, rumor or not. Dragon, so if everything clicks into place, she'll rise into noble society and live a full, lavish life. Live it up in luxury, fueled by taxes wrung from the peasants. She strode up to them, slapped a hand over her mouth, and hissed that he needed to stay quiet for a moment. Then Lear stared straight at him. He grabbed him and demanded to know what he'd do, set him loose in the forest. That's what MC said he would. If you dump a newborn Swama into the forest, you're gambling, because other monsters might sniff him out and rip him apart. So yeah, he's personally leaning toward it. Ralph's proposal was in sight. He flashed a grin and said, we've got. They nodded and agreed. Then Emil's mouth was strapped shut with tape. But she pushed through anyway, insisting loud and clear that it was her idea. Later, they rolled up to the store as one, and he cut in like the draw. The dragon was up on the second floor when they barged into the store. But he was shocked when he spotted a girl crawling toward him. Neska squealed that she was so cute she just wanted to cuddle her, and Ralph blurted, wait, is that your daughter? The other girls froze at what they just heard, then blurted, wait, does he really have a child? Kid, he scooped her up in his arms, swore it wasn't true, and shot back that he has no clue who she even is. So tell me, how did she even show up here? He dialed Sayori and demanded where that kid came from, but she just went dead silent. Then he spun toward Aina and demanded, so where's the dragon hiding right now? She jabbed her finger at the kid he was holding and shouted, "There he is." Then she'd already called him and told him. He swore that's exactly what it turned into, the kid he is now. Now he's cradling a dragon in his arms. We all froze in shock, then he blurted out, "A dragon turned into a human," and I couldn't help asking, "Is that even?" "Yeah, it's possible," Neska said, and that's when the room filled with old stories because the world's packed with legends about dragons. Dragons that can turn into humans. He stared in shock and blurted out, "This is pure fantasy." Fantasy, she said those same kinds of records were kept safely too, like a hidden trail of history preserved in the deep in the Magic Academy's archives. Dragon's master didn't just learn to speak, his command of magic kept escalating over time. One of their wildest powers, shapeshifting, and Ralph blurted out. They said the Western Kingdom had a legend. A dragon fell head over heels for a princess, shed its scales for a human disguise, and even showed up to propose marriage. Shiro blurted, stunned, that yeah, over time, sure, but she had just hatched and somehow she was expected to master that kind of magic. She nodded, then said that for a kid still fresh out of an egg, mastering that kind of power was nothing short of impossible. She'd never even heard of something like this. If it's real, then this kid isn't just anybody, she's something else entirely. Than any representative of a higher race, the legendary class of dragons, and most likely, the transformation into a human. Mimicry, yeah, that's the whole thing. The dragon pulled the form of the nearest intelligent species without even realizing it, so this is what we're stuck with. So, Lear asked, what do you think? Would he still sell her? Sorry. He snapped with shock at what he heard and demanded, what do you mean by sell? Shiori stepped up to him and snapped, don't you dare say you want to sell sweet Swama. Emil shouted with bright confidence that they'd sell her without a doubt, because she was a high-class dragon hatchling. She could turn into a human, and honestly, an entire kingdom could have been yours for a prize like that, so she called her brother and demanded, who was that woman with the rabbit ears? He just shrugged and said he had no clue. She demanded to know why he was so cold to her, and then she marched right up to him. She grabbed his hand and beamed, declaring he'd be her future husband. Then memories of it came rushing back. He called him out and demanded, are you seriously being real now? Then he pushed, so what about Aerith? He shot down her claim, swore he had no idea, and told them not to trust her. Then she suddenly faked tears and demanded to know if he was just messing with her. Playing with her feelings like it's a game, he shoved her off, snapped, and demanded, what the hell does that even mean? Saori, dead serious, kicked things off. She clenched her fists hard and blurted out that she had no clue. They had no clue who that woman was, and they sure weren't handing out the Swama to just anybody. Emil started clenching her fists and told them to let her go calmly, like it was no big deal. Because her whole bright future hinged on this girl, and on the price that had to be paid. She'd already snapped at her, calling her a terrible rabbit, and then she spun around to face her. He loudly called her rude and demanded to know who they. Even so, now you have to shove them out of here right now. They told him straight to his face that they were his younger sister. Her jaw dropped at what she just heard. Then he stepped up, shoved them in front of everyone and said, yeah, these are mine. We're his precious family members, and when they spoke, their words shook in a stammer, like they couldn't even finish the sentence. A serious look that their older brother would never dare to wear. Would never hand over power to a mercenary rabbit like her. No way. And if she truly wanted to be his wife, she'd need to win his family's blessing first. In the blink of an eye, an email still managed to size up the situation. Then out of nowhere, he found out he had sisters. Should he back out? Never. No, this was the moment he couldn't afford to miss. Getting his sisters on her side felt like her golden break, because if she won them over, marrying him would become unavoidable. For now, you can delay the hatchling stuff, later can handle that, but right now, the big focus is one thing, tying the knot with him. She snapped his name and shouted for him to wake up already. Because how on earth do you sell a baby dragon when he's making a massive mistake? Mistake, this is pure horror. Selling a defenseless little creature like that is cruel as hell. Yeah, he should marry her. Marry her and we'll raise that dragon like our own daughter. Ralph said it, so smooth, so twisted, it felt like true two-faced mastery. The MC called her over and couldn't stop himself. He told her she never fails to blow his mind. Later, Swama's eyelids fluttered shut and he drifted into sleep. Then they looked. He stared at it, then told them, you've got to see this, because that's how a baby dragon can turn hearts upside down. He spun around and demanded, wait, what else happened? Lear opened his mouth, ready to say the next thing after. They shot each other one last look, then immediately looked away. He shouted ein and then sorry, and asked if they could get lighter clothes. She nodded and said yes. She grinned and said, that's what you asked for, like it was the easiest thing in the world. F. Then he spun toward Shiori and asked, looks like you're swamped, huh? Maybe she should go. Then she snapped yes right away, and pure indignation lit her up. She snapped in a loud voice, asking why he thought she was busy. Then she was already dressed and ready to go, and he shoved a bag into there. He counted out the money and said it was more than enough, then told them to go grab something for themselves. With the last of the money in hand, the three of them stepped outside. Then he spun around, snapped Lear, and then he said right back to what he'd just been talking about. He remembered it, crystal clear, and told them he'd been talking about everything that's been happening in the forest lately. A loud voice screamed his name and told him straight up that it was a secret. He swung his gaze to her and barked, so, is she in the guild or not? Turns out the forest isn't empty at all. Something nasty has moved in and made itself at home. Now listen, this next thing he's about to say, you better not tell a soul. It's a group of demons. Demons are holed up on a lonely island right off the continent's northern edge, cut off from every other race. They wield massive power, magic and muscle alike, and they're brutally hostile. Over 500 years straight, they've been clashing with every country on the continent. He fought that continent over and over, and every single war still cost lives. He blinked in shock at what he heard and blurted out, wait, did I hear that right? Ralph nodded and said, more than half a millennium, yep, so you've got to have. He'd heard whispers of demons whose entire existence was counted in nothing but years. Every life ticking to that number. Maybe it's not that they're late, maybe they just see time completely differently. Shiru asked, are there other races that live that long? And the answer came back, yeah, probably. Then the voice sharpened, demons aren't the only ones built for long lifespans. And when you stitch it all together, they're known as the endless races living on a lonely North Demon's Island. Everyone calls them that, and he got it, then asked. He asked, are these demons actually strong? And Kulfan nodded hard, saying they were powerful, tough as iron, and built to last. Then he leaned in and explained what that meant. They've got strength in spades, and Lear clocked his expression. He claims one thing, but his face screams the truth. For the past 3 minutes, it's kept going non-stop. He caught everything perfectly, and then he demanded more. Asked, by the way, where's his dragon? She giggled. He's quick-witted, she said. Lear scratched his head and asked, why were the demons creeping right up to the city? He might have been wrong, but maybe it was something else. Maybe that's why the demons stormed into the forest. Something about that swamp was calling them. So they wanted to track down her egg, because she was a high-class dragon, and they said, explained that once they were back in the city, they'd have to talk to Nay about the swam situation. Then, just a few days later. Ziding grinned and waved him over, greeted him with a bright hello, and told him they hadn't seen each other in ages, so the protagonist nodded and said, I've got everything you asked for ready. Then he launched himself toward him and blurted it out. He said, I wouldn't expect anything less, but he couldn't believe it. Somehow he managed to pull off my request, even though I'd asked for a ton. He blurted out whether the goods were nearby, like, did he really want to check them out? He spotted tons of boxes, shouted at the top of his lungs, and demanded, is this really all soap? Then he kept going. He said that everything. Yep, it all checked out. 40 boxes of soap, plus 20 hair wash bottles stacked on top, and somehow that added up to around 5 or 6 carts. His face scrunched up in confusion, and he muttered that maybe he'd just take your word for it, right there, right then, claiming, I'm with the guild. Like that settled everything, and he couldn't say those things. He had to do it, and then it hit him. He remembered something. He rang him up and straight up asked if it was true. Did Ninorich really have a medicine that could cure mortification? So he finally understood what. He rambled on about it, convinced Stella had already caught this disease. In his world, everyone called it vitamin deficiency. And it was the kind of problem that hit like a missing piece you couldn't ignore. He swore that medicine actually existed right there in his shop. Then he called him up like straight into the story. He blurted it out, demanding he sell it to him, then flashed a friendly grin like, it's no big deal at all. He nodded and agreed fast, shouting that he understood just how brazen his request was, but Mather was packed, so many people still needed it. Shock hit him when he finally caught what he just heard, and he blurted out to Kunlai with wide eyes, ready to ask, and MC Kunlai cut in, saying he could hand it over for free since he'd got some left over. And besides, Nina Rich didn't need it anymore, and Ziding's jaw dropped as he stared at that change for ages. He slammed the question in, loud enough to shake the room. Is he telling the truth right now? Because lately it felt like everyone was screaming at full volume. Then, after a while, the boxes were finally put away. They dropped to the ground, looked wrecked, and said, we checked everything, we're done. If it weren't for. He would have stayed for overtime, drifting around the night like a moth in the dark. They'd done a great job, though yeah, he also wanted to ask. So what's he gonna do with all that money he raked in? He never even treated it like work, so it never really crossed his mind. Now he's ready to blow that money on mouth-watering food, because he's just had a baby. Not long after that, they stumbled into a room and there was Swama, stuffing his face like it was a feast. A whole bunch of different dishes. He stared in shock at the massive feast like, wait, this is real. He pushed the conversation forward and blurted, so that's your daughter? He shot it down, then admitted it was way too complicated to explain. Ziding cut in and said, yeah, that's true, being a kid means you've got to eat big and grow strong. He admitted he doesn't have any of his own. But he's dead sure of it. Just a few days later, his sisters set up a task and the whole place erupted loud. They blared out that everyone was welcome at the beauty salon. Shiro stared in shock at what was in front of him and blurted, what did you guys set up here? To keep Swama fed, they threw caution to the wind and launched their own business to pay the bills. Business, so why the sudden shift? Sorry said they just couldn't stand being indifferent, then she reached out her hand. He leaned in and demanded they cough up money to boost their business, then pressed them with, so, you're saying you'll. She asked if they had any savings left, insisting they only needed cash for the opening, and then she snapped that he better not get greedy. A few days later, they unveiled Beauty Amada's beauty salon to the world and let everyone see what they'd built. He spun around, took in the scene, and muttered, so this is what they've got here, fashion and beauty in one bottle. Yeah, that's a damn smart business. He called Shiori and told her, it's your first day, and she lit up with pure, unstoppable joy. Anyway, she nodded and agreed. Then he leaned in and told her his first product in this city. The city turned into a battlefield of matches, real chaos, and back then he was nowhere near that good yet, she said, with a smile. Every girl dreams of making even more beautiful, like it's a glow-up they can't stop chasing. She finished putting makeup on her customer, stared at her own reflection, and blurted out, is that really me? She told him that she'd try to recreate the makeup herself. She scribbled out her step-by-step instructions, and the customer immediately thanked her. She stepped outside and the girls gasped when they saw her. With a sly little smile, he thought, their salon is going to. Undoubtedly, she was about to steal the spotlight. Then she closed the distance and approached him. He opened his mouth to speak, then horror seized him and he yanked his gaze away. Sari slapped the final touch of makeup on the customer and with a bright grin, told her she was unbelievably lucky. Because it was her who did it, she stared at herself in the mirror and told her own reflection to look. She was already stunning. She'd already stared it down, then smirked that it was only a tiny bit short of perfection, and the protagonist just went, that's putting it mildly. She looked like an evil stepmother, and the customer who walked out terrified everyone standing nearby. Then he blurted out that he was going to apologize to her, and told her to keep watch over herself. Then he sprinted up to her, fast right to the... He stepped in and apologized right there, before continuing to explain that he was sorry for his little sister. He was about to spit out something, anything, but the words stuck in his throat. He muttered something else, then remembered they'd met before and told her. She blurted that it was her, then stared him down and said, you're that very purr. He leaned in and asked, did you find what you lost? She said, nope, bad news, but right in the middle of that mess, she still left one spark of hope that Bill might actually go through. They started building, but she was dead wrong. This was the spot where they slathered war paint onto warriors. He just couldn't make sense of it, and then she blurted, maybe, before they started casting spells. He insisted she'd slipped up again, because this was just how you put on makeup. Because women always want to become even more beautiful. She didn't get it and blurted, what does that even mean? He answered. Doesn't it feel amazing when everyone's staring at her from every angle? She said, cool and steady, that she just caw. She just couldn't wrap her head around it. Back in her homeland, only the truly strong ever earned respect. No matter what, she won't stop now. She's tearing off to find her lands. He told her to hold up and demanded to know what she was searching for. Maybe he could actually help. She snapped her head toward him in disbelief and demanded to know why he needed it bad. He asked around because he wanted to be useful to people. No excuses. Is that bad? She shot back, asking for his name like it was the only thing that mattered. He introduced himself, leaned in, and asked her name. Celestia leaned in, asked, and handed her name like a spark, then told her that she didn't need help at all, but she still lit up with gratitude for the offer. He said all that, then turned right around and praised her for finding what she'd lost. The next day rolled around, and I found myself strolling down the street just like that. She snapped at Suem, telling her to sprint over here now. She bolted the other way and yelled that she had to come running back, right here, right now. MC glanced at it and lit up, saying she was having the time of her life. Then Stella walked right beside him, nodded hard, and said that lately all she does is talk about it. She's all busy right now, isn't she? He burst out laughing, nodded like he totally agreed, and then admitted, somehow, that it always ended up like this. She glanced at them with a warm smile, and before she could finish saying it, she swore she'd always wanted a younger sibling, then spun toward them, shouted to her mom, and declared, "I'm the older sister too." She shot forward in the water, then looked back and said, "I'll protect you because I'm older." Could she really pull it off? She grinned and agreed on the spot. He nodded and swore that because she's older, she'll always have her back and keep her safe. Swama chased after her, shouting her name. Then he tripped, stumbled, and started to fall, and he couldn't. He stared at what he'd just seen, worry sparking in his chest, then yelled for everyone to be more careful. Aina tore across the room, closed the distance in a blink, and snagged her just in time. And instead, she crashed to the ground. Then she blurted out to her from the dirt. The ground and asked, "She's not hurt, is she?" They sprinted to her. He shot her a worried look and asked how she was feeling. She sat up fast and told him everything was fine, just a scrape on her knee. Suama. Mama leaned in close, stuck her tongue out at her, and she froze in shock, then blurted, "What are you doing?" Because her knee was filthy, she licked the wound clean right as the pain hit her, it instantly. They got healed, and they were absolutely stunned by what they saw. What happened next, 20 days after Swama moved in with them. She was already in the room, and she told them her brother and she would take one side, she'd sleep in the middle, and her sister would claim the other side. Saori snapped, barged in, and shouted that it wasn't fair. Then she blurted that she wanted to sleep next to her too. Surprised, she pointed out she'd been sleeping beside her for the last few days, and then she trailed off. She blurted out that they needed to sort it all over again with the cards, then, still sounding totally lost, she admitted, "Yeah, I agree." Agreed, but only if it meant one win, that's it. They snapped at each other, and then she broke down, started crying, and said that she was only going to. She was dying to sleep right next to her, and she said it like it was the only thing she ever did. She insisted she was the only one who acted that way. Then he looked. He stared at them like, "You've gotta be kidding me, you did it again." Because that's just how this otherworld life plays out. Weekdays vanish into the real world, and weekends slam back here. Here's how it goes. She'd already called her, telling her to call her mom right away. Then she happily reached out her hands to them, babbling and making little sounds, before calling her sister too and insisting she'd already contacted their mom. Saori just shook her head like, "You didn't have to say all that." After all, she was her mother. She swept right past them like fate itself. Shiro scooped her up, and they both insisted it was. It wasn't fair at all. She just wanted to break free and hug him with everything she had. He hugged her even tighter, and right then, Swami stretched her hand out to the side. She sidestepped and blurted, "What's wrong?" Then she snapped her attention back like she was just struck by it. She wrenched herself free, crawled straight to the window, and he just stared, stunned. He stared at her and fired the question, "Tell me, did you spot anyone out there on the street?" She snapped her gaze to the window and started calling out like she couldn't keep it in. He rang her up and demanded, "Wait, tell me, is her mother really out there in the forest?" A few days later, he swore he got a report, nay, the Fairy Blessing Guild Master was back home. He bolted out of. Swama immediately stormed into the guild, and in the office he thanked her for her time, even though she'd just barely gotten back. Then she, with a cup of tea cradled in her hands, she waved it off, no need to fret, and then revealed that her research was done. All that's left now is to lay out what the exam decided. He shot his gaze aside, a worried frown creeping in, and asked, "Will every?" Even after all that chaos, Eldos didn't just stay calm. He shouted loudly that everything turned out just fine. He barged into the room and demanded a drink, saying if he didn't get something alcoholic, it would be a guaranteed failure, and he couldn't stop there, he called. He snapped him over, grinned, and said he'd got the money, so he could grab whatever he wanted. Then he burst out laughing. And swore he had the kindest heart around, and then Patty, still stunned, blurted, "Hey," and called out. He shouted at him, demanding to know what was wrong with his daughter. He spun toward her, snapped out a boss, and greeted her. Then her shock erupted as she blurted, loud and clear, that she was freakishly strong with magic, so strong that he stared, totally lost, and muttered that it somehow felt that way. And then she just took off, flying away from Swam, who came charging after her, only to snap that she was painfully slow. So yeah, it felt almost impossible for her to catch up. Then she glanced at them and demanded, "What about this child?" And pressed, "So what were you two talking about, huh?" He spun toward her and said it felt like trouble was closing in fast. It all kicked off 20 days ago. She found an egg in the forest, a dragon cracked out of it, and that was all it took for her to snap into. She stared at him, stunned. "So that's it, you're just a human?" And before he could answer, she blurted, 20 days since the hatching, right?" He nodded, and Eldo's face went cold as he admitted, "Not long after I grabbed that egg, we ran into demons, and then it all locked in a full-throttle brawl with those monsters. And now she's finally saying, alright, time to lay it all out. They got a tip about demons from some adventurers, and the second it hit, they immediately. He burst into the forest right away, eyes peeled, and started watching everything. The scouts got bombarded with reports. Demons were hauling something through the night, and it was just the beginning of a disaster waiting to explode. An egg from the ruins slipped into his hands, made him pay back their attack with full force when Potty lunged at them, they probably got swarmed and the egg didn't stand a chance. Egg, he leaned in and swore that back then the demons were whispering and freaking out like something was deeply wrong, because they never panic from a sudden attack, not unless we're talking about the real nightmare. Losing a dragon egg, then that's a whole different nightmare, because dragon eggs are ridiculously tough, they don't break. Even if you smack them with a hammer, you don't just erase the problem, you still learn something from the whole disaster, the main character said, and you can bet on it. Swama is a target for the demons because it's hiding a dragon egg, and Ney swore she'd come to the same con. So that's the crazy finale, their fight with the demons, that egg shattering on the ground, the terrifying high dragon, and the fact it can transform into the whole world. So he's turned into an ordinary human, and that's why the demons are still prowling the forest, so his daughter got dragged into it, and when it hit him, he flat out refused. He wouldn't hand her over to the demons. She nodded along and shot back, no way, he can't hand over the high dragon to you. She can feel the war crawling into place, and Eldo's nods, saying he's already fought demons before. Long ago, demons ruled the shadows. They're not myths, they're real monsters, and he can't bring himself to give them the dragon. With a fierce, unshakable stare, she declared it, and just like that, everything was decided. With the fairy's blessing on her side, she stepped up as the guild's leader and agreed to help. He agreed to help her, shot her a quick thank you, and then bam, something snapped in his memory. Turned to Potty, and kept calling her, saying Swama was staring into the forest and wouldn't stop calling out. She blurts out her mother's name like it'll summon answers. Does she somehow know where her mom is? She blinked in shock and he shot back, how what? She leaned in and said, I know the forest like the back of my hand. And then she paused, letting the silence hit. She was about to unleash exactly those words, and in the next breath you'd see the dragons lining up in the forest, like it was just the start of something huge. In the forest, they were stunned. Every single one leaned in close to her, eyes wide, voices rising loud. He shouted, is she seriously for real right now? And then they hauled him out. She clutched the map to her chest, spun toward them and snapped, listen right now. She's about to spill the secrets of the dragon's habitat, straight from her grandfather, the tribe's fearless leader. Start here, right in this wild spot, a forest dragon's lurking, and it looks fully grown. All around this whole area, earth dragons crowd the land. Dragons, then he froze, stunned by what he just heard, and blurted, isn't this a first-class dragon? She nodded, agreeing. He nodded and said it plain, so even the elder had vanished, leaving behind a warning not to come near him. But the second they disobey, they're swallowed whole right away. MC blurted, wait, this is a first-class dragon, so does that mean Swam's mother is an earth dragon? Ni said they can't be sure, the earth dragon is top tier among its kind, but there are beings even more powerful out there. And even worse, dragons are cut off from that kind of greatness from childhood, like they're kept from. He was supposed to spend time with people, and when he said it in that thoughtful voice, it hit me, dragons aren't all the same either. Patty rattled off different varieties, then paused and said, besides the green dragon. Rumors say there's even another stone buried deeper here, so he called the boss and demanded to know if there's a dragon one. Dragons with a priceless gem on their foreheads. She stared at it, then looked straight at me and said, yeah, they're real. And then she dropped the bomb, they're immortal. Immortal dragons have a rare stone, then they hear the impossible, shock hits hard, and they blurt, do immortal dragons really exist? People call them phoenixes for a reason, eat their flesh, drink their blood, and every wound and illness just vanishes. Disappear, Ney called out to her, demanding to know where the immoral dragon was hiding. She shook her head, denied everything, and said. She told him the elder had to know, then she snapped, I'm calling you. He grabbed their attention and demanded to know what they'd do the moment they finally figured out where the immortal dragon was. Dragon stared off for a second, then admitted plain as day that he'd stick with Swama no matter what came next. But since his real parents were probably hunting for him, how could he possibly block this with him? Like they wouldn't catch on too, they'd have to. So he decided he couldn't properly take care of her anymore, and that's why he pushed to bring her back to her parents. she told him they should forget who she belonged to. Once he brought her to the dragons, she'd never be the same again. Never see her again, he nodded like it was fate, and once this talk ended, Patty, the body sprinted to the elder, desperate to pry out the immortal dragon's location. Dragon, the moment she comes back, he and Swama will tear off to find the dragons. And Eldos will ride along too, ready to guard them every step of the journey. For a day of patronage, he demands 3 bottles of his favorite alcohol. That evening, sorry surprise, he blurted loudly, shouting out one of the 2. She snapped at her brother, hey, don't tell me you're serious right now, like, because if you are, he's about to hand her over to some mystery location, because sure, they're her family, right? Shiori swore she grew up with them, like that was supposed to end the whole problem. One slip up and she's going to snip him out of every photo in the family album, and then burn the whole thing. Shiro, with a grim, serious stare, he demanded they all listen up. Then a fairy appeared. Mary has been living out in the forest, and she's got the one thing that matters. She knows exactly where her possible parents are. Every evening, I'd also catch her leaning toward the window, staring straight into the forest like she was hunting for something. Evening hits, then worried voices shout, but what if she's dead wrong and she's still just a kid? Maybe she only caught a glimpse of something there. She snapped to Aina beside her and demanded what she thought. Then Aina's face fell as she admitted, through a heavy heart, that she loved her mother. Mother adores her, and she's begging her to finally meet her mom. So she finally gets what she's feeling. Yeah, that's why. He got it, nodded, and after she thanked him, he leaned in and said that she was Swam's real older sister. She understood him, then her rage finally melted away, and Shiori called out to her. She pulled her in for a tight hug. He leaned in and promised her she'd finally meet her real mother. Promise or not, they still cared for her deeply, too. A few days later, Emil sprinted to the store, shouted for him, and she yelled that she loved him with her whole heart, wild, nonstop, madly. Just a few days back, the guild got hit with a request. He demanded the details, hunting for that crazy Mi's huge egg, and asked if it happened when the guildmaster wasn't on shift, right? She paused, thought hard, and said it was at that. She ditched Trill at the front desk and sprawled around, doing absolutely nothing. Right then, mid-shift, this exact request burst in. She said the one who reached out to the guild was probably. She just couldn't shake the feeling. This person's aura screamed mage to her. She swept everything onto the table, laying out every request she'd been handed for the day. And he called out to her like he was seconds away from saying the one thing that mattered. Then she snapped. She burst out loud with a big yes, and said that this proved they'd. He burst into the guild clutching that egg, and the way he talked made it clear he'd already come to the end of his story. He hauled that egg straight to the guild to get it checked and evaluated. He agreed, and she claimed, apparently, he was a money-hungry adventurer, so he let it slip that he got spotted in the guild with that egg. She jabbed at the list and he started reading, then blurted out, so the rewards read demonic ore. She nodded and said this ore is worth just as much as mithril, so once they told her that he now has this egg sitting by his shop and that he basically never leaves the place, she snapped up every single information. He dialed her with a totally confused face and blurted, when did all of this happen? She answered. He demanded to know what it meant, then pressed the adventurer on exactly when he handed that info to the customer. Right then, Celestia burst into the shop and declared that she dropped the egg right there, then snapped his name and told him straight up that he was the one who took it. His sisters rushed up, called his name, and demanded to know if anyone had stopped by to visit. She shot him a serious look, called him over, and asked where it was. The protagonist grabbed the moment and demanded, what are you? Wasn't even on the table. Then she cut in with a serious, no joking tone. She heard from the G tell him in that serious voice that he better not dare pretend he's an idiot. From the gill that hid the egg, he still forced himself to act like nothing was going on, like he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes. He didn't know a thing and blurted out, wait, are you talking about the eggs I bought? No matter what she said, those eggs were bought with his money. It's called entrepreneurial intuition, and then he rushed to the guild, demanding they judge the quality for him. He was freaking out, wondering if that egg was pure evil or a magical Nidus egg. She blurted, what did you just say? And he shot back, it was a bird-like monster good for writing. Then she froze, totally thrown off by what she found. And she said that this egg, found after all that brutal suffering, has to be brought back no matter what, and she started, I don't. She just wants to snatch it back, no questions asked. She'll hand him all the red devils he wants, and it's a deal that pays big. He mulled it over, then fired the question. Is she trading mithril, or is she offering something of the same value? They kicked off business talks, right? It's the kind of deal where both sides win, so she should just let them make the call. Keep this between us, don't say a word here. They'll be back any minute. Soon, he spun toward his sisters, and the way he looked told the whole story. It looks like they've finally realized they have to break free from here, and they need to do it fast. They nodded in agreement and swore they wouldn't step a single toe into his negotiations. While the negotiations grind on, they'll break off and grab something to eat. They're grabbing Swama and heading out right as they start to leave, but Celestia suddenly felt it coming and yanked her out of their grasp in a split second. And with one hand, he grabbed her head, then her tears just burst out. They snapped their heads toward her and blared, "What are you doing?" She unleashed magic and it set them off in an. Using both of them, he got knocked down to his knees, and he couldn't move from there. Horror struck and panic slammed into him as he thought, did she finally clock who it truly was? Because he called and everything changed. He blared her name, demanded to know what she was up to, and ordered her to bring it back right now. And she swore she was taking that girl with her. He told them, "No way, we never agreed to this in the first place." She snapped that it didn't matter. His eyes screamed the truth right back. He'd better, right? If he wants to save that girl's life, everything rides on it, doesn't it? Isn't that wild? Amil burst into the room and yelled, voice shaking, that this wasn't just talk, it was a full-on declaration of war. She wants them to charge at her. She's begging for it, just smirked at all of them because they dared to say they wouldn't be. They've got to resist her no matter how tightly they unite. They can't ignore it now, only she has the power to set this entire city ablaze and burn it to the ground. She grabbed his attention and said, "I'm not here to fight you guys. I won't start a war, She only had one mission, bring that girl with her, and then he demanded, "So what are you planning to do?" "What do eggs have to do with this?" she asked with a fierce seriousness, like the answer was staring them right in the face, and he was so nervous he couldn't even start. He kept thinking there was no way he could tell the child that. In her arms, that little kid was the egg. She clutched it tight and demanded, "So what's his answer?" Where was the egg now? He said he didn't have it anymore, not even if she tore through the whole place looking for it, she'd come up empty, so she asked instead. With a grim voice he asked, "All right, so where is it?" Then he went on, "First, the child needed to be." She spun around, started walking out, and snapped that she couldn't stand it when people left things out and didn't tell her the full story. Everything, he shouted that he'd already sold that egg 2 days ago. A few days ago, she spun toward him and demanded to know how. How it happened, he just blurted out that he'd sold it to a to a familiar merchant. She understood him instantly and said that. So then he'd better hand it back. He only had 3 days. Aina sprinted to her, grabbed her by the cloak, and blurted that she wouldn't let her go. Then panic hit, because he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. He blared it at her, yelling it out loud, and Celestia bristled, furious, loud, and offended. Asked how she could possibly have the nerve, because who was she anyway? She was. Fear shook her to the core, but even then she forced the words out and insisted that she was Swam's sister, so he couldn't waste time, he had to take her. Panic kept climbing in him and he burst out, loudly asking. When he demanded to know what she was even talking about, she figured it out and thought it. "It's over," he agreed, then he blurted out that promising she'd grant the wish in return. She flipped the whole situation to her advantage, then hurled her aside, right as MC sprinted off. Bolting toward her, he seized her before she could slip away, and Celestia yanked her back hard. He grabbed her hand and bolted away, then he sprinted back to her and blurted. He told her to stop, but she flicked her hand and tossed him aside like he weighed nothing. He slammed his back into the wall with a bone-cracking thud. The moment they sensed trouble, worry hit hard, and they bolted. And he blared his name back at him, voice shaking with worry, like this was urgent or nothing would be the same. They were left reeling by what just happened, and she snapped, calling the beast. With a grave voice, the men leaned in and told him that when he woke up, she should tell him that if he suddenly wanted to come back, he'd have to say it directly to her. He needs to hand her the egg, and then he has to sneak into the forest. In just 3 days, she slipped out of the store, and he crawled straight up to her. He lunged up to her, clamped onto her leg, and demanded she come back. She planted her foot on his hand, snapped her kick into him, and blasted him back into the wall. Then, right after that, she sprouted wings and launched herself straight into the forest, soaring like she meant to reach destiny. Deep in the forest, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, demanding an answer. Ian showed up and he told him he'd stop for good, no more delays. No way, he'll definitely save her, and then she shouted at him, begging him to protect Suem, and not long after that. Later, they finally reached the guild building, and the adventurers burst in, shouting their questions at full volume. "So you're saying someone got her snatched by a demon. Chiru rushed in, bowed his head, and apologized, then promised he was right nearby. Lear snapped and told him, "Don't apologize, this is on us." Fault because they didn't have time to help. He knew exactly who they demons were closing in on their target, and Nesca snapped that this wasn't the moment to hunt down the culprit. Ralph agreed, yeah, they'd grabbed the wrong end of the rope, and said they'd need 3 days to hammer out a plan to get her back. Kilfoss roared that she'd storm in, rip that demon apart, and the captain snapped back that she shouldn't. Don't pull some stupid stunt because their enemy was a demon and they didn't even have a clue where they'd hidden her. She looked back at him, and in a voice trembling with urgency, she made it clear her entire life hung on his answer. So they need to move fast. Yeldo thought for a split second and then said that because she gave them 3 days, everything has to be okay by now. The protagonist stared down and demanded to know why those demons never went after Suham's parents, the adult dragons. Nesca told us it was that simple. Adult high dragons were way too strong for them, and demonic power didn't even come close. Nay said that's why they raised dragons from the start, so they'd grow up into fierce watchdogs. He demanded to know if the adult dragons, her parents, could truly protect her, and she answered that. He claimed nobody on Earth could ever survive the greatest immortal dragon. He sat there for a beat, then snapped, "Wait, I've just realized the demon. Demon doesn't need Swama at all, he's after the dragon egg." Celestia has no clue that the egg already cracked open, and a kid popped out. There's only one last chance to save Ian. The Eldos dropped all these amazing words, but then I had to ask, how in the world are they going to save anyone? Save her, tell me, how are they supposed to find the demon when they don't even know where it is? He rang Shiori and asked straight up if she was in the art club. Right, she nodded and guessed his idea. He threw his idea out there, and instantly he agreed. Sometime later, Celestia snatched the animal's head and brought it to it. She bolted into the forest and headed straight for a hidden cave. Then she said that she has to eat it because there are still only 2 days left. Until then, she'll stay sharp and make damn sure death can't take her. She stared at it, then snapped, "What's wrong with you? Why won't she answer?" Eating, and get this, she still didn't touch her food yesterday either. She remembered it with a harsh, flickering static in her head. That look lit up in his eyes, and it's what pushed him to promise he'd save her. She broke down and started crying, and she told him it was. It didn't matter right then, her stomach dropped with a sudden twist of panic. Rumble after rumble shook the air, rage flaring in her chest as she shot forward and snatched. She grabbed his attention and snapped that they were too fragile, especially the kids. 2 days were all that stood between her and the deadline, and she couldn't afford to slip. She had to. To stay alive, she had to eat it, so she went for it and she tried. She tried to fight back, then blurted out right at the top of her lungs that meat should. You can't just chow it down raw, it's meat, plain and simple. And the body couldn't handle it raw, so it had to be cooked first. She stared at it, head tilted in confusion, and asked, "Wait, doesn't the body itself?" She said it was made of meat, and that alone could wreck her stomach, make it churn. So if someone ate it, they'd get poisoned, and she couldn't touch meat at all. That's why her stomach twisted and turned, because if you fry it, then it's actually edible, and she couldn't make sense of her, so Aina took off running. He sprinted to the exit, grabbed a fistful of brushwood, and struck a roaring fire. She sliced the meat into sharp pieces, but then they swung them over the fire, and Celestia watched from. He leaned in from the side and demanded an answer. What did you mean? What she was doing, then she spun around and faced her. He leaned in and told her, "I'm cooking," like it was no big deal, then trailed off like he couldn't finish what he meant. She stared at it, totally lost, then turned and asked what she was supposed to eat, like, what did she usually eat? She straight up told him she hunts demons, slaughters them, and devours their meat. She cooked the meat to perfection, then thrust it into his hands. He leaned in and told her it was insanely tasty. "Just try it," he said. Try it, this is her half, so she needs to scarf it down fast. She took a bite of the meat, and the shock hit her as she blurted out that it was it really this delicious? So this is what cooking is. Wait, she just started too. She finally got why people eat meat, and told me there were way more ways to cook. Then a little later they sat down. Aina grabbed her attention and asked, "What if you already know why?" Right there by the wall as she sat down. So why did this egg mean everything to him? With a steady, unshaken face, she smiled and said she had called her. She's the older sister of that girl. And then he demanded she be brought in for her, put in her place, no questions asked. She nodded, then Celestia tipped her gaze to the sky and said that she had a younger sister too. Right then, Shira was gently scratching behind Iris's ears, petting the cat like it was her whole world. Aresha said he wanted a song, and right in that moment, he asked her for music if she could hear him. They needed her power, he remembered it, just like back then, when he'd already failed to act. She had already shut down her power offer, and she flat out told him she wasn't helping because he was really the one asking for it. He lunged in to help, then his hope shattered the moment he realized that he couldn't reach them at all, so he threw out that he needed to find another way in. A couple of days later, he slipped into the forest, replaying every word she'd said and burning with the question of how. He had no clue where he was supposed to go, and then the cat started yowling with pure rage. With an angry, burning stare, he snapped his gaze the same way, and he froze in shock when he spotted a man's silhouette. A living nightmare made of dark energy hissed the word egg, and he froze. And it all clicked for him. Then he reached into the sack and hauled out a huge egg for everyone to see. They say he's gotta show up here. It'll steer him straight to the right place. Chased the creature right on its heels, then demanded to know how much longer they'd have to run. They had to go because the power was already draining away. Then he barked at them to hold up and demanded to know exactly where he should go next. Then he snapped his gaze to the side, spotted Aina, and demanded to know if she was okay. Was fine, no injuries, no pain, and when they asked if anything hurt, she just insisted, I'm okay. He finally cooled off thanks to this, and Celestia who? The guy nearby nodded and said, just like we planned, yep, he really showed up and came with us. Alone, he did it anyway, and that kind of courage is truly unforgettable. With a worried stare, she called out to him, and he answered right away, as if bracing for what came next. Said everything was fine, and promised they'd be home soon. She stood right beside her, reached out and called him, then spoke. And when he saw the kid was safe and sound, he let out a breath like the world had finally made sense. She held her promise, now it was his turn, and he had to. He had to hand over the egg, so he nodded and agreed to go. She grabbed the egg and right away she blurted, loud as thunder, that he needed to give it. Faster, he said it with a hard, serious stare, like every word was carved in stone, and then. So she handed it over first, and just like that she agreed, and said the girl would be tossed aside the moment she snatched the egg, knew she could slip away anytime, then shot her sister a glance that said, I'm a little worried, and called out. She spun around and declared, fierce and final, that she was going to keep her word. With worry written all over her face, she sprinted to him and shouted his name. He blurted it out loud, then the protagonist yanked her into a hug and apologized. Heard her voice crack as she begged forgiveness for dragging her into that kind of danger. But for once everything would be okay. She finally calmed down, nodded, and agreed, saying that. And she was fine too. He praised her, then said, in that case. He promised he'd come back for the egg, so he planted it on the ground and walked away. She inched closer, snatched it up, and with a sharp ang. With rage blazing across her face, she snapped out loud that it was all a setup. He panicked, convinced Shiori could pull it off somehow. He pulled off the impossible, copied an egg from a photo and recreated it so perfectly that, at first glance, it looked identical to the real thing. The egg's weight couldn't be faked in the slightest. She felt the truth hit her, and the realization struck hard enough to knock the breath out of her. Rage surged through him as he snatched her head in his hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. She started to change right there, then she screamed at the top of her lungs that he had broken the contract. She grabbed the deal and made it clear, nobody was getting out. Potty shot up to her in a blink and urged her to map out an escape route before it was too late. She blared Aina's name at the top of her lungs and said, I'm here, and now it should have been smooth sailing, but then it cuts off. How dare she pull this on her own? Who does she think she is? Celeste just stared at her, then snapped, you're a half BR, and cut herself off mid-shock. He paired up with a fairy and grilled it, straight up demanding to know why it existed. The race steps in and shields everyday people. She even screams it out loud right then. She said it's because they're her people, and her tone turned deadly serious. A strange tone slipped out, and she couldn't quite figure out what it meant, what they were yapping about, but here's the one thing that really mattered. It was crystal clear to her these weren't friends, they were enemies. If she got in the way, they wouldn't let her off easy. Leave a trace of her, she snapped into the air fast and shouted. And she fired the light so they could finally see who'd come out on top. A bolt of lightning tore through the air, then the spell snapped to life and attacked her with a fierce strike. She unleashed powerful magic and refused to break. This attack threw the question into the air, is this the kind of thing that ever counts as an exception? With a snap of raw power, she blasted an accelerating spell and shot her hands straight over her head. She focused every ounce of her power and blurted, that's not even all I've got. She unleashed explosion magic, one brutal blast that killed everything in its path, and the shockwave sent her flying. The magic surged through her and she spun around and shouted at them, MC nodded to the boss on the spot and agreed, then told them to sprint out of here right now. He lunged into the portal with Aina and with a roar shouted that whoever runs, he's about to make a break for it and everyone knows he'll win. Then they rush to his place and he's shaking so hard he yells that he almost. She was seconds from dying when she snapped her head toward him, confused and breathless, and demanded, "Where are we?" Heard just a minute ago she was out in the forest with the others and now everything's gone quiet and wrong. He claimed it was his grandmother's house, and when she heard that, surprise hit her like a punch. This and asked, "Wait, are we at that witch's house?" Party flew. He surged right up to her and blurted at the top of his lungs, "Is she my grandmother? So this is the witch's country. He has to explain everything to me and right now." Immediately, it was a command. He demanded she go silent and start asking. She pressed for answers, said this operation is top priority right now, right? He leaned in and demanded, "What is this operation of yours?" Because earlier he'd already said that his. The second she came back and spilled the immortal dragon's location. Renee and the other adventurers were about to drag Swam along with them, right into the mess. She blurted sorry and pressed onward to find the immortal dragon, because the immortal witch's house was already the place where she'd lay the truth in motion, copying the egg like it was inevitable, and with a fierce look she declared loud and clear that she was the best. He claimed he was the best in the art club, told her to come grab the egg the moment it was ready, and promised they'd meet up with the adventurers. After rescuing Ain, they'll duck into Grandma's house and finally catch their breath there. Ni told him to wait, and when he asked again, he answered, "The immortal witch's house." What's he even talking about, besides the fact that the guy's salary is still up in the air? Right now, in the forest, they're coming for him when he didn't even want to say it. Turns out they're Amada's brother and sister, free to slip in and out of the immortal witch's house anytime. And he figures he's finally done hiding that secret from everyone, of course. They kept Grandma's house's secret hidden, because it wasn't just a place, it was another world. Said it felt way too sudden to even believe. So they basically ask, if he's saying it, then it has to be true, right? Does this operation already have a name? Shiro slammed his palm on the table and roared. Yeah, basically, it's the Great Escape playing out in full force. Right now, his sisters sprint straight through the portal. Screamed at him, "Hey, are you still alive? Everything all right?" she blurted, yanking Ain into another hug, and then her voice cut sharp as she demanded, "Did those demons hurt you, or did they do something bad?" He shouted for Soria and asked what she'd say about all this, and she grinned, told him everything was great and that they'd made serious progress. With a serious stare, he called her and told her, "Now I'm going to." Would race back to Swam, then hand her straight to her real parents. She gasped in disbelief. Would he really send her back to her mother? And then he nodded, agreeing. He nodded and told her to stay right here. Then she snapped back, loud and serious, saying if he was going, he'd better take her with him, and he just asked. He tilted his head with a tiny grin and asked, "So she's your older sister, right?" He rang his sisters, and when they answered, their voices blasted out, determination written all over their faces. As if they had no choice but to leave, Celestia kept moving forward right then. He trudged through the forest, consumed by pure rage. With rage blazing across her face, she said that she would never, ever forgive him.